As the younger brother of a top-tier actress, you're the eye-catching package in a dating show, sporting bean shoes and shaking your hands like a flower. Even your sister is desperate to cut ties with you overnight, all because you've awakened a bizarre system that rewards you with superpowers for being the center of attention on the show. Yet, this has forced the production team to urgently declare, this program is entirely unscripted, purely a display of sibling dynamics. Right now, you're sitting on the sofa in your room, surrounded by cameras capturing your every move. Your dazed state is being broadcast live to audiences nationwide. You're participating in a dating show called Sibling Romance, where the twist is that the dating process isn't solitary but a mix of suspenseful fake and real couples, blending heart-fluttering moments with sibling warmth for a fresh journey. Why are you here? The reason is both amusing and exasperating. You and your sister, Sophie, true products of the same womb, have both resisted romance and marriage as adults, leaving your parents anxious and constantly nagging. At least have one passionate love story. Leveraging their connections, they successfully signed you both up for this dating show with the ultimatum: participate or get your legs broken. Your pupils unfocused. You slump on the sofa, love? You really don't want any part of it. Wouldn't it be better to live comfortably, enjoy the world's splendors, and eventually return to dust? Besides, Mom, do you even realize this is just a dating show, not actual dating? Everything on the program is staged. Who actually finds true love on a show? And you don't even know how to date. The door was pushed open, and realizing another guest had arrived, you stood up to greet them. However, when you saw that the person appearing before you was none other than your sister Sophie, your polite smile instantly froze. Participating in a show to fake romance with others was one thing, but having your sister on the same program, performing this peacock display in front of the person who knows you best, was downright mortifying. Sophie blinked and sweetly asked, I brought quite a lot of luggage and can't move it alone. Could you help me? In everyday life, while you wouldn't refuse to help your sister, you'd definitely tease her with a comment like, big sis trying to act cute. But this was a show, and from the start, you had to hide your relationship. Even now, meeting face to face, the two of you had to act like complete strangers. Sophie, being a double award-winning actress, naturally handled such simple acting effortlessly and flawlessly. Just as you were about to play along with her act, a mechanical synthesized voice chimed in. Qualified host detected the eye-catching package in the crowd. System binding in progress. It was the system. Your spirits lifted. You thought you'd spend your whole life as a lazy nobody under your sister's shadow. But now, why did you feel like crying? Still, eye-catching package system, the name sounded a bit off, didn't it? Before you could dwell on it, the system's voice spoke again. Newcomer gift package distributed. Please strive to become the eye-catching package in the crowd and collect attention points. Hearing that the system wanted you to become the center of attention, your initial reaction was resistance, but the system was truly generous. Besides, surpassing your sister Sophie's achievements in the entertainment industry would be nearly impossible without this god-level acting mastery. Realizing this, you quickly made up your mind. If becoming the eye-catching package earned such lavish rewards from the system, losing a bit of face occasionally seemed like a small price to pay. Seeing you stare at her in a daze for several seconds, Sophie had to speak up to remind you. Snapping back to reality, you looked at Sophie and instinctively said, Sophie, right? I know you. Sophie is someone who follows the rules. Since the show's producers stipulated that identities must be hidden at the start, she naturally complied. So the moment she heard this, she subtly gave you a warning glance before calmly countering, how do you know me? Have we met before? Of course not. We didn't know each other growing up. You played at your house. I played at mine. Are you serious? Dude, the live audience burst into laughter at their exchange. I'm dying. How does this handsome guy say such hilarious things with such a straight face? I can't hold it in anymore. I know Goddess Sophie too, and I'm way closer to her than you. We chat in my dreams all the time. At first, when the guy was quietly sitting on the sofa, I thought he was introverted. Turns out he's an abstract character. You played at your house. I played at mine. What kind of legendary line is that? This is next level hilarious. You really are an attention-grabbing show-off. After helping Sophie move her luggage into the room, the two of you sat down again, though there was an awkward distance between you, making it seem a bit unfamiliar. This didn't go unnoticed by the livestream audience, who assumed you two didn't know each other after all. This is how strangers usually act when meeting for the first time. You took the initiative to break the ice. I was a little too excited meeting a big star for the first time just now. Sorry about that. Then you introduced yourself. My name is Mouse. Sophie, what's your name? Hearing this, Sophie's delicate oval face was full of confusion. You already know my name, yet you're asking what it is? Are you dumb? Brother Mouse is absolutely hilarious. How did he manage to ask that question with a straight face? His thought process is just next level. You literally just said her name and then asked what it was. You looked at Sophie, waiting for her answer. Your innocent gaze showed no awareness of the absurdity in your earlier question. After a moment of silence, not wanting the conversation to stall, you took the initiative again. You're really pretty, what's your blood type? The moment Sophie heard this, her pretty face froze. Was this guy's CPU malfunctioning? Who asks a girl her blood type in casual conversation? What's your deal? Why ask about blood type? Sophie was starting to question her life choices. This little brother might be a lost cause. Mom, your alt account is a lost cause. Hurry up and start a new one. After holding it in for ages, Sophie's little face flushed red before she finally squeezed out a sentence. My blood type is B. You nodded. I'm type B too. What a coincidence. The moment these words left your mouth, Sophie's jaw dropped again, her pupils shaking like an earthquake. Such a coincidence. Sophie's lips twitched slightly. How is this a coincidence? Aren't human blood types just one of a few? Tell me, how is this even remotely a coincidence? I was eating noodles, and this sentence made them shoot straight out of my nose. That's just too slick. Dude, I was freaking drinking water just now. Do you know I almost choked to death on a sip of soda just now? Brother Mouse, today I must give you a thumbs up. You successfully showed off right in my face. Backstage, as the show's chief director, Yen Min naturally knew the real relationships between all the guests. Initially, he was slightly displeased with an older colleague forcing Sophie and you, siblings, into the show. After all, it disrupted his plan to film a dating show with ordinary people, making it more relatable for the audience. Nowadays, celebrity dating shows face backlash as too many are frequently exposed for following scripts, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. To create a more competitive program, using ordinary people is clearly the trend. But now, seeing the siblings interact so naturally in front of the camera, Yen Min's lingering reservations completely vanished. Director, the live stream viewership is about to break 300,000, a staff member exclaimed excitedly as they stood up to report. Although everyone had confidence in the show, no one expected the numbers to skyrocket to such an astonishing level right from the start. Yen Min was practically overjoyed. Sophie felt she couldn't go on like this. How could she, a big star, remain passive all this time? It was time to take the initiative. The siblings had always been competitive since childhood, comparing everything from academic performance to who had the most awards, even competing over who could arrive at school earliest each day. Her recent string of losses under your lead had directly ignited Sophie's competitive spirit. Sophie changed the subject. What hobbies do you usually have? Your skin looks so fair, how do you maintain it? You thought for a moment. I enjoy playing games, like MOBA games such as League of Legends. Sophie pretended to listen attentively, expecting you to ask her in return after answering, but you simply responded and left it at that. Sophie's eyes sparkled as she came up with a brilliant counterattack and continued. Then what would you do if your girlfriend didn't like you playing games? This is a question many guys encounter during their first blind date or when meeting a girl for the first time. Sophie asked this question not only out of competitiveness but also to subtly remind her younger brother they were on a show now, and he should cultivate a warm, likable image for the audience. Unexpectedly, Suyi said directly, I don't have a girlfriend. Sophie almost stumbled, but her years of interpreting made her control her expression well. I mean if. No ifs. Sophie? Ha ha ha. I can't stand it with this load of laughs, it's just too funny. Goddess Sophie had hinted so obviously, and he answered no ifs in all seriousness. Help! Is that supposed to make me laugh into a folding screen for spin to recycle? Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarded with 88 conspicuous points. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarded with 99 conspicuous points. Hearing another conspicuous point prompted to the account, Suyi scratched his head, a little confused as to why. Facing the camera, Sophie tried to be calm and maintain the image of a demure goddess. If she were at home right now, she would inevitably turn her head and leave. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? Hey! I don't believe it yet. Sophie followed up, I usually play occasionally. Which way do you usually like to play? Suyi, I mainly play ADC shooter. Sophie, I usually like to play Soraka as a hero. If you play ADC, I can use Soraka to assist you, and if you play as a fielder, I can also use Soraka to go mid laner. Suyi was unperturbed. Soraka is not strong in this version. The words just fell. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarding 888 conspicuous points. Congratulations to the host for accumulating enough numerical conspicuous points. Automatic raffle carousel opens. Congratulations on obtaining Master Tone. Master Shaker Mastery. Suyi instantly felt a tearing sensation in his vocal cords, a sensation that came and went quickly. But I can clearly feel that my voice has become more magnetic, and if I sing a song live, I will definitely amaze the whole audience. The system is really powerful. A lottery can obtain such a good skill. But what does this master flower shaker mastery mean? Feel like messing around with some weird skill? Forget it, whatever. Suyi was satisfied with the system's rewards, and there were rewards for giving. It seems that he can only bid a tearful farewell to his idle man persona and has to transform into a funny man for the sake of reward. This little sacrifice could be exchanged for such a generous reward, Suyi had to commit himself for a while. Well, that smells good. Meanwhile, the live stream was almost on the verge of being popped up. Countless viewers were thunderstruck by Suya's reply. Goddamn, Soraka is not strong this version. Oh my god. Do you realize you're sitting across from the national goddess Sophie? Pohahahahaha. Little brother Mouse is some kind of top sigma man, I'm about to lose my mind laughing. Brother! I'm in the middle of an open class. Now the homeroom teacher and the leaders are all looking at me and laughing like a psychopath. It's all your fault. There is no beauty in his eyes, only absolute understanding of the version. The group of guests in the studio were equally close to going crazy with joy at this point. Originally, when Suyi said in a serious manner that he didn't have a girlfriend, everyone was already laughing. With the phrase Soraka isn't strong in this version, everyone paid homage to Suyi in their own way. This guy, he's a top-notch conspicuous package. Teacher, he had already laughed so hard that he was about to fall on the carpet, and Meng Fei, as a professional host, was trying to remember his past sadness all over again at this point, desperately trying to hold it in. The others couldn't hold it together and raised their hands to give a thumbs up. Absolute, so absolute. On the contrary, Sophie was gently shaking her head at this point, just wanting to hurry up and have some other guest appear so that she could relieve herself. It felt like coming in second out of the gate was simply a mistake. Seeing her in this lifeless look, fans couldn't help but laugh out loud while feeling sorry for the goddess. The popularity of the live broadcast room once again skyrocketed like crazy, and soon the number of people online exceeded 500,000. This thread appeared on the bib, #Why isn't Soraka strong in this version? #Explode. Someone edited that famous scene just now into a clip and put it below the topic. Thousands of comments soon sprang up, and on the first day of A Sisters and Brothers in Love, the topic heat soared like a rocket. Even quite a few netizens who usually didn't watch much love variety were attracted over by the hotspot Suyi had triggered. One after another, famous scenes about him were put online. The phrase, #MouseOurModel, was even more quickly topped by netizens into the top 10 of the hot search. All of this, Suyi is naturally not clear, he only knows that from time to time in his ears came conspicuous point arrival prompts. Listening to the prompts that kept ringing out, he looked towards his sister Sophie who was already lifeless. Suyi could only apologize in his heart and mourn for her for a second. Sorry about that, it's just that the system gives too much. But he also understands that you can't always catch a sheep griping. Just then, there was a knock on the door and a new guest arrived. Suyi had wanted to get up to help open the door. Unexpectedly, as if on springs, Sophie popped up from the sofa with a swoosh and appeared in the entry corridor in a puff of smoke. Cannot wait to immediately escape the lovely appearance, but also the live broadcast of the fans amused, called my goddess this look is simply too cute. Welcome to the next victim. Not, new friend. Sophie was busy pulling the door open. The result was an accidental mouthful, and the new female guest was left in a state of confusion. Victims? Chapter 4, I asked you to perform a program and you shook your hand? Finally other members of the relationship arrived and were able to spare Sophie from having to spend time alone with her conspicuous pack brother. At this time, she couldn't mention how enthusiastic she was, causing Yi Xiaomei to be somewhat flattered. Again, he helped with the luggage and shushed them, and the scene made many people in the studio and the live broadcast room giggle as well. He Joan, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for our goddess Sophie now, I can see that she feels like she's about to be played out. Memphis, it's true that it's easy to get high blood pressure talking to a guy like Mouse alone. Live stream. Haha. Mr. Meng Fei's review is simply apt. Little brother Mouse can make people's blood pressure come up. Sophie, who in the family understands? Mouse, where's your family? Puffing. Yeah. Talent upstairs, a divine review for you. Mouse, I feel like someone's cricketing me in the back. Viewers kept sending pop-ups to interact. And that's when the guests from the Love Shack arrived. Everyone was sitting around in the living room, and to the left and right of Sophie sat a girl with a high face value, both vegetarians, one nicknamed Yi Xiaomei, and the other's nickname was Sasha. Sophie, because that face was almost unknown in the country of Dacia, there was no point in having a nickname, so she just called her real name. The three boys on the other side of the room were seated separately, with Spee sitting alone on a separate small couch in the corner, and the other two vegetarian boys sitting next to him. The two men were introducing themselves when one of them, a very thin boy, spoke up first, giving himself the nickname, the Empty Man. The other gave himself a nickname by way of a mischievous comparison to the Buddha's name. Hello female guests, my name is Master One Lamp. After introducing each other, the staff came over at this point to confide that there were two more pairs of relationship members who could only make it to the show tomorrow due to flight delays. Sisters in Love has an all-day live format, so even if someone is slightly delayed, it won't affect the program. As is customary, this is the time for everyone to get acquainted with each other. Master One Lamp can be seen as a lively and outgoing personality, a bit of a social cattle attributes in the body. The six sat down together and he took the lead in asking a few questions about where everyone was from back home. Seeing this scene, in the studio, Jean Xing commented. Master One Lamp is very good at chatting. Hey, he knows to ask from some simple places, utilizing his hometown as an entry point, and quickly opens up the topic. Meng Fei, on the other hand, thought of something different. He also incidentally did our observation mission a big favor by asking that, and it's also easier to determine which pair of members are hand in hand through their hometowns. The others nodded along. Bai Meng Yen said, both Lord Emptiness and Yi Xiaomei are from the Heavenly Mansion, and their eyebrows are a bit similar. It feels like they should be a pair of hands and feet. Li Duanhao then guessed, Senior Sophie grew up living abroad, but she also said that her hometown is also from Tianfu, so I feel that the probability of the Empty Duke and her being a hand-in-glove relationship is a little higher. In the Love Hut, Master Ikimoku says he's from the imperial capital. Suyi naturally knew the rules, so he casually said that he was from the local Jinmen. Master E Lantern nodded slightly and took the initiative to cue the Suyi Dao next to him. I'm from the imperial capital, and over here we have the custom of eating dumplings on the first day of the new year and noodles on the second day. Mouse, although Jinmen is close to the imperial capital, there should be something not quite the same in terms of custom, right? The others' gazes subconsciously turned to Suyi. Suyi calmly nodded, well, our side eats KFC on the first day, and McDonald's on the second day. Full house. Master One Lamp's expression froze. Originally, his intention was to follow the topic of New Year's Eve customs, and then he could talk about the differences between northern and southern customs and get to know each other more quickly. As a result of Suya's sentence, others were directly confused. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarded with 99 conspicuous points. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarding him with 88 conspicuous points. Suyi touched the tip of his nose. Bad. After that Sundara language talent was added, he subconsciously didn't let anyone's words fall on the ground. But people look at themselves as if. Why does it feel a little bit like you're trying to say something? Family members who understand what the hell is this conspicuous package of a mouse answering? But. Give me back my pearl milk tea, the pearls are falling out of my nostrils. Who's a good guy who eats KFC on the first day of the year and McDonald's on the second? Ha ha ha. Why is he so abstract? He's so handsome. This show can only be watched at noon because you'll die of laughter sooner or later. Suya's one sentence caused a blitzkrieg on the entire room. Straight up blocking the back that can be talked about. Luckily, that's when Sasha took it upon herself to step up to the plate. It's kinda boring for us to sit and chat dryly. I propose that everyone who can have a talent can show off their talent. She was holding a program cue card with tips on how to quickly familiarize yourself with new people. The card states that talking to each other to show what you are good at is also a quick way to find like-minded friends. That suggestion was endorsed. The Empty Duke said he could play the piano, and Yi Xiaomei said she could do classical dance. Then the Empty Duke played the piano while Yi Xiaomei accompanied the dance in the living room. The atmosphere soon became normal and the air seemed to radiate the sweet love factor. With a heart-stopping 1-second sound effect created by the show's crew using Mo's voice. A lot of people have sent pop-ups stating that they bumped into it. At this time, a break sound effect suddenly sounded. The camera falls on Master Ikimoku here. Where did the mouse go? Raising this question, everyone suddenly realized that Suyi was not in the living room at this time. I'm here, now. Hearing someone call out to him, Suyi quickly walked downstairs. That's when everyone realized that he had gone upstairs to change his clothes and was carrying a small Bluetooth stereo in his hand. Just this outfit. Bean shoes, tight pants, and a short white tee. These three items together made the corners of everyone's mouth subconsciously twitch twice. What style is this? Suyi put down the stereo. Since it was a talent show, he had exactly one talent that he was able to bring out to show. That's right, it's Master Flower Shaker Mastery. And it wasn't the kind of flower handshaking style that Stu remembered from his previous life that pursued neat and tidy movements, but a work created by a flower handmaster who appeared to be called Lord of the Shadow Stream. Suyi didn't really know much about the shaker circle, he just felt that compared to the ordinary flower handshaker, the one he had learned was particularly mature and stable. I also have a talent I want to show you, and I've named this dance of mine, Instant Prison Shadow Killing Formation, but... Yi Shame stifled a laugh. What a unique name. Sophie said in her heart, I'll send for. From now on, I'll be an only child without any handlers. Sophie held her forehead, a million times more grateful for the show's opening setup of hiding the identities of her handlers. Originally go wherever full of the queen's aura, confident and dazzling her, I do not know why, in this program, always feel straighten up, cannot lift up the head. Chapter 5, Shaker Ancestor made his appearance, and the broadcast room exploded. The members of the Love Observation team in the studio were a little surprised to see that Spee had similarly prepared a program and had deliberately changed her costume. Jean Xing, what is Mouse planning to perform to get the attention of the female members? Kind of curious. Memphis, just hearing the name of his show, it feels like it's going to be unique. Heejun, everyone seems to be deliberately avoiding Mouse's unique outfit, so it's just me to say that he's really special in this one. It's almost like a fashion trendsetter. Heejun also didn't know how to comment on the spice, because this world flower handshaking had not risen, only spread among a few groups of young people, and the version was very backward. So people don't know much about such art forms. In the meantime, on this side of the Love Hut, Sui was ready and the other Love members were sitting on the couch, waiting curiously. Sui didn't know where he had gotten a pair of little bees from, and looked towards a few live cameras that were pointing at him. Please ask the live teacher to find the copying special effect, the one that can copy one person into 3 people. When I perform later, it's more sensational to add this special effect. The backstage special effects artist didn't understand why Suyi would use such special effects, but as a professional, this simple special effect was quickly taken care of. Rotate up and down on one of the shots aimed at Spee to indicate OK. In the live room, the audience's curiosity was mobilized at this point. Little brother Mouse is going to put on a show and turn on special effects? Looks like he finally realized that he's now in a romance series and should present himself well to win over the female guests. Yes, finally normal over, obviously can rely on face value to eat, he even engaged in abstraction. At the same moment, somewhere in Huainan, a young man of 17 or 18 years old, wearing Suya's same style of beanies, tight pants, and white t-shirt, was also watching the live broadcast at this time. The young man, called Chenyu, has just graduated from secondary school and is currently unemployed. His biggest hobby in his spare time is studying dance, and he wants to work on a unique dance technique. At this time, I happened to brush into the live broadcast of the Sisters and Brothers in Love variety show, and saw that the handsome little brother on the screen changed to wear the same style, and suddenly brightened up. Could it be that this one shares the same dream of breaking new ground in dance? Chen Friendly Chi stared at the screen. Soon, on the screen, Suyi opened the stereo and played a very dynamic DJ dance song. The only pity was that he didn't find River of Love, that Shadow Stream Dance exclusive BGM, in the music song list. So you'll just have to put on a little B and sing it yourself. For the sake of the system rewards, I also put up a fight. Suyi wasn't too satisfied with the flower shaker skill he got from the previous lottery, so he also went out on a limb. As the DJ dance music played, Suyi followed and opened his voice, while his body swayed closely to the rhythm, swaying with the wind like a seaweed. Is that your excuse for breaking up, if you were to be allowed to do it all over again? Will you love me? Love gives joy and brings torment, too, having walked with you. The legendary river of love has been flooded with my tears. With the addition of master-level singing talent, Suya's singing voice was still very good, only because it was paired with a DJ dance background. Everyone subconsciously ignored his singing voice. Most importantly, at this moment, this magical swing dance with flower hands made everyone's attention all fall on his dance. The moment the dance started, all the members of the relationship wore dumbfounded expressions. Totally a whole lot of petrified people. No one expected that what Suyi prepared would be such a dance program. It's hard to judge. You're going to say he's not talented, right? Suya's gestures were professional at first glance, and his swaying body movements were extremely silky and smooth. It feels like you can't really practice this without having a few years of brain clots. Along with the DJ and the song, Sui's flower hand cranked faster and faster, and stumps appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sophie had looked dumbfounded. She was an actress, but had specialized in some kind of dance, like jazz or something. Seeing Suya's dancing style, analyzing it from the professional perspective she possessed, she really couldn't pick any faults. This dance, if I must say something. Sophie really doesn't know what to comment on. It's just magical, it's just so abstract. Soon, the time for one song ended and Suyi finished his display. But everyone in the love hut is still in a state of total confusion. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The camera switches to the guide room, which is similarly silent, and everyone on the love watch has the exact same petrified expression. On the live feed, however, the pop-ups exploded. And there's a steady stream of people pouring into the official Sisters and Brothers in Love livestream at the moment. The number of people went from hundreds of thousands, soon topping 1 million. The pop-ups were so dense that they completely covered the entire screen. There was even a lag in the live broadcast screen because of the influx of so many pop-ups all at once in a very short period of time. The show's live studio was built because it was built with the help of the Breaking Bulletin platform. At this point, Breaking Bad's backstage data guy would have been comfortably swiping through the video. A sharp alarm sounded, and the data miners immediately began to check and troubleshoot the live feeds for data anomalies. Soon after finding the official live stream of Sisters and Brothers in Love, seeing the number of pop-ups and the number of people online that had just poured in like crazy in 3 minutes, the data miners were dumbfounded. In just 3 minutes, you born guys have swiped over 3 million pop-ups. What the hell is going on with this program? To ensure safety, the data miners did not dare to be careless and immediately banned viewers from entering the live room. A blocking audit was also conducted. Such horrific data anomalies are definitely not normal. I shouldn't have thought the mouse would be normalized. Why can this guy be so abstract? I'm a pregnant woman who just wanted to watch a lighter romance variety show and then go to sleep, but I ended up laughing so hard that my water broke and now I'm lying in an ambulance posting pop-ups. My entire being is in complete shock. How can he be so conspicuous? Is this the talent of a top-notch conspicuous pack? Ha 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 ha. Family, I had a low laugh level and now I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts, but I just can't help but laugh. Genius. He's a genius. I'm purely curious right now, how on earth did the show find a supreme talent like Mouse off? The mouse is a perfect illustration of choosing hilarity between screwing money and screwing people, madness between glowing and feverish, sickness between rich and talented, and abstraction between extroversion and introversion. The family really can't live without laughing, and I'll add that if I were the hand and foot of little brother Mouse, I'd definitely be between raising my head and lowering it right now, and I can't lift my head at all. Ha ha ha. Why is the live stream suddenly interrupted? What the hell? Why am I showing you can't access this live room at the moment? Po ha ha ha. What the hell? Why is there a risk alert that says this live room may have dangerous behaviors such as enticement and scamming? Chapter 6 abstracted to the point where the live feed is blocked. Talent. At this point, it's not just the general public who are confused. Backstage at the Sisters in Love studio, all the crew members were also confused. Director. Go get the director. A staff member immediately ran wildly to the director's room next to him, and couldn't catch his breath to yell directly. Director. It's a big deal. Our program's live feed has been banned. What? The general director immediately jumped up from his seat like a spring, but also ran out of subiton speed, and rushed into the backstage of the studio in a puff of smoke. What's going on? Someone please tell me what's happening. Wasn't it fine just now? The number of online viewers of the live broadcast has just successfully exceeded 1 million, achieving an unprecedented excellent result. The general director immediately returned to his room and called his leader to take credit. I didn't realize that it was only a few minutes later that the live room was inexplicably blocked. Are you kidding me? One of the principals immediately stepped forward and analyzed the possible causes to the general director. Learned that it may be due to the data anomaly in the live broadcast for a short period of time, leading to the background audit on the Breaking Bad side. The general director was relieved and at the same time a little bit scared. This program is something that he has gambled on his achievements and connections over the years to create, and if any illegal images really appear, not only will he be ruined for the rest of his life, but I'm afraid that the entire Mango channel will be implicated. When the time comes, things will be big. What the hell is going on? Pull up the replay of the live broadcast just now. The director-in-chief immediately put on his headset and began to look at the time period from which the online data was exploding. When he saw Sui's outfit of tight pants, beanies, and a white t-shirt come out, he had an odd expression for a second. When he saw Suya's magical, as if seaweed swaying with the waves, and his flower-shaking hand movements that were so fast that they appeared as stumps, his entire body was petrified and dumbfounded on the spot. How on earth did this guy work out this dance? How can he be so abstract? Compared to Sui, the knowledgeable chief director felt that the funny persona artists he had seen before were just a newbie in front of Sui. Could this guy be the legendary innate abstraction saint body? No wonder the livestream blew right up at this hour. He's simply too alive, isn't he? The general director now feels that he has found a great treasure. As the times have developed, people's daily lives have become better, but because of the great pressure of work, they have instead lost a lot of the joy they had in earlier years. More and more people, the biggest entertainment after a day's work is to look at video segments, variety shows, or listen to songs, open the tomato novels to find a few books of hilarious lazy text. However, most people are really limited in their level of hilarity. Watching them play with the abstract was quite a novelty at first. But as time passes, many people gradually become funny for the sake of being funny, and it's just awkward. But this guy Suyi is different. He's simply too abstract, and the director-in-chief hasn't seen this guy make an effort to mess with the show's effects since the show started. But it's as if he was born with the unique conspicuous package attribute of being instantly noticeable in a crowd. The chief director could sense that he really hadn't intentionally tried to create an effect on the program, but as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's attention was unconsciously drawn to him. The chief guide can only lament the talent. Over here, the person in charge has also finished communicating with the side of the Parak platform. Confirmation that the sudden ban just happened was just a back-end alarm review. Unseal it right away. Parak in order to keep the Mango side from turning to the Sharks platform and opting for the services offered by their rivals because of this incident. It was immediately stated that a station-wide broadcast in manual streamcast would be made immediately after the start of the broadcast. Make sure to keep the popularity up. Since People's Side had already said so, what else could the chief director say? So be it. But next, make sure to keep in communication with the Parak side at all times. If there's another accident like this mistakenly sealing, we'll not only terminate our cooperation, but we'll also sue them directly. At the same time, the Bib platform. A series of several inexplicable phrases were quickly topped the hot search list, and many people were confused after seeing these phrases. Hashtag beauty, what's your blood type? Hashtag explode. Hashtag eating KFC on the first day of the year, hashtag burst. Hashtag eating McDonald's on the second day of the month, hashtag burst. Hashtag instantaneous prison shadow kill formation, hashtag explode. Hashtag mouse, hashtag blast. Hashtag abstract to being officially blocked. Hashtag explode. Countless melon-eating netizens have Judas topic comment area. When Sue's magical flower-shaking hand dance cutscene was uploaded to the bottom of the topic by a well-wisher, the number of plays soared to 10,000 plus in a very short period of time. Countless people clicked on the video with curious faces and commented with contemplative, silent, confused, and dumbfounded faces. It's amazing, I'm a face person, but for the first time I feel as if I could do without the face. This guy, the mouse, gives me the feeling of feeling inferior from time to time because I'm not abstract enough. Honestly, every funny blogger on the internet is a total neophyte when it comes to him. He's really so confident, his whole body exudes a sense of madness that transcends this era. I'm afraid that mental patients would feel inferior in front of him, right? Countless netizens have been 10 hot search phrases, because of a section of instantaneous prison shadow killing formation magic dance, so you directly dominated a large part. Countless netizens have lamented that they have never seen such an abstract person. Same time. Suyi, who had returned to the live room and was planning to change his clothes, suddenly had a series of reminder voices ringing in his head. One conspicuous point arrival reminder after another. The system then automatically opens the draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the skill, oboe proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the skill, a library of mournful ditties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the skill, professional casket bearer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the skill, Suona playing music library 100 years towards the Phoenix. Suddenly receiving a series of several skill arrival reminders, Suyi was first stunned, then revealed a surprised expression. For the sake of the system rewards, it was worth it in the end after going out on a limb this time. however, after scrutinizing the new skills extracted by the system. Sui was silent for a moment. No, I don't care if I got a good oboe player, what the hell is a professional casket lifter? Where have all those tantalizing god-level skills and master-level skills in the prize pool gone? Sui fell into a bout of contemplation. All the way downstairs in contemplation, it was just about that time that everyone started discussing the topic of what to have for dinner tonight. Because the program group requested that this filming needs to be as close as possible to the lives of ordinary people, there are no meals prepared for the members of the love group, and even the daily expenses of life need to be figured out on their own. That's a lot of worry for 5 people, including Sophie. Yi Xiaomei, I brought a little hometown specialty, not much. Empty Duke, all I prepared were small gifts, I didn't bring any food. Master One Lamp, I didn't bring any either. Sophie, I don't have one either. Sophie, I suggest, how about we all draw lots and group up to go out and work for money? Didn't the program group provide 3 different tasks? Let's do them to earn money and buy food. The proposal was unanimously endorsed. It just so happened that Sui came downstairs at this time. Sasha took the initiative to beckon. Mouse, we're going to draw lots for grouping for the mission on our side, hurry up and come over. Chapter 7, Sexy hot female cockroach falls in love with hot and sour footskin that she chewed for 3 months in her mouth. Okay, I'll be right over. Sui nodded his head in agreement. The 6 people were to be divided into 3 groups, and Sophie proposed to use the rules of the game of hand on heart to group them. Soon, the grouping was complete. Sophie and the Empty Duke were assigned to a group, and the 2 drew the task of helping with the grocery shopping. Yi Xiaomei and Master Elan became a group, and the 2 of them were responsible for cleaning. Sui and Sasha ended up automatically becoming a group, and the 2 were responsible for helping the back kitchen with the dishes. It so happened that recently a family in the village had to hold a white wedding, and the old man was a happy mourner, having lived to the age of 93. According to local custom, it is natural to have a big party. It was the second day, so the chief director had the bright idea to design some small tasks after consulting with the villagers. Participation in activities common in the countryside and acting collectively also allows for a quicker understanding of each other and enhances relationships between male and female members. After obtaining their respective assignments, Sophie immediately went upstairs to change into civilian clothes. As long as she wasn't assigned with this conspicuous bag of a brother, right now she just hoped that the relationship between the 2 could be hidden for a day. Sophie didn't even dare to think about how socially dead she would be one day after everyone learned that she and Sui were actually siblings. Within a short time, the members of the love affair left the love lodge in pairs. Each group had 2 follow PDs with a high-definition Sony camera on their shoulders. A line goes out the door. This time, the blocked live room was unblocked again, and the crowd quickly flooded in again, with the number of online viewers soaring all the way up to close to 1,200,000. This number was about the same as the previous peak online viewer count, and the director saw that the numbers were okay, and finally put his heart down completely. In the studio, the members of the Love Watch naturally got the news of what had just happened. Hee-jung laughed and teased, I never thought that I would one day host a program that would be banned, this feeling is really. Memphis, actually, I think it's okay to be blocked because then I can leave work early and not get my pay docked. Oriole, yeah, I think so. Golden Apricot, I've thought it over carefully, I'd rather not invite Mouse to the program I host, in case I lose my job, I won't have any food. The studio was a mass of laughter all at once. The group then had a brief conversation about their respective speculations about the identity of the members of the relationship, the handlers, and each other. The scene quickly switches back. Sophie? The Empty Duke? Yi Xiaomei? Master Ikimoku? Sasha pulled on Sui's sleeve, what's a treat? Sui asked rhetorically, of course it's a treat to remember, it's charged. Looking at Suya's serious appearance, a large number of pop-ups floated across the live broadcast. This is the first time I've ever heard of attending a wedding or funeral, wrapping a red envelope around the name and having a treat? Puffing. Mouse, are you serious? Where's the treat for this kind of thing? Mouse, this brother, to engage in abstraction is simply easier than drinking water, funeral red packet treats, talent ah. When Sui finished speaking, the people around him fell silent. For a moment it was surprisingly difficult to know whether to politely excuse himself or nod in agreement. What should I say if I want to excuse myself? Thanks for the offer? Why don't we just do it ourselves? But the show didn't pay anyone, and no one had any money with them. That. You feel free. Finally, Master One Lamp stepped forward and said. He doesn't know what to say. Suyi shrugged his shoulders, unable to figure out these guys. He said to his older brother, who was credited, "It's good for the 6 of us to have a 50 bonus packet each." Uncle nodded. People were willing to take the initiative to pack red envelopes. There was no reason for them to refuse. Then he was ready to put pen to paper, and only after the brush was dipped in ink did the uncle suddenly remember that he didn't know the names of several people. "So, may I ask how the 6 of you are called?" A few people subconsciously intended to report their real names, but Sasha was still smart and immediately coughed twice, and the others then reacted to the fact that the program was set not to reveal their real relationships. Although it's not considered self-disclosure to name names, don't forget that the 6 people here are 3 pairs of siblings and brothers and sisters who are related by blood. Everyone must have the same last name. So at this point, the crowd can't help but be in a bit of a quandary. You can't say your real name, and it seems a little disrespectful to the main family if you have the name-keeping uncle write down their respective aliases. Just as everyone was at a loss, Sophie spoke up. "Since it's Mouse's little brother's treat, why don't we let him call the shots on everything?" Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. "Yeah. Why don't we just let the people who paid for it solve the problem? As for how he's going to make it up, that's up to the guy." So it was unanimous, and the question was thrown back to Sui. Standing silently, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Sophie didn't move on the surface, but in her heart, she was secretly laughing. "Humph, letting you kid be the conspicuous bag, now let's see how you're going to deal with this?" Sui did a little thinking. "Uncle, I say you write it." "Okay." The older man lifted his brush. "Suya, number 1, sexy hot female cockroach falls in love with hot and sour foot leather that she chews in her mouth for 3 months. Number 2, the lonely widow who communicates with her stepfather 7 times a night at her stepson's funeral. Number 3, Grandpa Cow cosplaying as a maid to seduce his next-door neighbor, strong mom. Number 4, the online love show Cow was videotaped, and this life seals the heart to no longer believe in love. Number 5, hyperandrogenic depressive manic patient steals tribute from deceased husband at 4 a.m. Number 6, bikini bottom opens Impa SpongeBob SquarePants accuses them of being pervasive. The remembered uncle's brain was racing at the moment, with a white mist lingering on top of his head, his forehead covered with sweat, and his hand holding the brush trembling slightly. Seeing that he wasn't going to write yet, so he asked with some doubt. "Uncle, didn't you hear me? Do you need me to repeat it again?" The people next to him were all showing a combination of cat and a question mark face emoticons. "Ha? Chapter 8 letting you help with the dishes at the village seat, and you're the lead singer of the dirge? Uncle who keeps track of names, is that a person's name? Sui, I think it's not cost-effective to write a name that's too short after all the money has been spent." Put. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarding him with 88 conspicuous points. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous bag in the crowd, rewarded with 99 conspicuous points. The remembered uncle was infuriated on the spot, his eyes erupted in fire, and he completely broke his defense. Next to the other members of the love group, out of a human's instinctive intuition of danger, they all subconsciously took a few steps back, away from Suyi for fear that the uncle would suddenly go on a rampage and drag them down with him. The live feed was about to go crazy with laughter at this point. Poo-ha! The mouse is absolutely perfect. What the hell kind of brainwave is this? Laughing out loud, but what little brother mouse said really makes sense at first glance. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss for me to spend $50 on a gift and just record 2 or 3 words? Ahahaha. I try to study and take notes on everyone's abstract quotes every day and want to try to be abstract, but I feel like I'm nothing in front of a gifted monster like the mouse. Is this the legendary, effort is worthless in the face of talent? Poohaha. I love little brother mouse so much, I'm begging the show to let me in and let me be in an episode too. I'm feeling a little heartbroken right now. What's up with that remembered uncle? Look at his face, he's so pitiful. But it's really funny. The pop-up screen rolled crazily, and under the more than 2 million simultaneous online viewers, the scene that Suyi had just abstracted was spreading rapidly at wine-like speed. Soon enough, a phrase like this appeared on the Scarf hotspot. And it didn't take long for it to show up, and it quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100. Hashtag some people play abstraction as easy as drinking water. Hashtag blow. Countless people were scrambling to post comments, all buzzing about the scene that had just occurred in the live broadcast room of sisters and brothers in love. Incidentally, the topic, hashtag relationship siblings, also hit the Hot 100. In the studio. Heejung's expression at this moment could no longer be described with the word wonderful, it was simply as complicated as it needed to be: shocked, dumbfounded, confused, curious, all sorts of emotions intertwined. Everyone else pretty much had the same hard-to-strain look on their faces. Golden apricot, for the first time in my life, I feel inferior for not being abstract enough, ha. Mengfei, genius ah, if I were that remembered uncle, I must let the mouse take his gift money and roll. When these words came out, the others laughed even more, and Bai Meng Yan even laughed out a goose call frequently. Goose. Can't do it, I'm going to get crow's feet if I keep smiling. Bai Meng Yan desperately recalled the sadness of the past, gently pinching her temples with her fingers in an effort to tense up. For his part, Duncan Lee had long since sprawled out on the carpet laughing. He was born with a low laugh point, and many cold jokes would make him laugh out loud when he heard them, not to mention the horrible laughs created by a natural abstract saint body like the mouse. The whole studio laughed for a long time. And the recording site. The other two groups of Love Troupe members avoided Su Yi and had already partnered up to go on a mission. Sophie, in particular, fled as if she were leaving, fearing that if she was a second too slow, she would be made to break her defenses by this abstract, conspicuous bag of a brother. Only the poor Sasha was left alone, standing next to Su Yi. This time with the program deliberately produced bleak sound effects, watching a lot of viewers once again went crazy with joy. Sasha, hang in there, it's the mouse that's humiliated, you don't have to get too down on yourself, haha. It's really humiliating to be teamed up with little brother mouse, the guy who can make abstractions wherever he goes, poor Sasha, kneeling down and begging the program to torture someone else. Ha ha ha. Netizens have been transformed into Sasha's mouth doubles. There were also some big smarts on the pop-ups who came up with ideas. Some said to have Sasha bribed Sophie and the two Switch teams, while others said to just duct tape the mouse's mouth shut and that would be fine. Soon, the mouse pair arrived at the mission site, the back kitchen of the auditorium. The Amazons who had been waiting immediately welcomed the two, and soon the two were given the task of washing vegetables. During the period, Su Yi the smeared honey like small mouth finally did not make any more trouble. Having a pleasant conversation with the Amazons, it didn't even take long for Su Yi to become the Amazons' group favorite, and everyone especially liked him. Sasha, meanwhile, sat on a small bench nearby and carefully cleaned the vegetables. These are everyone's meals tonight, so it's important to clean them up a bit. Just after working for a while, Su Yi got up and said he had to go to the restroom. Then it left the back room. Immediately following, a cameraman following Su Yi also left the back kitchen. As soon as he walked out, Su Yi said to the camera, "I'm simply too resourceful, washing the dishes is a real pain in the ass, let's leave it to Sasha." Viewers, please follow me as today's host, Mouse, takes you on a journey through an original northern rural feast. Ha. Mouse is simply too bad that he didn't really need to go to the restroom, but just lied casually in order to sneak out and touch the fish. You little wit, I usually don't want to work at home, and I casually run off to squat in the bathroom, ha. Poor Sasha, she's completely unaware of this and is still working her ass off washing dishes. Ha. The crowd also got a good chuckle out of this silky smooth sneak and grab operation by Mouse. But there were some who questioned the fact that everyone was trying to accomplish their respective tasks in order to have a nice hot meal tonight. But Su Yi ran out to touch the fish, is this appropriate? The crowd of celebrity guests in the studio saw this scene and began to discuss it as well. Heejung, Mouse the kid, simply a little wit. Mengfei, I'm just afraid that after a while the joy will give birth to sorrow, and if the other members of the love group know that he didn't work and ran out to touch the fish, they will surely have to verbally attack him. Li Duanhao, maybe the punishment is not being allowed to eat with everyone? The mouse will have to cry then. In the meantime, Su Yi wandered around for a while, walking and entering the vicinity of the spirit hall on the other side. The sound of mourning music came to his ears, but since it was a happy funeral, the sound of the oboe didn't sound particularly mournful. The first time he heard this piece of mournful music, Su Yi's mind flashed with relevant memory information and subconsciously said, "Oh, it's playing the Great Exodus, it looks like it's the day of the Lord's funeral errand." Just as he said that, the sound of the oboe came to an abrupt end, and the other instruments soon stopped playing as well. Without waiting for Su Yi to be puzzled, he heard someone shouting next door. "What's going on? Why isn't it blowing?" As he spoke, a middle-aged man with a white scarf on his head walked over quickly. He is the head of this white goods team, known as Zhang Daki. Su Yi sniffed and was also curious to come over to watch the fun. Someone in the white crew soon shouted, "Brother Wang had a sudden heart attack, where's the emergency medicine?" "What? I'm out of pills and I haven't gotten around to buying them yet." "Quick, get the man in the car and take him to the hospital. A group of Hans got busy, and Sui stood by the side and gave a hand in passing. Class advocate Bigfoot saw that he was handy and diligent, so he took the initiative to pull out the cigarettes. Sui waved his hand and pointed at the camera, "Live it." Zhang Daki immediately understood and was about to take the cigarette back again. Unexpectedly, Sui grabbed his wrist. Zhang Dafu had a puzzled expression, not quite understanding what this meant. Sui, let's go behind the camera and light a fire. Zhang Daki? Cameraman? Think I'm an NPC? Live viewers, pointing at the camera is not a rejection, it's a way for you to avoid the camera. Laugh out loud. Mouse, you boys do know how to audit. Ha ha ha. Or maybe the director cursed when the live room was blocked before, ha ha ha. Chapter 9, let you play a Suona, and you cry in the audience? In Suya's live broadcast room, many new viewers were confused when they saw a 5 black dog chasing a 4-eyed ironclad gold on the screen. Occasionally, though, the two could be heard talking now and then. New guy who doesn't know what he's talking about asks why there are only 2 dogs in this live shot. Is this live feed dubbing a dog? Ha ha ha. Did you guys have to laugh me to death in the mouse's live room? Throw these 2 newcomers out. They're too bad. Mouse, someone crickets you're dubbing a dog, ha ha. But there were still some kind people, and after explaining it to the viewers who had come from other broadcasting rooms, everyone then realized it. At that exact moment, the sound of clear conversation came. Hey, today how so bad luck? I went out in the morning when halfway car was wiped out, rushed to the scene of the errand, under the hands of the only oboe masters and sick resuscitation went. Zhang Daki was spitting when several middle-aged men and women appeared on camera. Zhang Daki, what are you doing? Didn't we talk about $600 for a day's blow, why don't we do it now? Zhang Dafeng quickly explained that the incident was sudden and he didn't want it to be like this. However, on the side of the main family, all the relatives and family members have arrived today, and there are many relatives who came back from overseas overnight to attend the funeral of the old man. Without a Suona master, what about this funeral? Dasha originally valued the 2 major events of life and death, not to mention the fact that when this family's old man was alive, he also had a strong fragrance and a thriving family. Many of the relatives were deeply attached to the old man, not to mention the fact that it was a specially chosen auspicious day. This thing has to be done. Zhang Daki, I'll give you up to half an hour more now, and within half an hour, I want to hear the white-colored team banging gongs and drums to send my old man on his last journey. If you can't do it, not to mention that you won't get the money, you won't be able to take jobs in this part of Tianjin in the future. The master's attitude was strong, and Zhang Daki had a bitter look on his face, but he didn't dare to refute it. After all, the main family's side was already very willing to give up, and now that he had spoiled their big event, how would he dare to say half a word? Ouch. Zhang Daki instantly became worried, took out his cell phone and immediately began to call and contact his friends, but the time given by the Lord's family was too short, and some people were more than 100 kilometers away and simply could not rush over. What a way to go! Does anyone else know an oboe master in the neighborhood? Hurry up and contact them for me. I don't care how much they charge. Zhang Dafeng looked to the rest of the squad, eager for someone to step forward at this point. But sadly, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Zhang Daki was in a hurry, and just at that moment, Sasha came this way from the back kitchen. Mouse, I've been looking for you for ages, didn't you say you were going to the restroom? How come you're here? Sasha honestly thought at first that Sui had really gone to the toilet and didn't think much of it, continuing to bury her head in the dishes. But after half a day, Sui had no intention of coming back. Looking at the mountain of vegetables in front of us, when will this end if no one comes together to help? That's when it suddenly dawned on me, where's Mouse Man? After some questioning, I learned that Mouse hadn't gone to the bathroom at all. Sasha was depressed and ran out looking for someone, circling around for a long time before finding them. Sui was questioned by his task partner and said without blushing, "Do you believe me when I say that I got lost on the way to the toilet and then somehow squatted and chatted with the older men over here?" Sasha returned that, "Do you think I believe that?" The expression, "Laughing doesn't live. Little brother Mouse is just so bad, Sasha is really pitiful. Sasha is so tired, what if her teammates are too pitiful? Heartbroken Sasha, why doesn't the mouse hurry up and coax her?" Hearing the conversation between the two over here, Zhang Daki's gaze landed on Suya's side of the two. I heard that the two of them were here to film the show, and it seems that there were other people, all actors. Zhang Daki walked over with the mentality of beating a dead horse and said, "So, Brother Mouse, you guys are here to record the show?" Su Yi nodded in affirmation. Zhang Dafeng continued, is there anyone on your program team who can play the Suona? Can you introduce me to one? It's urgent here. At that, Sasha inquired curiously. After learning what happened, the enthusiastic woman immediately said that she could help go and call the other members over. Zhang Daqi immediately nodded his head repeatedly while expressing his gratitude. Really? That's a big thank you to you, big sister. Soon, the members of the love group gathered over here, everyone having been informed of the situation on their way here. I heard that the oboe master needs help over here and is willing to pay a high price to hire him. Master Ikimoku moved a few times on his way here. While doing the quests and helping to prepare the feast, everyone will be able to follow along with this village feast tonight. But who wouldn't if they could make a little money along the way to ensure quality of life for the rest of their lives? So upon arriving, Master Ikimoku volunteered. I used to teach myself how to play the harmonica to chase girls, I don't know if it's any good? This was also the reason why Su Yi could only lie down helplessly. But there was certainly no way to surpass my sister Sophie before. But now, Su Yi felt that he had a talent that definitely hung on Sophie. That's being the conspicuous bag. At this time, seeing Sophie step forward, Zhang Dagong immediately brightened up. Naturally he could recognize Sophie, the first moment he saw the other man. Just don't dare to be sure, much less go up and ask. In the eyes of ordinary people, Sophie was a high goddess, an unattainable existence. Can you play the Suona? Zhang Dafeng said in surprise. Sophie said modestly, a little bit. Chapter 10 The goddess did such a thing for money? Zhang Daqi was immediately surprised and handed over the Suona, and thoughtfully wiped the mouthpiece clean with a paper towel. Sophie demonstrates the basic method of playing the Suona on the spot, and the members of the surrounding love group are amazed, and Zhang Daqi is even more delighted and nods his head frequently. Su Yi commented from the sidelines, blowing well, simply born to do white work. Sophie slanted him a direct look. Su Yi, it's this order if you really take it, maybe tomorrow morning on the bib hot search will appear, shocked. National goddess Sophie actually did this kind of thing for money. The hot search. The people next to him all laughed at this statement. Yi Xiaomei, puffing. Mouse, that's a little too ambiguous, isn't it? The crowd in the studio was laughing their asses off at this point. Jin Xing said while laughing, Mouse didn't think of Sophie as a big star at all. How do I feel now that there might be a hand and foot relationship between him and Sophie? He Zhang said, I don't think this is very likely, the difference between the two personalities is too big, and from the beginning of the program, Mouse didn't seem to take Sophie as a big star, unlike the others, who treated Sophie with an obviously somewhat formal attitude. At the same time, the live stream was filled with laughter. Ha ha ha. Mouse is the one who understands the way gossip news boards start titles. I think if Goddess Sophie really did take on this white job in order to help the love group earn a living, tomorrow's hot search might even be this. Goddess is playing funeral tunes, just thinking about that scene is driving me crazy with laughter. No way, how can a goddess do such a thing for money? That's the goddess of my heart. At the show, everyone laughed and laughed, but afterward, they all thought the mouse had a point. Sophie herself didn't think it was appropriate. Although she could play the oboe, she couldn't play the dirge. Besides, she doesn't quite fit, not that her status as a national goddess doesn't quite fit. Rather, it was her girlhood. After all, when it comes to things like funerals, the girl's gender is inherently taboo in many ways. So Sophie apologized, I'm sorry, I may not really be able to take this job, I've caused you trouble. Zhang Dafeng was a bit disappointed, but he could understand. Didn't say much about it. The big guys looked at each other and didn't have too good a solution for a while. Just as Master One Lamp was planning to offer to go back and complete his mission, Su Yi stepped forward. Class Master Zhang, do you think it's okay for me to take this job? Ah. Zhang Daqi saw Su Yi express his intention to take the job and let out a puzzled ah. Brother, you know the oboe too? The members of the love group also looked at Su Yi, originally thinking that this unexpected fortune would not be earned today. After all, among those present, except for the goddess Sophie, the others did not know how to play the oboe. Su Yi, Zhang Ban master, you don't say, today this Suona master, I also small knife to ass. Zhang Daqi, how do you mean? Su Yi, to open your eyes. But a few people beside them were instantly tensed, and Sophie did not expect Su Yi to suddenly come up with such a witty remark. Receiving the Suona, Su Yi began to play a song dedicated to the white matter, the great funeral. In addition to this track, he had dozens of other tracks in the same genre in his head. They were all rewards from previous system draws. Suyi himself didn't expect that there would be a time when such an abstract reward could be used. And it's profitable. Suona is known as the rogue of musical instruments, blowing out not only a unique tone, but also a penetrating and infectious sound. As soon as the music started, the members of the white team next door immediately subconsciously followed the gongs and drums. Suyi played the Great Funeral with the previous Suona master, obviously the same tune, but in the years of Zhang Defei and some relatives next to the family, but with a different kind of sadness. Soon there were family members who couldn't help but cry. Zhang Dafu often do this business, also feel a lot, not long also followed the inexplicable cry. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to cry anyway. The members of the love group were also inexplicably touched, and one by one, their emotions soon became mournful as well, especially the girls. Yi Xiaomei couldn't stand the sad atmosphere and soon cried as well. Not too long afterward, cries rose from the hearth. Dozens of relatives and friends who attended the funeral all howled. "Oh! Grandpa, grandson really misses you. Dad! Don't worry about going away, don't ever come back. Old uncle, do you remember when you carried me to the doctor when I was little? It was freezing." The cries were so loud that the people helping around them were soon attracted to them as well and came running over. Then they also felt this intense sadness in front of them and followed the cry. Several filial sons and daughters of the main family cried especially sadly, and the old man's pair of sons and daughters even choked so much that they fainted. The studio exuded a strong sense of sadness. He Jiong recalled his first few years on the road and wiped a tear of sorrow along with him. Ms. Jin Xing is the most emotional, she is the most empathetic person in the studio. After all, the past experience of the bumps and bruises, Jin Xing took a tissue to wipe away the tears, told himself to be strong. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room who had low tear points began to cry their eyes out along with them. Chapter 11, Please stop blowing up, the living will be sent away by you. At the scene of the auditorium, the leader of the white-colored team, Bigfoot, was called over by the main family. Soon, several people returned together. Zhang Dafu spoke up, "Little brother Mouse, stop blowing, stop for a moment." Suyi then stopped blowing and looked at the several people suspiciously. "Weren't you the ones who asked to blow hot and cold? Why are you telling me not to blow it now?" On the main family's side, the old man's second grandson opened his mouth. "Master, this morning music you play is also a little too sad, my father can't stand crying, just now almost a breath didn't come up," and directly accompanied the old man. "We are organizing a happy funeral here today, can you change the song? I want to cry after listening to the one just now." "But can't live without laughing, first time I've heard of a request not to blow up so sadly at a white wedding. This request is also difficult enough for the mouse little brother, this how to blow it. I also think the big exit is just too sad to cry, so why don't we change the song?" Suyi took this trip originally to earn some living expenses, since the main family's side asked for a change of tune, it must be changed. After thinking about it, Suyi instantly picked a song called "Father's Love is Like a Mountain." At first everyone was stable and didn't want to cry as much as before. But soon, everyone was moved by the tune, and the sadness spread again as many knelt in the hearth, remembering their elderly, hard-working fathers. "Whoa whoa! My drop-dead dad!" Several immediate family members, in particular, cried more than one. It didn't take long for several relatives to cry themselves to sleep and be carried out. The more people listen to it, the sadder it gets, and the more lethal the track is than it was earlier. After all, who is not the parents' hard work to bring up, the whole audience cried a lot, even in the white class who are used to seeing life and death, there are a lot of people who accompanied the music while wiping tears. Several of the master's family members were crying so hard they were on the verge of swallowing their breath. The morning music could not be stopped any longer, and now everyone counted on knowing that no matter what tune was changed, the oboe master's power was so deep that they all had to cry after hearing it. So one junior had the bright idea to hurry up and tear off his cotton jacket and plug his ears with cotton. With a move like that down and no more voices to be heard, sure enough the mood soon stabilized quite a bit. So someone immediately followed suit. Soon everyone in the hearth had cotton stuffed in their ears, which was much better. This operation was also learned by the viewers who wanted to watch Su Ye's side of the broadcast. "Why didn't I think of that? Wearing earplugs sure makes watching videos a lot better, and I don't want to cry out as much." Yes, this young man of the Lord's family has a really bright brain, hey. I say upstairs is not too little cute. You guys won't just mute the video? I'll just read the subtitles. Good point. In the studio, for their part, a host of members of the celebrity watchdog group donned large ear wraps. He Jung said, "What program is this one of ours? Why can't I remember all of a sudden?" The other guests next to him could tell that Mr. He was just casually teasing and gave a chuckle. Meng Fei, although the picture style of the program seems to be not quite right, but the mouse is also for everyone to have funds to live in the next 2 days well, a white work can earn $1,600. Jin Xing, I just hope now that mouse doesn't discover his unique talent for playing the oboe so quickly, and suggest that Sophie give him some guidance tonight, and never move on to the dirge side of things. Otherwise, the next time the love group runs out of money to live on, are we going to make the mouse go out and pick up white jobs? Bai Mengyan immediately followed suit and nodded her head, yes, my tear point is already low, if I blow another game, I'm also afraid that I'll cry myself into a coma. The other guests couldn't help themselves. But both felt that Ms. Golden Apricot's spicy comment was right on the money, and that the mouse should never be allowed to play the oboe again. Not only are they giving away the dead, but the living are being given away, too. Saw the discussion in the observer mission. A number of people on the air nodded their heads in deep thought. That's right. Please do something in the realm of the living, not the netherworld. I'm afraid I'll be sent away someday. In the end, it's still too uptight for an instrument like the Suona, and I don't know why there are still masters who specialize in playing the Suona. That's right, these old-fashioned things should have been eliminated with the times a long time ago. I think it is also true that this kind of bad custom of organizing a white wedding in the countryside should really be outlawed. Look at other people abroad, at funerals, they all play piano music, how beautiful is that style? Well, and people don't come together in a row to eat a big potluck, everyone chooses a little bit of their favorite desserts and snacks, and we all have a glass of red wine and remember the deceased together, that's civilization. Hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcasting room suddenly appeared, some similar people who touted foreign customs and belittled domestic bad habits. Many people frowned back when they saw such a pop-up. I'm just watching a sandy abstract variety show, how can I still run into this kind of dog that kneels to your foreign father? I find this kind of people are also pathetic enough to brag every day about how good other places are, so why don't you go there? What kind of existence are you looking for here? The oboe is just a musical instrument, how can that be demeaning? Holy, why don't you say that our custom of blowing the Suona for a white wedding was practiced hundreds of years ago, at the same time that your foreign daddies were still ting all over the streets? The pop-up section of the live stream quickly became noisy. That's when the day's work for the Love Corps ended. Sui earned the team their first living expenses, which totaled $1,600. Together they packed a dozen or so hard-cooked dishes from the village table and sat around the Love Cottage dining room. After a long day of labor, I was able to enjoy a brief moment of leisure. Sophie took out 2 bottles of sorghum wine that she had brought from home, and everyone poured 2 or 2 each, while the girls drank sparkling water. The hearty dinner was eaten with satisfaction on every face. During the meeting, the members of the love group each chatted, with the topics mainly centering on food and today's Sui Suona. Master One Lamp, Mouse, I honestly didn't realize that you had such a hand. Sasha, quite a surprise indeed, can I interview you about how exactly you came to this road of no return? Sui casually said while holding the Suona presented by Zhang Daki. None other than a familiar hand. The crowd was instantly happy to hear this, Sui's proud little expression was simply too joyful. But soon, someone noticed that Sophie was looking at her cell phone at this moment, her willow eyebrows frowning, as if she had stumbled upon something unhappy. Sophie, what are you looking at? Yi Xiaomei curiously stretched her neck over to take a few glances. She was sitting right next to Sophie, and when she saw the contents of the cell phone, Yi Xiaomei frowned along with her. What kind of people are these nah? They're a little big in the head, aren't they? What makes you say that the Suona is an unseemly instrument? What's even more annoying is that there are people who say that a rogue instrument like the Suona should be eliminated by the times? Chapter 12 saying the Suona is no match for Western music? Then listen up. Yi Xiaomei was indignant, and Sophie was frowning all the time. Sasha asked, what happened? Yi Xiaomei immediately told everyone about those netizens who had just seen disparaging remarks about the oboe, and then said with an ugly face. What era is this? Why do people always like to compare the differentiated customs of different countries, and then disparage the folk customs of our native daxia? What's wrong with playing the oboe? I think men who play oboes are so handsome. Of course, it would be even cooler if we could stop playing white-knuckle tunes. Yi Xiaomei stood out with a big grin to voice her grievances, while looking at Suya's side without avoiding it. The crowd of Observer Corps members in the studio will smile. Jin Xing said with the experience of a passerby, Yi Xiaomei took the initiative to speak for the mouse, this is equivalent to making it clear, I think there is a possibility between the two of them. Oh. By Meng Yen joked, I didn't realize that Yi Xiaomei's favorite type wasn't quite the same as everyone else's, so maybe she's a fun personality. Love Shack. Hearing Yi Xiaomei speak as if she was declaring her sovereignty, everyone broke into smiles. Sophie said with a look of disgust, just hurry up and get together with the mouse and forget about it, stay away from me, I feel like you're unclean now. Everyone who hadn't realized that goddesses could talk so funny sometimes laughed out loud. Sophie directly pushed Yi Xiaomei away so that she could go and sit with Su Yi. Yi Xiaomei deflated, what's the matter, I'm just saying a few words for today's big successor, it's really not what you think. Though the mouth was a dead duck's tongue and pressed to admit it. However, the body was honest and half pushed and half sat beside Su Yi. That's when Sophie said, Mouse, give me the oboe. Everyone immediately realized that the goddess was trying to fight for the national instrument as well. One's eyes lit up at once. Su Yi handed the Suona to Yi Xiaomei, who passed it to Sophie. Everyone noticed the scene and raised an eyebrow, letting out an O. Yi Xiaomei's pretty face blushed slightly, but quickly calmed down. Sophie took over the Suona and played a folk classic, 6 characters opened the door on the spot, a tune with a cheerful rhythm and a light mood. When the blowing was finished, there was a round of applause from all. Master Akimoku, worthy of being a national goddess, the talent is really amazing. The Empty Duke, this is such a beautiful song, and honestly, I feel like my whole mood has relaxed. Sasha, that's right, if I were a man, I'd definitely fall under Sophie's sister's stone skirt. Sophie waved her hand very modestly, but quickly turned to say, it's actually not that our Desia's instrument is outdated or anything, it's just that among the pieces played exclusively on the Suona, there aren't as many classic piano pieces as there are abroad in particular. This creates an illusion for many people who are sitting on the fence, as if what has been handed down from the old ancestors is old dross, and the tricks that people have researched are the quintessence. A powerful statement that those in the room couldn't agree with more. The celebrity observer group in the studio also nodded frequently. Ho-jang, yeah, it's actually mostly due to the lack of representation. Meng Fei, well, the main reason is that there are too few modern masters of the Suona that have been handed down to us, and the instrument is a bit too limited to be moved up to a place like a concert. By Meng Yan, yes, and if you add it to the musical accompaniment, it's especially easy to clamor for attention, after all, the oboe is so conspicuous in its blowing. A lot of people on the air couldn't agree more. But even so, there are still a lot of people singing the opposite. Stop it, Sophie performed a Suona tune live though, but listen carefully, is it good? Yes, needless to say, take the violin, listen to the violin playing out the music, and then listen to the tune she just played, can you listen to it? AI, off the powder, in the past also think that Sophie is quite excellent, I did not think that it was me who looked at the wrong person. Yes, a good elegant goddess, nothing to play what oboe, I now have no good feelings for Sophie at all. Wasn't really going to bother with the negative comments, after all, these people are really quite pathetic. Although Sui and Sophie grew up living abroad, they came back once every few years to see their elders. It's really when out there that you realize it's pretty much the same everywhere, and there really isn't anything to brag about. On the contrary, the development within Dacia has been much better than outside over the years, and the quality of life elsewhere has become more and more average. Everyone else saw the negative comments and frowned frequently. Yi Xiaomei, these people really don't know any. An open mission? Sui didn't expect the system to enact a mission at this time. It turns out that manifesting yourself in front of people can count as one of the conspicuous packages? It seems there are many ways for this Tsuko to collect conspicuous spots. The setting is very much dripping in ginkgo talk, which Sui is going to hit the nail on the head. With such a powerful tutelary, surpassing Sister Sophie's accomplishments might not only not be a dream, it might not even take long. View the finished mission. Sui fell into thought. The system lets him play the oboe and show his sainthood in front of people to shut up the spammers. This task seems very simple at first glance. But Sui carefully considered what kind of tune to play. He also knew the 6-character open door that Sophie had just blown, but the effect was clearly not up to the system's requirements. Although the system had previously rewarded a song called 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix, Sui wasn't sure if taking this song out could achieve the effect he wanted. Sui is not a person who was entangled, what is there to worry about, after blowing up? Sui stepped forward and said, give me the Suona. Since some people think the oboe is no match for those foreign instruments, let's hear it. Everyone looked at Sui at the same time. Chapter 13, Stand Back, I'm going to start playing hard to get. Hearing Sui's words, Those people in the live broadcast room who originally had a disdainful face, at this time, each one of them seemed to have struck a group of necks as if they had hit a group of necks. Started blasting Sui on the pop-ups. Because the recording of the program doesn't prohibit the members of the love group from carrying cell phones, after all, everyone else here except Sophie is a vegetarian. Everyone has their own normal lives in addition to recording the show. And the daily phone calls from loved ones to check in are part of the show's attraction, as people share with their families about their lives here and their newfound friends. So these news were found out by the members of the love group at the same time. It's just a clown who blows white things up, so people don't have to pay attention to him. Laughing, this little Karami from nowhere really thinks he's a star performer after appearing on a program? I wonder, is it so hard for him to honestly admit that the oboe is not as elegant and beautiful as the piano or violin? Yes, what era is it now? There are still people who always open and close their mouths to dig the old generation of that set of things. The times are evolving. Oboe, this kind of thing should be eliminated. At this time, it wasn't just the live broadcast pop-up area that was frantically blasting Sui. A stand-up comedian named Wang Xiaobo soon came forward. Wang Xiaobo opened his own live broadcast, and the title directly stated that he wanted to rub this wave of heat. Wang Xiaobo's usual job is to give speeches in stand-up comedy, so the level of language is very much a bit of a meritocracy, plus his segments are mostly bombardments of old cliched customs. It has won many loyal female fans. Wang Xiaobo Live, today's title, Traditional Musical Instruments Don't Need to Exist, Nothing. He had just been on the air for a few minutes and immediately attracted thousands of fans online. It was supposed to be the time of day when everyone was taking a break from work. So just started chatting for a long time. Wang Xiaobo's live room number rose to 100,000 plus. Though it's a bit of a no-brainer compared to Sisters and Brothers in Love, the new live romance series that hit the airwaves today, with its horrific numbers of a full 2 million online. But with his articulate mouth. A number of people soon agreed with him, and gift after gift was swiped. All of a sudden, his live room dried up to second in the heat on the Breaking Bad platform. Second only to Sisters and Brothers in Love on the air. Wang Xiaobo, for this program tonight, I want to talk about two main issues. Wang Xiaobo, may I ask, should all kinds of bad habits still exist in the countryside or not? In addition, I saw that in a certain program, the popular celebrity guests, in order to gain the audience's attention, even attended funerals and such things to live broadcast to hype up the heat. Wang Xiaobo soon began his talk show, spilling out a large paragraph of views thrown out. Talking about the rural areas of this kind of white dinner banquet is not at all hygienic and safe, this matter above. I'm sure you've seen the kitchen environment in those villages on other broadcasts, it's just unbearable. It's amazing that people can eat from such a small workshop that makes food for the whole village without any food safety norms. Wang Xiaobo shook his head frequently, bitterly criticizing the scene he saw during today's live broadcast of the Sisters and Brothers in Love. Also said, I honestly can't figure out what the showrunners are thinking right now. For the sake of eyeballs they would even shoot these vulgar contents. Look at the romance variety show over in Bangkok, how elegant is the shooting environment. In people's programs over there, the places where the male and female guests meet are carefully selected, and the filming locations are very elaborate, often setting the locations in world-renowned tourist excesses, such as the romantic capital of Bali. He quickly attracted a very large amount of attention with this comment. In the love hut, the empty male opened his cell phone and saw Wang Xiaobo's live video. Wang Xiaobo's voice was also externalized at the same time, and everyone could hear it clearly. Including Sophie. At this point, Sophie's willow brows furrowed in particular revulsion. It was just the combination of good breeding and the habit of never swearing that made her angry, but for a moment she didn't know how to respond to such people. Master Elam also wanted to dislike this kind of guy, but his mouth was not clever enough, and after thinking for half a day, he stifled out a sentence, inappropriate son of a man. Bah! The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. But soon, Sasha was the first to raise her head to look at Sui, and the others also looked at Sui together as if they had a heart-to-heart. Sui, what are you guys looking at me for? Sasha, it's time for our strongest mouth replacement to make an appearance. Sophie pursed her lips and that's right, although he's very abstract, but when it comes to being a smooth talker, I think he's the only one present. But everyone at the Love Shack burst out laughing. Live stream. But why does the mouse always pop out such golden words so often? I can't live without laughing at my family. Finished. Why do I think he's really handsome at this moment? Am I unclean? Oh my god. Why is it that I'm suddenly so excited when it's obviously so awkward? Po ha ha ha. What the hell is in Mouse's head? I'd like to swap brains with him. Families who get it? I'd love to fan Mouse, but I'm afraid I'm not abstract enough to deserve to be his fan. In the live broadcast screen, the special effects artist also thoughtfully paired this moment with 50 cents of gorgeous special effects for Suyi. With the conspicuous point rewards arriving, Suyi quickly felt that his talent in language had gained a qualitative improvement. For example, now, Suyi cannot help but pop up in his mind a paragraph with both humor and funny, at the same time ironic meaning pull full. Elegance isn't pretending, grandchildren are. Chapter 14 What does it mean to be a top language artist? With all the people looking forward to it, Suyi slowly opened his mouth in the midst of all the gazes. First, for one of the first issues thrown up by the stand-up comedian, the village seat is a dirty environment that doesn't meet food safety standards, and the chef likely doesn't have an occupational license. I'd like to say here that if this can be hacked, then I'd suggest that the stand-up comedian might as well develop the photosynthesis gene himself. There's no food in the world that's worthy of you. There was a heartfelt laugh at this comment. The same number of people in the live stream sent pop-ups in support. Good. Worthy of being my only mouth double in inner entertainment, the mouse has a way with words. Ha ha ha. The phrase photosynthesis, this is a direct way for a certain Xiaobo to single out a species on his own, it's just laughable. Suyi calmly continued. You can question the big seat in the countryside as being out of taste, but say it's not clean. Young man, you're afraid you don't know rural banquet hygiene conditions, although general, but almost very few people eat bad stomach, because we are all in a village, usually low, no head, no one can spoil you here, chef once the reputation is rotten, this life basically also say goodbye to this line of work. What's more, washing dishes to help the cook are 3 aunts and 6 grandmothers, aunts, and nieces, the chef cooks but if a little dare not be a little more careful, so many pairs of eyes staring, please ask if everyone will not see it? Also, if you think those ingredients are unhealthy, you're totally overthinking it. See that chicken leg in your hand? It was in the ground an hour ago pecking at the cabbage on your table. Before the table opened, your meat dish was still eating your veggie dish, the pork in the bowl was interacting with you an hour ago, you two were talking and laughing, who the hell knew that this was going to be a life and death parting? An insightful and at the same time lively and entertaining speech that made everyone smile. The vast majority of people in the livestream have sent pop-ups in support of the kudos. At the same time, many people moved Suye's words to Wang Xiaobo's live broadcast and questioned them on the spot. He disliked Wang Xiaobo's face, but he still forced himself to defend. Even if the ingredients are fresh, so what? Aren't there still a lot of people who have diarrhea after eating them? What does that say? This interrogation is naturally audio extemporized as well and dropped into the love shack. Suyi laughed coldly and answered dryly and forcefully, eat up. To ha ha. That answer somehow poked me in the funny bone. Ah yes. I'm that big greedy girl, several times because I ate too much watermelon, go back to scurry thin. Agreed on the +1, I binge eat every time because I'm so eager to get my gift money back every time. Wang Xiaobo was dumbfounded when he heard such a reply. But soon, Wang Xiaobo very unconvincingly caught on to another point again. Wang Xiaobo, what I can't understand the most is that the dining environment of those people is described as humble, and you can even see in a lot of pictures that there are quite a few people squatting on the floor to eat. The most direct difference between humans and animals lies in the fact that humans sit at the table to eat. This way of eating, it's just too vulgar. Look at other people abroad, using forks and table knives to eat, how elegant is that? Many viewers who had come over from the live broadcast of Sisters and Brothers in Love to angrily dislike Wang Xiaobo didn't know what to do for a while. Only to return to the live program again and wait for Suyi to speak. Hearing this sophistry, Suyi smiled disdainfully and shook his head. Pop-ups quickly floated across the live feed. You can't beat him? This mouse isn't much better. How dare you come out at this level? I'm afraid you don't know that people who play stand-up comedy are simply masters of language per capita, right? Laughing my ass off, I'd like to see what else you have to say. People Talk Show side said there is no wrong squatting on the ground to eat. This kind of thing can still happen in this era? Look at others abroad, dining environment have air quality indicators. The sight of these speeches made everyone's face hard in the love shack. Glancing at each other, their gazes could only end up converging on Suyi once again. Suyi opened his mouth. Some people are so sad, what's so demeaning about that? Oh, those foreign devils eat a 1-minute cooked steak, bite a mouthful of blood foam, but also beautifully called myoglobin, with a knife cut batu, is elegant? Wouldn't it be fresher to go straight to the farm next time and chase the cow for a joyful nibble? And talk about squatting on the ground to eat is vulgar, at least we eat things are cooked, eat raw meat. Sorry, that is the primitive people can only rush out of the thing, this kind of thing our 6,000 years ago the old ancestors do not do. As for the comment about the beautiful environment for eating over there by others, I'm just going to say here that I suggest you buy a plane ticket and go out and see for yourself, and see what they eat at their table first. The little pretty side of the plate can be full of 20 dishes, a chickpea can take up half of them, all kinds of chickpea products. The way of cooking is even more pathetic to the extreme, everything is dumped into the pot in a brain to go through once even if it's done. You call that elegance? You can't even name 20 dishes and that's classy? We're vulgar for squatting and eating when we don't have a table? Would you like me to give you an 8-minute non-repeating name of the dish on the spot? There is no comparative value in this thing, and is it necessary to harden the so-called rituals when you are not in a position to do so? A word to the wise, elegance isn't pretending, grandchildren are. The live stream pop-ups went straight to the screen. Countless viewers were amused by Suya's words. Po ha ha ha. That's just so level-headed of mouse. I'm convinced. It's the grandchildren who are pretending, ha ha ha. Can't live without laughing family members. If this kind of demon or devil appears in the comments section again in the future, I'll directly dislike it with this sentence. Wang Xiaobo scene jammed, a face suffocated red, a long time cannot say a word. At this time, Suyi picked up the Suona. Greeted the audience to the live camera. Gentlemen, this side of the room suggests that the sound be turned off immediately, and next I'm going to play you a piece of up-tempo music on the oboe. The words just fell, before the crowd in the live broadcast could react to make a maneuver. Sui had already started blowing. Slow down a bit I've been crying all afternoon and now I don't want to keep crying Mouse you old 6. You're starting at 0 frames per second, aren't you? Don't wow. My whole family is watching the show. Before the audience could react, the unique and infectious tones of the oboe came through. Suyi directly chose frame 0 to start, blowing the most classic and famous scene of 100 birds in the sky. The voice rang out, and for the first second everyone first looked puzzled. Immediately after that, someone's eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock. This sound is actually played in an oboe? A stunned look appeared on everyone's faces in the love hut. Sophie was the most shocked of them all, having a deep knowledge of music herself and being proficient in the oboe herself. But the tune that Suyi blew out right now was unheard of. Is that really the sound of a shong? It's unbelievable. Chapter 15. A song, 100 birds, 100 phoenixes, and the whole audience was silent. As Suya's oboe sounded, the countless viewers at the Love Hut site, in the studio, or who were watching the live broadcast, all let out a gasp at this moment. The tune 100 Years to the Phoenix has not yet been developed in this world. And in Suya's original world, this song had gone through countless versions from its birth to its evolution. The earliest version of 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix is actually rather crude, mainly imitating birdsong, dogs, cats, and even pigs, sometimes interspersed with the sounds of hens laying eggs and children crying. One of the many spikes is that it gives the player a lot of freedom to play. As a result, the audience will hear many unexpected melodies in this oboe piece. At the moment, everyone in the Love Hut is mesmerized by the oboe's song. No one had ever imagined that the instrumental hooligan, which had a ruined reputation one day, would give birth to such a unique piece of music in Suya's hands. The audience was mesmerized, and following Suya's playing, it was as if everyone had entered a deep forest. The environment here is pristine, with cicadas chirping and birds singing in the summer, hermits living deep in the mountains, cats and dogs guarding the house, and 6 animals thriving and a small river bubbling. Using only a Suona, Sui placed the whole of nature in human life. Such a marvelous piece of music, such a versatile instrument, falls into the hands of some people as an inferior product that should be eliminated by the times? Which is not true. So his playing ends at just the right hollow calm. Not only the crowd in the Love Shack, but also the members of the Star Watch group in the studio applauded him enthusiastically at the same time. Sasha, this piece is simply amazing. Is this really played on a shong? Yi Xiaomei, a man who can play the Suona is simply too handsome. After listening to Brother Mouse play the Suona, not to mention washing a bowl, even if I were to plow 2 miles of land now, it would be no problem. Saying that, Yi Xiaomei also exaggeratedly rolled up her short sleeves, revealing her big slim arms. Everyone burst out laughing for a moment. A few sound came out. Everyone could now clearly feel that Yi Xiaomei was very interested in the mouse. Especially when the song 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix was blown. Who couldn't see the little stars of adoration emanating from Yi Xiaomei's eyes when she looked at the mouse? Sophie was equally surprised, only where she was surprised was when her brother, Su-yi, had secretly created such an amazing piece of music behind. Sophie didn't suspect anything, after all, she was aware of Su-ye's talent, both of them had received professional training in musical instruments. It only didn't occur to him that Su-yi had hidden such a hand behind his back. Studio. Jin Xing said with a somewhat exaggerated expression, "This piece is so powerful, I remember hearing a saying in the past, of all the hundreds of musical instruments, the Suona is the king." I was still relatively young at that time, so I think that's a bit too much to say. I didn't expect that the mouse would let me really see the power of the Suona as an instrument today. Yellowwing said, "Personally, I don't know much about the instrument side of things, but I do listen to the occasional concert, and I've never heard so many different tones over any other instrument, anyway." Bai Meng Yen said, "This song I think the most powerful place lies in, usually I listen to the piano music, although it is also very good to listen to, but not just now that kind of extremely strong sense of immersion, I feel as if I am in the middle of a primitive forest, looking at the sunrise and sunset, a profound understanding of the player's state of mind at this time." He Jong nodded his head and added, "That's right, and I can clearly feel that the section that the mouse played just now is just an excerpt, there should be another part of this piece, or even more than one part." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Mr. He's speculation. Shock was even written all over his face. This assumption hadn't really occurred to anyone. When Mr. He said this, everyone immediately thought that this might be true. Meng Fei, I hear a life in this tune, so I guess that Mouse's complete conception of this tune would be to blow a person's whole life through it, and this idea is simply a genius. Ginkgo, you want to cover it from birth to burial, don't you? Ha ha. The crowd associated the mouse with various abstract manifestations. The live broadcast room was inexplicably unusually quiet at this time. Countless viewers were completely silent after hearing 100 birds, 100 phoenixes. Because people didn't know how to critique his entire being went straight into self-imposed isolation. Pressure doesn't have the face to continue with the pop-up line. It could only be grayed out with an excuse to come back another time and shut down the broadcast in a hurry. Quite a few other small spewing netizens who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to rub a wave of traffic heat, seeing that the situation was not quite right, also one by one did not dare to say anything more. Hurry up and clamp down on the dog's head to save your life. After all, there are risks involved in eating this bowl. What if it causes outrage and one day gets real offline? Some cranky old man is not kidding you. Chapter 16 Su-yi on the hot search again, the national team named collection. The Love sisters and brothers live streamed, and everyone began to go about their business, with the girls taking care of cleaning up the dishes. The boys, on the other hand, each went to wash up before coming out to help with the chores. After all, it's a variety show that focuses on getting closer to a more realistic love life, and it's always live except for the regular breaks for the members of the love group. But as Su-yi, the conspicuous bag, went back to his room to wash up, many viewers silently exited the live broadcast. A significant number of them habitually opened their bibs. Then everyone realized that the words related to sisters and brothers in love had surprisingly rushed back into the hot search. Hashtag elegance isn't pretending, grandchildren are. Hashtag explode. Hashtag witness the birth of God's song, who is mouse. Hashtag explode. Hashtag do you dare to believe that this is a piece of music played by an oboe? Hashtag explode. Hashtag is the big rural seat clean or not? Hashtag hot. Many netizens have flocked to the topic of interest, of which the most talked about is undoubtedly the mouse. What kind of background does this person have? People are simply too curious, and when someone has both the amazing gifts of talent and hilarity, everyone's curiosity level about them skyrockets. But nay, the list of people invited by the show this time is completely confidential. Although the national goddess Sophie is known to everyone, there is very little information about her in any way. There is only a description of the individual's acting career and the works in which Sophie has acted. That's why it's almost impossible for people to find out the biological sibling relationship between Sophie and Su-yi through public channels. That's why no one is pressuring the two to speculate on a sibling relationship right now. The members of the love group are busy with their own lives. At this point, the Cupid Star Watchers also began a discussion in response to today's broadcast. The Observer mission also has a mandate on it. They need to guess the real relationship between the members of the love group, and whoever can guess correctly will be awarded a Wise Eye medal. Ho Jong was the first to talk about the speculation of a hand-to-hand relationship. Gentlemen, after most of the day, who do you think is brother and sister to each of the 6 relationship members? Meng Fei, it's hard to say. I feel that Mastery Lantern and Xia are like a pair of hands and feet. They get along naturally with each other. For example, in the afternoon, Mastery Lantern directly asked Xia, "Do you want to drink juice today?" These little details of life don't come so naturally if they're not hand and foot. Jin Xing spoke up. I think it's also more likely that it's a hand-to-hand relationship between Master Kimoku and Sasha, and it's also worth noting that Mouse is the only Tsuchimikado out of all of them. I now suspect that the boy may well have told a lie to deliberately confuse the public, and of course it is possible that one of the female guests may have told a lie. But at least for now, I have a feeling that all of them put together don't have as much hard eyes as Mouse. By Meng Yan, I especially want to know now, who is this living treasure of a mouse in a hand and foot relationship with, and is it possible that it's Sophie Sr.? Huang Ying, as the only doctor of psychology in the room and a professional emotional tutor, followed suit at this time and expressed her professional guidance after her own observation. From a psychological point of view, there is necessarily a deep connection between the formation of one's personality and one's family of origin. People get along with each other in a subtle way and influence each other. All day long, I've been observing the personalities of the 6 love group members, and then guess what I found? Everyone looked at her. Yellowing continued. An interesting phenomenon. Sophie seemed to be deliberately avoiding interacting with the mouse throughout. Jin Su immediately made a decision to make sure that this song 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix would be on this cultural collections section and be included in the cultural collection. Over the years, as times have evolved, more and more cultural inheritance has been in a crisis of possible disconnection. Due to a combination of reasons, the program on the theme of cultural inheritance and transmission, which was long overdue, has been delayed again and again, and it was not until recently that action was finally taken. This time, Jin Su, as the initiator of the legacy, under the instruction of the leadership, the main task is to find and include those cultural treasures that have been lost in the flood of the times. Therefore, the first time she heard 100 Birds Towards the Phoenix, she immediately realized that this particular piece, presented in Suona, was extremely rich in traditional cultural deposits. She immediately got the students under her charge and began making arrangements at once. Xiaoxin, you make a trip in the next 2 days to find someone over in Tianjin. I hope he can find the time to record an installment of the cultural collection column we're preparing. Remember, be nice and make sure you tell him what our program is all about. Also, tell him that if he's willing to participate, we can include the song 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix he composed in the Daxia Cultural Collection and open it up to the public for exhibition. Xiaoxin's gaze was serious. Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. Love Shack. Sui had just washed out when he heard a system prompt ringing in his head. Your instant little mission is successfully completed. Drawing opens? Congratulations on obtaining Master Flower Handshaking Talent Mastery. You can create your own school of flower handshaking. Optional sect, Northern sect, characteristics, distinguished by upper body rhythm and extremely fast flower hand speed, outstanding style and distinctive features. Optional sect 2, Bagua Shake, characteristics, fusion of classic martial arts elements, abandoning the skills of anti-locking, talking about slow to fast, not arrogant, not impatient, a school of its own. Su Ye's face stiffened. Nice guy. What's wrong with the flower shaker? Even the various schools of thought have come out. This is to make him go down the road of flower shaking hand, right? It's too much. Choice 2. Su Yi immediately made his decision. As for why he chose the 8 trigrams shake, the main reason was that Su Yi really didn't want to get too deep into the path of the shake. At least the name sounds and feels a bit more reliable than Northern Pie. Su Yi soon felt that there was a lot more knowledge and techniques about the 8 trigrams shake in his mind. It didn't take long for it to gel. Though one can sense the unusual nature of this unique shake from the remembered images. But Su Yi always felt that the reward was a bit abstract. How great would it be to replace it with a bonus of expertise in acting and singing? Just then, a new alert came from the system. Ding! You have a new main quest. Main quest, practice Bagua shaking to Grandmaster level. Your current realm, successful realm. Quest reward, Golden Legendary Random Skill Book X1. What? Golden Lore Skill Book. The faint sadness that Su Yi had just risen immediately disappeared, and was replaced by curiosity and anticipation. The system is still very powerful. This time, I was surprised that I took the initiative to give a new quest, and the rewards looked really tempting. Chapter 17, Brother and Sister Identity to be Exposed? Sophie, don't. To be honest, Su Yi was a little heartbroken. That's a golden legend. In case you open a god-level skill or other word attribute or whatever, it's a bloody good deal. Just How should we train the Bagua shake to the master level? With this question in front of him, Suyi fell into thought. In my heart, I continuously called out several times system, united son, united brother. None of them reacted at all. Does that mean that getting better at shaking is all a matter of figuring out and practicing on your own until you come to a big realization one day? Mostly that's all there is to it. Suyi took advantage of the gap between his roommate going to wash up and blocked the camera in the bedroom with a towel, and then experimentally practiced according to the 8 trigram shake movement set. It seemed a little rusty the first time. After practicing, Suyi opened the system panel and was surprised to find that a proficiency progress bar appeared below the Bagua shake skill entry. It was only a small increase, but the discovery certainly showed that he was on the right track so far. In order to go from the minor achievement realm to the patriarchal realm, one needs to practice constantly. Since this idea works, just keep concentrating on practicing it. Suyi was instantly relieved, seeing the hope of completing the mission. With direction, everything opens up before you. But just as he intended to strike while the iron was hot, he practiced a few more times to increase his proficiency. Heard the lock on the bathroom door open and knew his roommate had finished washing up. Suyi felt more or less ashamed of shaking so much, and temporarily gave up on continuing to practice. Empty Duke, thank you, I forgot to cover the camera in the shower just now, I didn't expect you to be so attentive and help me block the camera. The Empty Duke stepped out of the bathroom and looked to where the camera was located. Suyi blinked and didn't bother to explain the misunderstanding, he just felt a little ashamed practicing the 8 trigram shake alone in front of the mirror in the room and didn't want to broadcast it live in front of the audience. Suyi, then I'll go downstairs and see if I need any help. After saying hello, Suyi left the room. Standing on the second floor porch of the cabin, tap on the system panel. When I checked just now, not only did I find that there was an additional Bagua shake skill phrase proficiency display on the system panel. For several other skills, the same proficiency display appeared. Master Culinary Mastery Proficiency, 0%. Mastery of Master Maintenance Technique Proficiency, 0%. Proficiency in Tsugumo's local language, 0%. Master Singing Talent Proficiency, 1%. Suona Mastery Proficiency, 1%. Finally, there are the new skills. Bagua Shake Proficiency, 1%. These phrases should all be upgradable phrases, while other minor skills, such as whatever the abstract coffin bearer bonus is, should be non-upgradable phrases. So it seems that this wave of instant mini-quests was accomplished with even less loss. Opens up more system features while still allowing room to upgrade those skills. In this way, even if you don't get to draw better skills sometimes, I believe that as long as you keep practicing, you will one day be able to work on these skills step by step to the land of the immortals. For example, the skill 8 trigram shake, Suyi felt that it was a great deal of work. Putting aside whether this skill shook up abstractly or not, after practicing it once just now, Suyi found that this skill still had many benefits from practicing it on a regular basis. At least it will serve as a strong body. Definitely need to practice more next to try and get those skill phrases up sooner. Just as Suyi was pondering, the sound of the program's cue came from the loudspeakers in various parts of the hut. Will the members of the relationship please gather in the living room? Everyone dropped what they were doing and quickly assembled. 6 people were sitting around the living room, originally prepared to see 10 people, but because of the temporary airplane delay of the other 2 groups of members, now there were only 6 of them, Suyi. Everyone sized each other up and Sophie received a quest reminder card. Open it up and read it aloud to the group as you read. It has been a day of labor and a day of hiding the identity of each other's handlers, and I'm sure you have a lot of things you'd like to talk about with each other's handlers. We have prepared 2 sessions for you. One is dating letter, where the female guest can write a paragraph of what she would like to say to the male guest by means of an anonymous letter, and then the male guest's hand. But we have also prepared a few small games for everyone, through which we can relax and at the same time get to know each other better about the character of the boy-girl of our choice. Game 1, the game of adding words. Suyi quickly read aloud the task card. The program team arranged a few simple and easy interactive games. He looked at the crowd and asked for their opinions. Play what? Plus word games, or you draw me quiz? Truth or dare? The votes came in quickly and everyone was a bit tired after a busy day, so simple word games like the plus word game passed by multiple votes. Yi Xiaomei took the initiative to raise her hand. Is it okay for me to be the host? People don't have a problem with that. Soon the others were lined up on this side of the large couch. The participants in the game were Sophie, Master Ikimoku, and Suyi. The other 2 observed the gameplay from the sidelines for the time being. Yi Xiaomei assumed the role of moderator and began to introduce the rules. The rules of how to play the game of adding words are very simple. I ask a question and start with Sister Sophie, the first one on the left, and add answers to my question verbatim. Starting with a one-word answer, it becomes a two-word answer when you get to master one lamp, and the answer must contain the answer uttered by the first person, and little brother mouse needs to add up to 3 words based on the contents of the first 2 answers. Okay, let's start trying it out once. After explaining the rules of the game, Yi Xiaomei asked the first question, "What if my girlfriend is unhappy?" Hearing this question, the crowd in the studio wore expressions of eating curiosity. Obviously, people are very curious about how the relationship members will answer this question. The first one, Sophie, pa. The second one, Master Ikimoku, eat up. The third one, Sui, take kidney bowl. But hearing Suya's reply, Yi Xiaomei instantly understood in a second, just in time to drink water. A mouthful of water did not swallow, directly sprayed out. Po ha ha ha. Damn it. I hate myself so much for getting it in seconds. Chapter 18, Drifting Down the Hill Without Slowing Down. I call the mouse you remember. The live broadcast room laughed into a piece, obviously already almost to 10 o'clock in the evening. The number of people online not only did not fall, but even went up against the trend, looking at the imminent breakthrough of 3 million mark. General Director Yen Min, at this time the wrinkled face or almost smile blossomed. Suyi, this kid is simply born conspicuous bag. No matter what the game, it seems to have him involved will become a watchful eyes. On the other hand, in the Imperial Capital Cultural Heritage Association, Jin Su was also following the live stream. At first, she was attracted by a song called 100 Birds, One Phoenix, played live by Sui. But watching it, Jin Wook also became a big fan of the show Sisters and Brothers in Love. The main reason is that Su Yez is simply too much fun on the show, and has completely become the funny bearer of the program. Such an interesting young man, why don't you introduce my Yen Yen to him? The thought popped into Jin Su's mind that she has 2 lovely daughters. The eldest is 25 this year and the youngest is 22. Yen Yen was the youngest daughter and was still studying at the Imperial Academy of Drama and Film, so it was logical that she shouldn't be so anxious for her youngest daughter to hurry up and find a date. But the eldest daughter, after graduation 3 years, do not fall in love, said men are not good things, in the face of such a status quo, Jin Su, not to mention how anxious. Seeing that the big number had a tendency to be practiced and wasted, she could only hope to train the small number more, so that her youngest daughter wouldn't follow her sister's example. At the same time, the headquarters of the talk show club. A group of people were sitting in the conference room. In the first row under the podium, there are several of the most famous stand-up comedians in China in the past 2 years, including the founder of the Red Hot Happy Fruit Media, and the president of the Stand-Up Comedy Association, stand-up comedy masters, screenwriters, and producers, Halogen Egg. A couple of the people next to Halogen are his right-hand men, Asako and Dreadlock. On the stage, Wang Xiaobo is spewing out his grievances towards everyone. Now he's about to be sprayed with autism by the cranky old men in the pop-up section. As an industry seniors, Wang Xiaobo, although did not join the Happy Fruit Media, adhered to the independent development route. But in this business, people are still familiar with him, and the status is not as high as anyone else's except Halogen's. Wang Xiaobo had only one purpose in inviting everyone to the meeting, this time temporarily. I hope we can all unite and speak up for him and for the industry. Wang Xiaobo, gentlemen, in the past 2 years, because the new cultural industry chain that we have created is booming, we see a bright future for all of us, but someone is trying to go against us. People say, is this tolerable? As you all know, our profession is to eat openings. It doesn't matter if I alone am being suppressed, but have you all thought about it? No one is speaking up for me today, but who among you will be sprayed next time? Wang Xiaobo was very smart and knew that he had corrupted a lot of roadkill because of some of his earlier comments. If you can't get it back, you won't have a chance to stay in the industry yourself after that. After all, the entire industry's biggest income at present, in addition to live interaction, is the offline harvesting fans leak. A small talk show can earn tens of thousands. Not having roadkill online can be very disruptive offline. So, this time, we definitely can't just let it go. Wang Xiaobo's meaning was well understood by those present, but as he said, the whole industry is currently in a fledgling stage. Some people make more money and some people make less, but as long as everyone still wants to make money, they have to band together. After a generous speech, many people expressed their willingness to support Wang Xiaobo this time. Isn't it just a war of words? That's the last thing they're afraid of in this business. Wang Xiaobo looked at Halogen Egg, who was at the top of the front row. Mr. Egg, what do you mean on your side? Halcyon held up his glasses, a confident glow radiating from his small, soybean-sized eyes. Minor problem, I'll have the editorial side work on a couple of segments overnight, and we'll all center around the core segments during tomorrow's broadcast. That mouse is not Zhuge Kongming, I don't believe he can speak with his tongue. Wang Xiaobo immediately gave a thumbs up, General Egg is awesome. Love Shack. Everyone burst out laughing at Suya's entire reply. Master One Lamp, what's the relationship between an unhappy girlfriend and taking kidney bowls? Sasha subconsciously explained, how can I make my girlfriend happy if I don't eat? Yi Xiaomei didn't strain herself again and laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. The two male members, especially the empty Duke, stared with wide eyes, using an expression as if they were recognizing Sasha for the first time, and said in horror, Lisa Wang, why are you using your experience so much? Then the empty void Duke realized that he had accidentally blurted out his words and hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands in a deadly manner. The scene was again amusing. Studio. He Joan's eyes lit up. So Lord Emptiness and Sasha are a pair of hands and feet. Meng Fei laughed, ha ha ha. You guys, look at that expression on the empty void Duke's face, his mouth is so shocked that he could almost stuff an egg in it. Bai Mengyan's small blushing face followed and added, as a younger brother, he probably didn't expect that his sister would be so erudite either. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more directly floating all over the screen at this moment. To ha ha. So Sasha's an old driver too. Laughing at the family, the mouse is freeing up Sasha-sama's nature. Munchkin watching TV for the first time and not knowing what to do, is this something that can be broadcast? Miss Sasha looks so youthful and cute, I didn't expect to. Ha ha ha. Old Division GA. After calming down for a while, Yi Xiaomei ranted, mouse talk a little more cautiously, don't get the live room closed again. Once again, everyone was happy. Soon, the game continues. Still with Xiaomei Yi as the moderator. Yi Xiaomei, question, what kind of girlfriend-boyfriend would you most like to have? Mouse first this time. The first one, Suya's face was expressionless, great. The crowd's eyes were suddenly derisive. The second one, Master Ikimoku, the heart is big. Master One Lamp wiped his sweat, who? So close, fortunately, I rounded back. Third, Sophie, ambitious. Sophie also unconsciously wiped the cold sweat on her forehead with her sleeve. The game is gradually getting back on track. Next question. What do you most want to do with a date late at night? The first one, Sui, shoot. The second one, Master Ikimoku, shoot the yellow. Third, Sophie, slap a cucumber. Putting Suyi as the first to answer, the picture was really much better, but the program effect was slightly weaker. At this time, the chief director also realized the problem and immediately signaled the cameraman hiding in the corner placed to prompt Yi Xiaomei to change the order again. The live feed is also sending out pop-ups. Let my brother Mouse come last, I'd like to see how it's done. Sis doesn't watch for nothing, Sis rushes VIP and lets the mouse do the talking. Yi Xiaomei continued to speak, listen to the new question, what do you do at parties? Yi Xiaomei, this time, Sister Sophie will go first. Sophie nodded, looking. Master One Lamp, find rich. Sui, find the widow. Instantly, the whole room once again strained for laughter. Chapter 19 Pedestrians are scarce under the autumn name mountain, and there are often riders competing for heights. Amidst the laughter, the trivia games began to increase in difficulty so that more members could also have a sense of participation. Soon, 5 people were seated in rows and the host, Yi Xiaomei, started to announce the new rules. For once, it is no longer a matter of asking a question and then answering the addition starting with a single word. Instead, it's time to compete for brains. As for why a different rule? No matter what, Suyi is simply too showy, every time it is his turn to answer he can always frequently burst out of the golden sentence. Though this makes the show simply explode. But the general director Yen Min is also afraid that Suyi suddenly raced a car, when the live broadcast is no longer what to do. As a result, a new playstyle has been adopted. This way thinks Suyi shouldn't be able to make a whole big job out of it, right? Yi Xiaomei finished announcing the new rules. Begin to present the first basic vocabulary word, please listen to the question plus the word, child. Sophie, kid hands. The empty Duke, in the child's hand. Master One Lamp, the child is in the hand. Suya, the child is in the fingers. Sasha again double-ouch didn't tense up, originally carrying yogurt ready to eat melon while thinking about how to add words to answer. However, when Suya's side of the answer was finished, she a whole laugh sprayed. Yogurt also accidentally squirted in my hand. This scene, the members present first stagnant for a second, then everyone a whole tot. Sophie hands over her face, redness spread to the root of the ear. What is this word of tiger and wolf? The live broadcast saw this scene, also all a whole tot. True children are in the fingers. Ha 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 ha. This is so fitting. I'm about to turn into a sand dollar laughing throughout. Ha ha ha. What is this word for tiger and wolf? Why the hell did I get it in a second? Oops, shame on you, you can't take the kids with you on this program. Po ha ha ha. Sasha-san's fumbling looks are just like the moment I was watching a movie and my parents suddenly pushed open the door to my room. Highlighting a lycanthropy, ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. At this time, on the live broadcast screen, the camera elder brother gave Sui a close-up shot. Sui, drift down the hill without slowing down, I call the mouse you remember. When he finished, he ran his hands through his hair, a living treasure that once again made everyone laugh. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous package in the crowd, gaining 9,999 conspicuous points. The host's accumulated conspicuous points have exceeded 999,999 points, rewarding the special skill, driving a tractor with one hand. Rewarded with the special skill, legal specialized knowledge base. Obtained the extrajudicial maniac template. Hearing the new system prompt, Sui froze for a moment. The rewards sound so lucrative this time around. But why does something not feel right? What kind of weird skills are these? Where's the promised godlike acting? Without waiting for him to continue wondering, a huge wave of knowledge flooded into his mind, countless law-related specialized trivia surfaced. Sui soon a whole person was shocked. Having previously not understood this piece of the Torah, it suddenly seems to me that some of the topics of debate in this piece are outright abstract to the extreme. What the hell is watering a vegetable? Is this the kind of exam question a human being can come up with? Looks like I'll have to ask Sasha from law school sometime. The game session ended with a lot of laughter. The first day of the live broadcast of Sisters in Love also came to an end. Although the program is broadcast live 24 hours a day to meet with viewers, the main channel of the program automatically switches to black and will not continue to broadcast during the evening break. Other viewing circuits will be replayed to accommodate some of the night owls who only move in late at night to get in and watch. The love group had been busy all day, and were all full of fatigue by this time, so they each went to their rooms and quickly fell asleep. This night, I wonder what kind of good dreams everyone will have. Also late at night, but there is a man who stays up all night, from his distant hometown of Huainan, all the way north by train, straight to Jinmen. He is Chun Yu. Ever since I saw Suya's amazing instant prison shadow killing formation in the live broadcast of Sisters and Brothers in Love, Chun Yu then had the feeling that he had found a soulmate of his own, and his entire being was enlightened. On that day, Chun Yu made up his mind that he must meet Mr. Mouse and learn to shake the flower hand by worshipping under this grandmaster. Suya's song instantaneous prison shadow killing formation stunned the ignorant teenager. At this time he was sitting on the hard seat of the train, looking out the window at night. His inner turmoil could not be calmed down for a long time. I hope everything goes well, and the master can take me as a disciple. The next day, it was just dawn. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Sui quietly got up, moving gently, next to the roommate snoring like thunder, still immersed in a good dream. It's not so much that he's trying to dent his persona and show how disciplined he is in a romance variety show, or other people sleep in and he's working out and drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Rather, for some reason, in the underworld, Sui felt that something was calling to him. After breakfast, put on some casual clothes and head out for a run. Mornings in the village were especially quiet, and there wasn't much by the roadside except for the sound of chickens crowing. Just as he passed the small bridge out of the village, however, and was about to check out the morning market across the street, a figure with a backpack saw him and immediately perked up. Master Mouse? I didn't think I'd meet you on my first day. When Chun Yu saw Sui, he was instantly so excited that he was about to jump up. Sui stopped in doubt and pointed at himself. Are you looking for me? He didn't remember recognizing the man in front of him either. Chun Yu nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and quickly walked up to introduce himself. Then bluntly, he knelt for Sui on the spot. I beg Master to accept me as a personal disciple. I've dreamed of learning your arcane secret arts. I want to be a shako. Cough cough cough. Without waiting for Sui to respond, a series of coughs rang out beside her, and Sophie's entire being was thunderstruck on the spot. She does have a morning exercise routine, not only to stay in shape, but also to get in shape. After all, being an actor is hard work, and being a good actor is even harder, sometimes grinding for hours on set for a single shot. Not without adequate physical support. I thought that today was just one of the ordinary mornings, but I didn't expect that just after running a lap, I saw a person grabbing Suya's arm and was kneeling on the ground saying something with a sincere face. Unable to hold back her curiosity for a moment, Sophie crept closer. Then the thunderous conversation was heard. The young man kneeling on the ground had actually come to learn Suya's magical dance. It's true that the world is a big place. But a scene that made Sophie feel even more thunderstruck than appeared. Suyi looked down at the young man who was seeking to learn, and the other looked up at him. The two men's gazes met across the air, and instantly it seemed as if they had rubbed off some kind of sympathetic spark. What's with the inexplicable combustion of the atmosphere? The camera brother who was following Sophie also knew what he was doing and immediately focused the camera on the scene and added a close-up. Suyi, Shenyu, right? Do you really want it? Shenyu, I've thought about it. I'm going to be a most excellent shaker. Of course, it's definitely not as outstanding as you, master, so I'll just take it as the second most outstanding. Suyi patted his shoulder and nodded in relief. Sure is a good seedling. Chapter 20. His hand speed is beyond the limits of my eyes. Because not many people could really get up at this hour, the popularity of the live broadcast room was not high, with only a few tens of thousands of people online, most of whom were also night owls. Many people are lethargic at this point. So pop-up interactions aren't really frequent, if anything. But on the live feed, Suyi accepted Shenyu's obeisance and began to teach this mysterious technique, flower handshake Upanishad instant prison shadow killing formation on the spot. Not knowing where to pull out a subwoofer, Suyi gently pressed the a cappella purely clean version of River of Love that remained after the previous song. Immediately, Suyi's heartbreaking song came from the subwoofer. The song is upbeat and rhythmically powerful. It may be slightly uncomfortable for your ears at first, but you'll get used to it after a few more listens. This subwoofer that C took out is quite powerful. Powerful to what extent? Let's put it this way, live tens of thousands of originally drowsy, wearing headphones night owls, heard the song less than 10 seconds time all wake up. One by one, their pupils quake, their eyeballs bulge out, and their brains seem to be on the verge of exploding. I just fell asleep. At first I thought it was the webmaster playing a prank. I almost copied the keyboard to break the webmaster's bones in the morning, but I didn't realize that was creating sound pollution on the show. Big brother. It's not even 7 o'clock. What are you going to do? It wasn't just the viewers in the broadcast room who were woken up. In the small village, dozens of sleeping villagers were also soon awakened by the dynamic music. Villagers. Ghosts in the village? The village chief's daughter-in-law ran away with Wang Jianxiang from the next village? Everyone stepped out and looked around for the source of the sound, and soon someone found the two psychopaths who were swaying freely like a seaweed by the river at the mouth of the village. Is there no one else in the world that you two care about? The group wondered. An older woman who was usually a big fan of square dancing watched carefully, and then she came to a conclusion. No need to look, these two children are hopeless. Even if they are sent to the emergency room now and cured, they will still be drooling. Because the two swaying with the wind at the entrance of the village, to say how noisy cannot talk about, so did not cause public anger. Everyone just watched the fun for a while and then dispersed. Mainly because they couldn't read the art of the two. A dynamic rendition of River of Love concludes. Shenyu asked, Master, do you think my talent will work? Look how skillful he is. He's just started the show, and he's got a set of little lines. Beyond the mountains, beyond the green hills, Big Brother is rich and gentle. Big Brother Heaven, Big Brother Earth, Big Brother can top the sky. Big Brother Wind, Big Brother Rain, Big Brother can call the wind and the rain wish. Big Brother. Up the mountain is a tiger, down the sea is a dragon. More money, less angry. We go out and drive a Ferrari. The sea is boundless, the mountains are not prawned. Big Brother to give a reward, okay? After a whole set of little words, Shenyu clicked on the subwoofer. Would you love me if you had it to do all over again? Love gives pleasure and brings torment. A piece of dynamic music, paired with Shenyu's silky smooth and incomparable movements, the viewers who woke up early in the live broadcast room were directly dumbfounded. It's so early in the morning, isn't it? I finally know where that bad feeling is coming from. I feel like my eyes are unclean when I see this. Mouse. You pay for a new pair of eyes. Are you kidding me? It's hard to be carried forward with something so spooky. I'm just wondering, is it too late to join them? Even such a niche track wants to steal from me? I've already bought a ticket. Brother, are you guys for real? Village entrance. Suyi walked to the opposite bank of the river, since his eldest disciple took over his mantle and chose to inherit the instantaneous prison shadow-killing formation, the flower hand Upanishad. In order not to compete with his disciple for this bowl of rice, he immediately decided that from now on, he would not take it lightly. If you want to compete with him for the title of Shaker Grandmaster, then you'll have to defeat his disciples, or even his disciples' grandchildren first. However, although the Jutsu Aoi instant prison shadow-killing formation would be sealed by himself. However, as an ancestor, Suyi was a supreme wizard who had mastered 2 flower hand-shaking Upanishads in one person. It's like learning both the 9 suns and the Nine Sutra in martial arts. Born with heavy pupils in the world of metaphysics while carrying the supreme bone. One could imagine what kind of legend Suyi was in the field of shakers. And just today, in the land of breezy willows and green. At the mouth of this tiny Tsunshatsui haiku, an unnamed village off the beaten path. He will be enlightened once and show everyone in the world what it means to be born with an abstract sacred body. You don't shake your flowery hand and see me as a frog in a well watching the moon in the sky. If you shake your flowery hand, you will see me as an ant sees the sky. Effective immediately, I will be pioneering a new style of flower handshaking. Suya's magnetic low voice came out quietly. His eyes were incomparably determined, his mind was ancient, and he was as imposing as a rainbow. With the unique starting gesture set out, at this moment, everything was silent, the sky was slightly sunken, the sunrise in the sky did not dare to see him, hiding in the thick dark clouds. The heavens and the earth lost their colors and turned black and white at this moment. In the photographer's lens, Suyi was surrounded by no wind, the breeze brushed the hair in front of his forehead, and the air seemed to be frozen. All those who were watching the livestream couldn't help but hold their breath. Everyone's gazes were dead set on Suyi. In the next second, his originally lowered eyes snapped open. I will name this school 8 trigrams shake. As Suya's words fell, the audience all had their pupils dilated with incredulity written in their eyes. His hand speed, it's so fast that it has surpassed the limits of my vision. Chapter 21. He shook it so fast I couldn't see his hand speed. I can't see, Mom, I really can't see his flowery hands. Terrifying as hell. I've tried to take a screenshot over 100 times, but every time, I can only capture a remnant of a shadow. He's simply too fast. Totally can't imagine, with this hand speed of the mouse, if you go to the electronics factory to play screws how much money you have to earn in a month. Giving me such an abstract early in the morning, huh? Haha, I'm laughing my ass off. At this moment, I finally understand why the older generation angrily denounced the current fad as rites of passage. Read the mouse's gossip shake, I became a conservative. I woke up at 6 a.m. every morning to memorize stems, learn from experience, and figure out how to wow the crowd in order to become more abstract, but even though I tried so hard, in the presence of a true natural-born abstract saint, I suddenly realized that I'm not as good as him. Zhang Sanfeng, forget it, as long as I can pass on my martial arts, I guess. Tired. A set of flowing bagua shake ended, Suyi was surprised to find that on the system panel, the skill proficiency had increased by 20%. For a moment, it felt like something in the brain had grabbed hold of something in the underworld. Suyi had a feeling of enlightenment. Sure enough, as long as I shake it fast enough, I am the strongest. Being delighted, Suyi was planning to strike while the iron was hot and practice a few more times. Strive to cultivate this flower-shaking hand Upanishad to the patriarchal realm earlier. At this time, a hurried figure rushed to Suyi. When the visitors saw Suyi, his expression couldn't hide his surprise. Great, I finally found you, Mr. Mouse. The visitor introduces himself. Hello Mr. Mouse, my name is Shin Yisheng. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name, I'm a student of Mr. Jin Su, the teacher who specializes in the Daxia Music Inheritance Program. Shin Yisheng quickly explained his intentions to Suyi. This time, Mr. Kim Wook, the inheritor of the music culture, is going to search for the classic music repertoire of Daxia and collect it in the National Culture Collection. The classic heir is also invited to participate in the recording of the program to show the cultural classics he inherited. This program is the Ministry of Culture this year to promote the cultural promotion and inheritance category of the festival. The classical inheritors invited to participate and the repertoire presented will eventually be included in the National Cultural Collection and will be publicly exhibited afterwards. It can be said to be very significant. After Shin Yisheng's introduction, he took the initiative to send out an invitation, hoping that Suyi would be able to participate in the recording of the program. He also knew that Sisters and Brothers in Love, which Suyi was participating in, was an all-day live program. So in order not to delay Suyi's normal program recording time, Shin Yisheng had already communicated with the program and his side of the production team in advance. It won't take long, most of the day at most. Seeing that the other party is so full of sincerity, Suyi didn't have to reject it on the spot, and besides, after careful consideration, this program was very meaningful in terms of cultural heritage. Suyi also felt honored to be able to do something for the cultural heritage of the Grand Xia. Being a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, everyone has a sense of mission in his heart to a greater or lesser extent. Suyi was naturally no exception. Still, he planned to communicate with the director's team first, or at least inform the other side. Director Yen Min was informed of the situation and immediately agreed readily. Suyi was able to participate in this program of his own while being favored by the officials. Yen Min also felt that his face was bright. He made an immediate decision and directly stated that he suggested Suyi to leave now. Just in time to take advantage of the fact that there are fewer viewers at this time of year and it's a weekday. Plus, Sisters and Brothers in Love is supposed to be an all-day live multi-person themed relationship show, so having one guest leave the show temporarily isn't that big of a problem, and with more footage assigned to the other guests, it's hard for viewers to notice that there's someone missing. Thus, Suyi just followed Shin Yisheng and set off directly to the recording site of the program in the imperial capital next door. On the way, Jin Su learns that Suyi is willing to. The same people who learned about Suyi's abstract gossip shake this morning immediately found a new spot for the program. It would have been bad to continue to cut from the Suona aspect. After all, Suya's Suona playing skills are too strong, nothing worth a hard spray. But who let him suddenly make such a mess by combining traditional martial arts routines with inexplicable flower handshakes? Wang Xiaobo instantly found the direction of attack and quickly wrote the lines for tonight's broadcast. This time, he will have a clean slate. In the evening, next to the Zimmerhaven Lake, under a footbridge, Chen Yu, who was broadcasting live, was suddenly interrupted by a few strangers. "You're that Master Mouse's chief great disciple, the Lord of the Shadow Stream?" Chen Yu gave himself the screen name Lord of the Shadow Stream. Looking to a few youngsters, Chen Yu nodded suspiciously. Just about to ask what they wanted to see them about? Several people took the initiative to introduce themselves. There were people from the north, and from the Luoyang side, from everywhere in the south and north of the world. Many of you originally knew each other on the internet, and this time, after seeing the split shake lineage pioneered by Suyi, they have bought their own tickets and come to the city. Just to learn the mystery of flower shaking hands, to pass on this art and carry it forward. The people have explained what they came for. "I want to worship you. Become a good shako." "Master, my name is Rin Qing, please take me as your disciple." "My name is Mei, I have come from the north especially to learn, please accept me as your disciple." Seeing so many devout young men at once, Shen Yu was also a bit shocked, not realizing that there were so many young people who loved this art. Chapter 22 The flower handshake lineage has branched out. Looking at each of their sincere and expectant eyes, Shen Yu seemed to see that former self. How is he any different from them? Then recalling the words of Master Mouse himself before he left the school, "In the future, if you meet an outstanding young man, you might as well pass on the Dharma I've taught you to carry the sect forward." These words gave Chen Yu a deep sense of mission. Master himself said that he would never take anyone as a disciple again. Chen Yu was both the opening and closing disciple. Therefore, Chen Yu deeply feels the great responsibility on his shoulders. Looking towards these expectant gazes, Chen Yu slowly spoke. "Since you all are bent on seeking instruction, then from today onwards, it would be good to follow me to learn the mysteries of the flower handshake. Remember, my Master Mouse has already announced the closure of the mountain, and in the future, his old man will not continue to demonstrate the top art of split shake in front of everyone. What I can teach you is only the axioms of the shaking flower hand. As for more practical combat skills, it will depend on how talented each of you are." Everyone looked at each other and nodded. It was understandable that the ancestor mouse would do this. After all, the masters who started a school were all like this. They had long since transcended the shackles of the mortal world, and as far as their eyes could see, it was no longer a vulgar ideal such as collecting the shards of Cullinan. The crowd immediately bowed their heads and said in unison at the same time, "We've remembered that, and in the future, we will definitely not fail the ancestor master, and we will definitely make the sect flourish." The crowd respectfully bowed to Chinyu, then shouted in unison, "Greetings, master." On the square, after work, the walking people who went out for a walk in pairs heard the sound of curiosity and looked around, and soon a lot of people found Chen Yu on their side. Passerby 1, "What's going on over there?" Passerby 2, "I don't know, but it looks as if it's pretty impressive." After the ceremony of worship, Shenyu began to teach the shaking flower hand Upanishad learned from his own master, Mouse, the grandmaster of all shakers. Shenyu, what's the most important thing you can do to rock a good florist? As Shenyu asked the question, the shakers looked at each other and everyone shook their heads. This is a very profound question that they, laymen, cannot answer. Shenyu said, remember, the most important thing in flower hand shaking is the sense of conviction. If you don't have a strong conviction, even if your flower hand shakes well, it will only have a gorgeous appearance. The crowd of rockers immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. Master is worthy of his name, and in one sentence, he puts the question to the point. Pithy. Truly incisive. May raises her hand and asks, Master, is this the real trick that enabled Grandmaster to shake the flower hand so well? At the mention of Master, Shenyu's expression was suddenly solemn, yes and no. This is the truth that I realized on my own after watching the flower hand shaken by my master. My talent is not high, and my master, his old man, has to be busy with common affairs. He doesn't have so much time to teach by word and example. The core of the reason why master's flower hand can be shaken so well must be more than just the strong sense of conviction that his old man possesses. I think there's something deeper, but I can't sense it right now. Shenyu clapped his hands. Well, this is a question that everyone will feel for themselves later on in their daily practice. Now, follow me, the live PK will start soon, let's shake it up. The crowd of rockers immediately stood behind Shenyu, and all of them stood at attention, looking at that countdown that was about to start on the live PK interface. Shenyu began to teach his disciples another unique skill that he had researched, gift-seeking. Shenyu, keep up with my rhythm later, watch my moves, match my shouts, and let big brothers feel our sincerity. All rockers, understood. Shenyu, remember, our split shake lineage, not just me, including you guys, even your disciples and grandchildren in the future, everyone who opens a live broadcast to ask for gifts must first let Big Brother feel our sincerity. Crowd rocker, yes. Let Big Brother feel sincere. Shenyu, there is one more point that I must emphasize, Master said, there are no drills in life, every day is a live broadcast. Therefore, regardless of whether we have learned our flower hand shaking or not, once we start shaking, we must be in high spirits and show our best spirit to our big brother in the live broadcast. Do you understand? Crowd rocker, got it. Shenyu, repeat my words. Crowd rocker, repeat my words. Shenyu, I'll ask you to repeat what I just said. Crowd rocker, yes. This is not a drill. Again. This is not a drill. Shenyu, yes. The countdown to the live PK ended, and a face anchor called Buckwheat Bilo got on the mic with Chenyolian. Without saying a word, Shenyu started warming up on the spot. Shaking his shoulders, his neck stretched and a crisp cackle sounded from his bones. Big brothers, welcome to my little brother's live room. My little brother is a flower shaker anchor. Big brothers can watch my program first. If you like it, please make sure to support my little brother. Crowd rocker, please support us. After stretching, an extremely rhythmic beat plays. Shenyu immediately got into the mood, his body swaying like a free seaweed, his movements silky smooth. The crowd of rockers behind him, on the other hand, put on their white gloves neatly, each with a firm gaze and a sense of conviction in their eyes. Shenyu, next. Let's get dry. The rousing shouting began, and the popularity of the live broadcast instantly exploded. Shenyu, the clear breeze holds the evening sun. Walking the world with a sword. Look up at the clouds. I remember when I went over the mountain. The wind and the rain have shown me sorrow and joy. Passing from one level to the next. The breeze carries the setting sun. The heroes of the world stand on either side. All this light is hidden. Let the years cover my madness. After dinner, the Amazons pulled a stereo about the size of their suitcases and went to the square where they usually danced as usual. Aunties chatting with each other, parents and short stories. After arriving at the scene, some people found that today's plaza is overcrowded. This large area is surrounded by water. Many of the older women frowned. The first thought was, someone's coming for the turf. An older woman squeezed into the very center of the crowd and saw a dozen young men performing a very fancy hand gesture dance led by the leader of the group. After looking at it for a moment, the older woman frowned. Hey! It's still a formidable foe this time around. Not only was it a land grab, but it drew away the old men whose attention was usually on their side. How does this work? Immediately, several Amazons took charge of clearing the area and quickly vacated a space. The lead dancer was full of indignation and began to lift the mood of the group. Sisters, our Sunset Red dance team in the middle of a piece of the square is to fight all the invincible. I did not expect that today there are people who dare to come to the door to pick a fight. Everyone said, how to do this? The crowd chimed in, "Give 'em hell." Dancing ant, good. Let's show them. Sisters, start practicing. Soon, the square pinched at both ends, with melodic and dynamic music paired with passionate shouting on one side. On the other side was the Sunset Red Dance Squad, paired with age-appropriate classic oldies. The two sides are at loggerheads, and each side is at loggerheads. Chapter 23. Sui was hung on the wall by the Shakers? After studying hard and practicing actively, the Shakers quickly realized the essence of flower handshaking, and one by one, with an excited expression, bid farewell to their master Chinyu. Embark on a journey back home. These Shakers who had returned from their studies were not only filled with gratitude to Chinyu, but also had immense admiration for the mouse ancestor who had started this sect. So someone suggested that a photo of Sui's front face be found from the internet and made into a black photo for everyone to look at. In the photo, Sui had a serious expression and a firm gaze. The multitude of rockers hung his picture in the most conspicuous corner of the room, so that they could look up to their ancestor's supreme elegance all the time. But even this was not enough to express their reverence for Grandmaster Sui as if it were a torrent of continuous water. After 9 o'clock at night, Sui finally rushed back to the Love Hut. For this recording of 800 Birds for the Phoenix, Sui broke down the entire piece into 8 smaller sections to make the overall structure clearer, so that those who come after him and those who want to learn it will be able to pick it up more easily. It was also a move that led to a much longer recording session. It was scheduled to end in about 4 hours, but just the introductory part, the tits crow and the warblers sing and dance, took more than 3 hours. The official Birds of Prey section took a full 7 hours. The formal part has a total of 6 sections. The main melodic section mainly includes Springtime and Playing in the Woods. The Play in the Woods section is the first recurring section of the piece. The second and third repetitions of the main part of the cycle are Joyful Song and Dance and The Phoenix Spreads Its Wings. The final section, the Wings in the Air section, concludes the coda. During the recording process, Sui heard the word the most. Even Mr. Jin Su, the inheritor of music and culture, couldn't hold back his exclamation of on 2 occasions. Everyone hadn't thought beforehand that the 100 birds toward the phoenix that Sui had blown in the live broadcast was only a small part of this piece of music. The full version went straight to everyone's head. Everyone's face was filled with unmatched shock. Classic. It's just so classic. During the recording process, Jin Su asked Sui in what kind of state the song was created. Sui didn't get greedy for credit, and straight away said that the original author of The 100 Birds wasn't himself, but an old-timer who lived in seclusion overseas. He did not know how he created it, but by chance he heard this senior playing on the seashore, attracting a flock of birds to worship and the spectacle of 10,000 warblers surrounding him, and was greatly shocked to learn from him. Jin Su pursued Sui to ask where the senior in Sui's mouth was now. Sui only said that he didn't know anymore. The first moment she opened the door, Sasha, who was washing the dishes, was pleasantly surprised. The mouse is back. Like a little daughter-in-law who finally waited until her husband came home from work. This scene was captured by the camera, and many of the viewers on the live broadcast who had already planned to watch the small segment and go to sleep had exclaimed, "Knocked on the head." Studio. Miss Kim Apricot commented hotly, "I love Sasha's character as a girl who wants to love but has to say it out loud." Huang Ying nodded her head in affirmation. Well, such a girl is actually very popular amongst boys. In fact, nowadays in a romantic relationship, a boy's biggest worry is that his love will not be reciprocated. Huang Ying paused for a moment and looked at the camera in a serious tone. You might want to think about it. A lot of people say that guys nowadays don't want to give to the girls anymore, but is that really the case? Not really. In fact, to a large extent, it's because their love can't be reciprocated by their partner. It would have been a heavy mission and burden for a boy to carry, whether it's the pressure of work or the difficulties of life. They are under very great pressure every day. At this time, if one's girlfriend or wife still only knows how to ask for emotions from their lover every day and never responds voluntarily, then don't you think it would be easy for a normal person to be disheartened? The other guests agreed, each caught up in their own thoughts. But the pop-up suddenly popped up with tons of comments singing the opposite. This is said as if the stress is caused to them by us girls? It's really hilarious that as a woman, she's speaking in favor of those shrimp-headed dog men. Disgusting. Reported, I don't even know why she can say this kind of comment. We girls are the ones who have the hardest time, okay? That's right, we all get our periods several days a month, and we obviously can't touch water at this time of the year, but those shrimp-headed men won't even take on a single chore, so what's the point of having them? That's right, we have to endure 10 levels of excruciating pain when we give birth. How come we don't see any man stepping up to take it for us at this point? Seeing the contents of these pop-ups, many people instinctively frowned. What the hell? People are just analyzing a wave of relationship guests. This kind of personality can give a guy a great relationship experience, and this is the beginning of a fist fight? A lot of people want to send pop-ups to dislike them back. But the keyboard in hand, but the brain is not good enough at once, hesitate half a day, do not know what to say. That's when a little wit in the pop-up section said, "Quickly go hire my mouth replacement." For a while, countless viewers' eyes lit up. They were followed by a number of others. I'm not going to speak until my mouth comes in for me. Door closes, puts mouse down. Quickly go and ask the abstract ancestor to come out. Chapter 24, Single Pledge X4. Suyi, you want to study for the exam? The pop-up area is full of curses. Watch a good variety show, you fight with me? Because there was also a corresponding real-time pop-up screen in the studio. At this time, seeing those negative remarks against herself, Wang Ying's expression wasn't too good. Careless, I didn't realize how many black fans I'd attracted because of a single suggestion. Luckily, General Director Yen Min had the director switch the camera to the love hut in time. At this moment, Sasha took the initiative to walk over and took slippers for Suyi. This scene, see the live broadcast. Many people once again have Chihu knock to knock to knock. Xiaobiao CP locks up on the spot. I swallowed the key straight away. They have to be together. That's a terrible CP name, isn't it? Sa Beam? Abbreviation SB? Ha ha ha. I'm about to burst out laughing. Why don't we just call it Sasha's hand? Suyi warmed up for a rare moment and took the initiative to ask. Tired of washing dishes? Want me to help you? Sasha was about to wave her hand in denial, but on second thought, flashed a smile and nodded in agreement. She also wanted the two of them to have a relatively solitary setting and was eager to get to know the mouse better. Well, then, help me clean up the dishes. Suyi, I'm just being polite to you. Sasha rolled her eyes. This kid, sure enough. Sis doesn't just give you a bounty, sis can let you have some fun. What's all this talk of tigers and wolves? I think you guys are really hungry. Vote for me, everyone, and I promise everyone here that the mouse will play for each of you all day long if you buy the show. Voted, this one I have to support. Suyi was about to ask a question about jurisprudence that was bothering him. The system alert sound suddenly rang out. Trigger welfare mini quest. On behalf of the majority of my normal compatriots, commenting on the offensive remarks of non-normal women. Reviews that receive more than 10,000 approved likes will receive random rewards. What the hell kind of mission? Let him rage against the boxer? I'm afraid that's not going to work out too well. It's a known fact that boxers can't be messed with. The slightest carelessness, Suyi is afraid of disliking them to a cerebral hemorrhage resulting in a lack of self-care, and then blackmailed himself what to do. At this time, the pop-up screen not only didn't let everyone forget about this matter because of Suya's intimate interaction with Sasha just now. Instead, the pop-up section was a call to arms, with a constant barrage of highly favorable comments. Mouse, don't be afraid. Be brave and say it out loud. You just need to be responsible for asking, and all of us will take care of the rest for you. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going straight up. Tell the mouse I'm not a coward. Brothers, I'm on too. Because yesterday's pop-up interaction worked so well. Today, the walls of the Love Shack living room are covered with real-time interaction. By this time, the other members of the group, who had finished washing up, came into the living room and all saw the high praise messages. Everyone followed the heat. And with the first spectator entering the game with his body, the scene opened up to the boxer. The pop-ups were getting intense. Many of the boxers went from attacking Ms. Huang Ying of the observation mission at the beginning, to attacking the program team indiscriminately, to attacking all the members of the love troupe. That's pretty catchy. Sophie was naturally very vocal and able to speak, but her status was there. Being a public figure, any statement may be infinitely amplified. This is the reason why the other star members of the Observer Corps, who saw the pop-ups but could only keep smiling. Everyone's gazes wandered around, and soon they all landed on Suyi in a very tacit agreement. Suyi, why are you guys looking at me? Sasha followed up with a flirtatious, we'll back up now, make yourself at home. She remembers the line, back off, I'm going to start pretending. Every time she thought of this famous scene, Sasha couldn't help but laugh. The pop-up interactions are also quickly brushing up on that phrase. We'll step back now as well, please start your show. All back off, the mouse is about to start loading up. Pooh haha. The atmosphere has suddenly flared up. And at this time, a system prompt once again rang in Suya's mind. The rewards for this welfare mini-quest have been doubled, please start your performance. So? Seeing that the atmosphere has been pushed to this point by everyone. Even the system has increased to a double bonus. It seemed like he felt a little out of place if he didn't do something. The guide very knowingly put a few of the most stinging and angry pop-ups from earlier on the big interactive screen in the Love Shack. This is said as if the stress is caused to them by us girls? Everyone saw the pop-up. Many viewers in front of the screen subconsciously frowned. Suyi briefly glanced over and said, "You're not happy if I don't give you a dowry, you're not happy if I give you a future talk and you say I'm in Pua, you call me Shrimp Headman on a date AA, and if I choose to pay on arrival for my holiday gift giving you can put me on the little purple book of wanted. I saved $88,000, took out a 30-year loan to construct our home, wind and rain for her, went out to make money for her to spend, and as soon as I left the house, she was blowing her horn under someone else. Just finished." The whole pop-up interactive section blew right up. Wonderful. Fantastic. My heart is very pleased, come on. Reward the mouse with a night pot and the general's mom. Jedi. Not a word about stress, not a word about stress. I said, "Baby, I'm so stressed," and you replied, "It's not like I caused this for you, huh?" Truth out. Look. Listen. It's like I've suddenly got a ing clue. Kawa brother, in one sentence you've had all the friendly forces to break the defense. Whoa whoa. I'm just my own ing. Why spend money on women? What the hell am I fantasizing about? Single bet X4, so sure you're going to grad school? Hurry up and put him on the buck medicine. Chapter 25, Going to the hospital to water a vegetable? In the pop-up area, a divine comment was suddenly born. I have a friend who broke defense. Followed by thousands of identical pop-ups. I also have a friend who broke defense. What a coincidence, my friend said he broke defense too. Yeah, how do you think it's such a coincidence for him? My friend also broke defense. You all have friends who have broken defense, so it's good that my friends have broken defense as well. This brother is also too slippery. What kind of indiscriminate mental attack is that? The crowd of celebrity watchers in the studio were completely afraid to pick up on this at this point. Nothing else, the truth. The subject is too cruel for anyone to say a word more about it. Everyone was shivering and just hoping that the guide would hurry up and switch the picture. Love Shack, the first attack comment on the big screen quietly faded away. Next. That's right, we all get our periods several days a month, and we obviously can't touch water at this time of the year, but those shrimp-headed men won't even take on a single chore, so what's the point of having them? Everyone's gazes once again fell on Suyi. This time, the air stood still for almost a minute. Master One Lamp issued a query, is it that you haven't thought about it yet? Suyi, is it still not slowing down? The pop-ups were another laugh riot. You. Ha ha ha. I won't tell you who it is that hasn't slowed down yet. Is this a master? The moment a person's realm is so high that he needs to give his opponent time to catch his breath, I know he's already won. Wait for the pop-up atmosphere to get a little better. Suyi faintly smiled this time and said, I don't want to go to work 30 days a month, why can't they let me be a beautiful man in peace? What's the point of having them? Pop-up area. Ha ha ha. Good. Double kill. This attack comment is also quickly hidden. That leaves the last one. That's right, we have to endure 10 levels of excruciating pain when we give birth, how come we don't see any man stepping up to take it for us at this point? This last attack pop-up can be a favorite of fighters and fairies. It is also the reason why many brothers are questioned again and again every time they have a fight. When coming up with the words I'll give you babies. Countless people were red in the face, but they couldn't hold in a fart for half a day. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. I'm afraid I'll miss the next word of Mouse Master. Sui snapped his fingers and gave a yeah gesture towards the camera. The crowd is confused, what does that mean? Sui, it's all lit up at this point, right? Holy. Where did you hide the camera? Two real brothers. The corner of Suya's mouth hooked up as he slowly opened his mouth. Didn't the kid call you mom? Game wins. With one sentence, a large vacuum instantly appeared in the pop-up. Countless viewers who were watching the live stream were silent. Yeah. I'm the only one who's gonna have a baby? He didn't call you mom? I've learned, I'm going to go practice in front of my wife, Wait for me, brothers, if I win the fight this time, my screen name will be Victory Little Wonk. If I can't win it, I'll call it Sad Husband in the Never-Ending Black Job. Dude, it's been 5 minutes, what's the status? Brother, are you still there? Brother, want us to call the police for you? Divorced tomorrow, head full of bags, noses and face expression. JPG hee hee hee. Divorced. Hee hee hee. Sui, by the way, one last thing to add, this behavior is risky, please don't imitate it. Bouncer. Hashtag %78. Sui showed a shy expression, and the audience copied the slippers and called out straight, "You old six." Congratulations to the host for completing the welfare quest and successfully obtaining double rewards. Reward, Master Roasted Corn Skill. Reward, Master Baked Sweet Potato Skill. Sui? Just tell me if there's a double bonus. Sui didn't say anything, just racking his brain to think. These 2 skills. Is it because you're afraid you're going to starve? Wow, system, you are really sweet, I appreciate it so much. In the next instant, a warm current of knowledge surged into his mind, and Suya's brain was immediately filled with a huge library of skills. Includes how to screen for sweet, soft, and sticky quality corn, and how to determine the type and size and quality of corn by its stalks. And dozens of different ways to make roasted corn. The same goes for sweet potatoes, from how to pick quality sweet potatoes, all the way to how to control the heat, how to bake, and a host of other tips. This reward may seem like it's not very useful, but it actually is. It was impossible for Sui to go to a roadside stall to roast corn and sweet potatoes to start a business, right? Huh? Wait. It seems that. Looks like. Possibly. Maybe. It seems to be quite useful. Because the director of the program cited lack of funds as the reason, they had to rely on their work to earn money for their daily expenses. This little skill is a little more carefully thought out, and you can't tell, it's quite useful. Whether it is baked sweet potatoes or baked corn, it is easy to start a business. The investment is not big if the business is good, but the income is very substantial. Immediately, Sui thought about it. Tomorrow he would start preparing the mobile cart and then go to the market to pick the right ingredients. Sui asked Sasha, so tell me, I'm sure I'll know what I can do to help. Other members followed and stopped. Curious to see it. Sui, I would like to ask, if I do the following behaviors, will it constitute the crime of provoking trouble? Sui had a sincere face, and Sasha waited with a serious expression. 1. Hand out wedding candies to mourners at the funeral home entrance. Sasha? 2. Go to the hospital every day and pour mineral water on the plant. Sasha? 3. Play Only a Mother is Good in the World on a loop in front of the orphanage. Sasha, #%. 4. When attending a friend's mother's funeral, politely ask, "Why didn't your mom come?" Live stream. You do know how to be polite. Ha ha ha. Chapter 26. You've got quite a problem here, and we recommend a serious investigation. I'm not kidding. The viewers in the live room were about to go crazy with laughter. Well, you boys do know how to ask questions. Did you see that, everyone? The Sasha people were dumbfounded. This mouse kid always has such a tricky angle to his questions. What the hell is watering a plant? You wouldn't really do something that bad, would you? You're a pretty big problem, suggest Uncle Hat make a house call to investigate. I'm not kidding. At this time, a pop-up screen floated across the live broadcast, and the majority of netizens instantly became taut. This little brother's question is very thoughtful. We think you have a lot of potential. Is it convenient to come with us? I am the question writer for the criminal law section. We will contact you later through the regular channels. People just thought that this pop-up was interacting and playing a stunt, and after they had liked it, they didn't care too much about it. Today's broadcast is quickly drawing to a close. The final image of the camera is of everyone lying on their respective beds, followed by a black screen. Just as the general director Yen Min was also planning to go back to rest. A call suddenly came his way. Looking at the unfamiliar caller alert, I wanted to hang up directly, but considering that it would not be a cooperation endorsement at this time to find the door, but still pressed the answer. A voice soon came from across the room. Director Yen Min? I'm from the criminal law department on my side. Here's the thing. The opposite party quickly explained what he had come for. Yen Min's first reaction after hearing this was incredulity. The head of the criminal law department had actually called the phone to him, with the surprising purpose of hoping to invite the mouse to participate in this year's LSAT, serving in such a capacity as an assistant to the question writer. This. Min for a time are not sure what should be said. The program has just started broadcasting, only how long has been one after another. Dasha music inheritor Jin Soo teacher contacted him. Live copyright holders take the initiative to show good. Now even the leaders of the criminal law department want a chance to meet Sui. This living treasure. Min didn't even know how he should evaluate him. However, in the end, Min still nodded and said that he would relay this matter to Su Yi. As for whether he agreed or not, it would depend on what opinion he himself had. After hanging up the phone, in the office of the Dasha Criminal Law Department. After listening to his colleague's report, an old justice research expert put down his cigarette and once again turned on the live slice that he had just recorded. It was Su Ya who asked Sasha, of these acts, what is likely to constitute the crime of provocation? The old expert praised his colleagues in the office. Although this young man threw out the question in a joking tone, we can think about it carefully. With the development of the times and the progress of society, is there any relevant legal loophole behind such a seemingly extremely abstract behavior? A young man at the bottom replied. Mr. Wu, according to your arrangement, I purposely went to the Civil Law Code to check the relevant information, and in this regard we do have a considerable loophole. It's not that there is no relevant basis for whether the act of watering a vegetable, asako, but what made me feel surprised was that this afternoon I went to pick up my cousin from school and found that even the little kids were vying to be the first to imitate the waving of the network as even more quickly appeared a large number of unknown small anchor criticizing the flower shaking hand this crooked wind. These little anchors in the corners have found that as long as they are raging in their videos against this unorthodox trend of shaking the flower hand that has inexplicably started up at the moment, they can get a high level of traffic and likes. So, one by one, they are even more riveted, posting several times a day alert. Your child may be falling, short videos. The next morning, The Love Shack. Chapter 27, Can You Look at Me? I am very skillful in 18 styles. Today the directorate offers you 3 optional part-time jobs. Number 1, go to the zoo and be an animal pooper scooper for a day. Item 2, help Uncle Hat direct traffic. Item 3, be a salesman for a day and sell the program sponsor's brand of milk. The 6 gathered in the lodge parlor and began to discuss how to distribute the work. The first thing was the grouping, and this time everyone still chose to randomize the hand-over-hand approach. Yi Xiaomei was assigned to the same group as Master E Lantern. Sasha was assigned to the same group as the Empty Duke. Sophie became a group with Sui. Seeing such a grouping, Sophie's small face collapsed and she looked at Sasha prayerfully. Is it okay if we both switch teams? Sasha asked with some amusement. Why? She and Sophie had both been roommates for the past few days and had grown quite close. Sasha was aware that Sophie had said that she was afraid of social death when she teamed up with her little brother Mouse, who was like a wild dog off the leash most of the time, and she couldn't grasp it. Sui also came out at this time and questioned, is there something I didn't do well enough? You don't like doing missions with me? Seeing the very aggrieved look on his face, everyone laughed heartily and didn't take it seriously. In the studio, members of the Observer Corps laughed. Ho Zhang, Mouse is the one who knows how to seize the opportunity, and with a single word, he set Sophie up. Memphis, I find it really interesting when the two of them get along. Mouse never seems to think of Sophie as a big star. Jin Xing, it's true that once you formed a stereotype about someone, it's basically hard to change your mind. Sophie probably still remembers this day the image of when the two of them first. Interaction scene at the beginning of the program's recording. By Meng Yan, if Sister Sophie is really in a hand and foot relationship with little brother Mouse, then it would be too interesting. Who would have thought that the younger brother of the goddess of the hall would be a conspicuous bag in the crowd? I'm afraid that this matter will be laughed at by the fans for a long, long time. Ha ha. At the scene of the hut, in the face of Suya's questioning, Sophie's small face was tangled, and in the end, she could only reveal an expression of resignation like compromise. Never mind, let's not change it then. Several other members of the group once again smiled knowingly. Soon, everyone was ready to start departing, and before leaving, Suya focused on asking a question. Is there any money left in the house? Sophie, why are you asking? Sasha helpfully explained from the sidelines, no, we were so happy with our purchases yesterday that we spent all the funds at once. The explanation was followed by a somewhat embarrassed little sputter. Because she was the one who spent the most on yesterday's big purchase, and she was the one who initiated many of the purchases she suggested. Learning that his family now had no savings, Suyi was struck by lightning, and the special effects artist incidentally gave him a 5 Thunderbolt special effect. Sasha was a little embarrassed to ask when she saw this. That? You need money now? Suya, take out the question mark. Sasha. Originally, Suyi was planning to ask how much deposit was left and then plan what to do next with the stall. Although the program team had a job scheduled, Suyi wasn't going to follow the schedule. But now that all the savings have been used to purchase living supplies, all of a sudden there is no money, as if the plan will just go out the window? Everyone saw Suyi in a somewhat heavy mood. They were not too kind. After all, the living expenses were earned by Suyi's oboe playing, and the $200 that the director's team generously gave afterward was also the reward money that Suyi fought for. Master One Lamp thought for a moment and said, "Brother Mouse, don't worry, after we earn money from our part-time jobs today, we will definitely all stay and sponsor you." Suyi looked at Master E Lantern, and with a twinkle in his eyeballs, he suddenly said in a flash of inspiration, "That, I seem to remember you driving to the show, Master?" Master One Lamp nodded, although he was unsure. Suyi continued, "Is that car of yours still worth anything, Master Ikimoku?" The other guests were also left with a head full of questions. What does Suyi ask what this intends to do? He's not going to sell Master One Light's car, is he? In the live broadcast room, many viewers were curious when they saw this scene. Master One Lamp had a drive-by? Does anyone know what kind of car it is? I know this one, the one who came in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I saw it last time I was back in the village. I'll go. The son of a rich family. Saying that, I suddenly feel that Master One Lamp's whole person is much more handsome AI. Pop-up chatter. The camera panned and switched to a scene where Master Ikimoku handed Suyi the car keys. Master One Lamp, I don't know how much this car is still worth now, but it should barely be worth it, so sell it if you're in a hurry. Suyi, doesn't it hurt you to sell it? Master One Lamp, how come? We're good friends, it's just a car. Besides, this one is the cheapest one in my family's garage. I was thinking that I don't want to drive those fancy ones if I'm going to be on the show, so I chose it. Seeing that Master One Lamp was so generous, Suyi patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. When the live streaming room's teenage audience saw this scene, the pop-ups rolled up at a rapid pace. Master, do you still lack a mistress? I think I can. Suddenly I realized that Master Ikimoku was really quite handsome and manly. Just like Master One Lamp, this one, I said how to watch the live broadcast in the hands of more pairs of chopsticks. It turns out to be met my dishes. Master is really manly, can you take a look at me? I know a lot of the 18 styles of Y. Master One Lamp need not pay any attention to these prodigal hooves, they are all still young. I am different, I have a broad mind, I can. The pop-up section is burning up? You don't think he's rich enough to look at you ugly ducklings? TSK TSK TSK. Civilians like me rise to the occasion. Suddenly feel a light master a bit pretend not just a little money? Have a few cars? The pop-up section is starting to sour, eek. Chapter 28, Fall Pants Over Cotton Pants, There Must Be a Reason. The scene shifts and Master Elang is in charge of the car, with Suyi, Sophie, and Yi Xiaomei sharing the ride. The other group left directly in the program's vehicle and did not travel with the others because they were assigned to a farther location. The onboard navigation carries on prompting all the way, and the first stop is not directly to the mission site. Instead, at Suyi's request, the few people headed to the largest farmers market in downtown Jinmen. On the way, Master Ikimoku curiously asked, "What are we doing at the farmers market? If we're going to purchase food, can't we just go to a large supermarket?" Yi Xiaomei followed suit. "Mouse, you don't want to do something bad again, do you?" Sophie sat alone in the front row, the wide brim of her hat hiding most of her face, and all the way there she kept her head down and didn't interact with the group. Master One Lamp thought if Sophie had something on her mind and asked with concern, "Sister Sophie, seeing as you don't seem very happy today?" Sophie looked up and waved her hand with a smile. "No matter, just listen to you guys talk." Suyi sat in the back row, casting a sidelong glance in the past, seeing that Sophie was intentionally not talking much, lest her blood pressure suddenly creep up if she wasn't doing her best to maintain her. Once bitten by a snake, she was now very defensive. Inciting this point, Suyi did not. "Sorry I didn't realize you were here to buy goods, sorry. Suyi, this tone, once heard, is to come over to buy goods of the Gold Master. The driver does not dare to offend him, lest meet the careful eyes of the Gold Master, intentionally in front of the owner of the goods to say a few words. The future he cannot pick up this job how to do? Just at that moment, the rightful owner who had come over to inspect the corn arrived. Seeing so many people standing next to the truck today, this middle-aged man was a bit puzzled and immediately asked the driver about the situation. After learning what happened, the cargo owner looked at Suyi with some uncertainty and asked, "Little brother, which wholesale department are you from? I don't remember anyone ordering this truckload away." Sui, it's okay if you don't remember, are you selling this car corn? Middle-aged shopkeeper, of course, what am I doing here if I don't sell the goods? Sui, wouldn't that be fine? Who wouldn't you sell it to? Upon hearing this, the two of them, the middle-aged cargo owner and the driver's elder brother, then reacted and said at the same time, "What the hell do you do?" The studio was also hotly debated at this point. He Jung said, "At this point I can't help but also ask what the mouse really wants." Meng Fei, I think he's trying to saber rattle, right? Jin Xing, it's not a big problem for the sword to go sideways, but his sword is too sideways, it's not even close to the mission, right? The members of the Observer Corps couldn't see Su Ye's true intentions either. But a number of little witches on the air caught a glimpse of what was going on. I feel that the mouse should want to go straight to the first step. Working part-time is not as profitable as doing business. No way? What's he doing business with? But don't forget that this is a love variety shoot here, and everyone only has 7 days to make money to pick up the other two member pairs. Yeah, I can't think of a way to sell corn to be able to make money for a round-trip airfare and travel in 7 days. That's right, I've just done some math. According to the program's arrangement, the 6 members form 3 pairs, working for 7 days even at $500 a day a person. It's only barely enough for an economy class ticket. According to director Yen Min's style of having a belly full of bad water, I'm afraid there are many pits waiting for them afterward. There was a lot of talk in the live stream, and the pop-ups kept swiping. And that's when a call from a staff member reached Sophie's cell phone at the scene. After explaining the director's arrangements, the phone hung up. Yi Xiaomei walked over to Sophie and asked, "What's the situation?" Sophie's expression didn't look too good. The director said that if we continue to stay over here and don't finish our work today, we have to deduct today's pay, 600 yuan for each person. Faced with such a situation, the three of them immediately became a bit worried. However, the bad news doesn't stop there. Sophie followed. The director's side also said that if we don't manage to earn enough airfare for 6 people within the 7-day deadline, then someone will be joining up with the other 2 pairs by other means of transportation, such as ships, hiss, pop-ups. There's no mistaking it, it's director Yen Nin's style. I vaguely remember those 2 deceased people who rode the train on the show in women's clothing. There was an episode of Challenging the Limits early on that looked like this, and this is a note. Ha ha ha. The director has a knack for pitting guests. He has more than one hand, he has a pair of gloves. It's over, this is a big deal. At this moment, Master One Lamp had to pull Suyi over from the side of the van. After explaining the current situation clearly to Suyi, Master E Lantern opened his mouth. I think we should go on a quest normally? After all, we don't have the funds to do business right now, and I feel that selling corn doesn't seem to be able to achieve the profit margin we need. After listening to Master Ikimoka's explanation, Suya's expression remained unchanged as he asked everyone a question in return. Hypothetically, and I mean hypothetically, what if we worked hard enough on this side to earn enough money for a plane ticket, and after we landed in Zimbabwe, we found out that prices over there were 5 times higher than over here, and then the return ticket was 10 times more expensive then? Director Yen Min, feed me peanuts. No one feeds me peanuts. Laughing, the director is crying in the toilet at this point. 5:55. The studio saw that Sui managed to fool the 3 people. He Jiong would smile. It seems that this is indeed a question worth pondering. Meng Fei, not only are they in deep thought, but at this point I can't help but want to ask, could this really be possible? Although Bai Meng Yan hadn't appeared inside the explosive national variety show that the director had once produced, as a popular young flower who had participated in Goddesses Running Together, she was also aware that anything could happen in a variety show. Maybe Mouse's prophecy will actually come true next. But then again, even if you know the directing team might be digging a hole, what can you do? Now everyone has no funds on hand and the mission is only 7 days away. The many love observers in the Observer Corps didn't feel that Suyi was able to break the game in such a short period of time. After all, it's too challenging. At the scene of the love group, Sophie, Master E Lantern and Yi Xiaomei looked at Suyi together after contemplating. A question of great concern to all was raised. But what can we do in such a short period of time without doing the tasks of the program? Money can't come from the wind, can it? Facing everyone's skepticism, Suyi revealed a confident smile. Do you guys dare to make a bet with me? Master One Lamp said, what's the bet? How do you want to bet? Suyi, just bet that in the next few days, I can make enough for everyone's round-trip airfare and for the rest of the tour. Yi Xiaomei, really? Suyi, by the way, everyone's air tickets are bought first class, the hotel is also selected high grade, eat, drink, play and play a one-stop service, the whole scene by the mouse prince to pay the bill. Sophie, make believe. The other two also had a look of complete disbelief. The same goes for the pop-up section. Ha 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 ha. Also mouse Gongzi to pay the bill, you conspicuous bag, don't end up letting everyone sleep on the street with you on the line. Gongzi, first VI 50 to see the strength? I'm not asking for much, how about a 188 threshold so I can see it? Mr. Mouse, haven't you been a bit bloated lately? Oh. No one felt that Suyi could fulfill the promise he made. After all, this was in reality. It wasn't like writing a novel where you get 990 billion dog-licking gold in the opening. Everyone on the site thought the same thing. However, seeing him in such a demeanor, Mastery Lantern was somewhat touched and continued to ask. And what if you can't do it? We can't really do anything to you, can we? Suyi, this is not simple. If I can't do it, I can give a live performance of stewing myself in an iron pot. But the three couldn't strain a laugh. What kind of show is this? But Suyi then turned his words around. But if I do what I say I'm going to do, then you all need to be responsible for washing my clothes and socks and stuff for the duration of the show, no matter who's doing it anyway, just do it clean. And for the next few days, you're going to listen to my arrangements, and you're all going to work together so that the director doesn't find a single chance to screw everyone over. How about it, dare you play a hand? In the face of Suya's grandiose statement, after briefly thinking about it, Mastery Lantern had an attitude of giving up his life. Yes. Yi Xiaomei thought about it and felt that the temptation was still quite strong. After all, we've all seen what's going on now, the show is strapped for cash and the romantic members often need to do tasks to earn their paychecks. Even an airplane ticket requires everyone to earn money together to buy it. Originally, everyone is usually very busy and tired from their daily work, and the original intention of participating in this program is definitely to take it easy and enjoy life as a salted fish for a few months. If the mouse can lead the way to a small profit in a short period of time, there's something to look forward to in this little life. Wow. Soon after the three contacted another pair of love group members, the five came to an understanding. You can bet on it. Negotiating the decision, Suyi once again came next to the cargo owner and the driver's big brother. Boss, let's talk about a price. How much are you going to pay for this load? The owner of the goods thought, gave a fair wholesale price, according to the market price of 1.7 yuan pound, erasing the change, a total of $46,000 to Count Suyi. When everyone heard the price, they sucked in a breath of cold air. So expensive? If it were normal, the money wouldn't be unacceptable to the other members. But now it's on the show, and how can you pay someone's boss when several people together can't even come up with $300? Everyone looked at Suyi once again. Can't figure out what he's doing buying so much corn at once though. But the idea was his, and things naturally needed to be resolved by him. Faced with such a large shortfall of money, several people also wondered how Suyi was going to solve it. Only to see Suya's expression unchanged after hearing this number, he nodded and said, "Erase a zero, just give it to a friend and I'll give you 50,000. Middle-aged shipper? The older driver brother was similarly confused. First time I've seen a zero wiped like that. The pop-ups were also flying up in the livestream for a while. No, what's the operation of reverse wipe zero? If I were the shipper, I'd think the little mouse brother 4 isn't for stupid? This operation is simply too good to be true. So the question is, where's the money? You need to pay for something, that's something everyone understands. So the question is, Mouse, what are you going to pay with? We can't borrow the face of Goddess Sophie, can we? Just as the crowd was scrambling to discuss what Suyi would do next, many thought that the probability was that he was going to use the face of Goddess Sophie to get credit. As a result, everyone did not expect. Suyi and the middle-aged cargo owner and the driver brother left each other a phone number. This thing is so easy to talk into. Suyi, okay, I'll transfer the money over to you in the next 2 days. Middle-aged shipper, no problem, brother is so open, what's this little thing? Suyi added, brother driver, I'll call you afterward when I find a place. The driver had no problem nodding his head just the same. Seeing the three of them looking so cordial, many viewers in the live broadcast room were skeptical. This can't be a script, can it? The boss doesn't even want the money? Odds are, how many of the variety shows are unscripted? I won't argue with you if you say this show is scripted, but I'm sure this segment is definitely not scripted. Yo hey, there's still a know-it-all in the pop-up section? Brother Noel showed up? Then tell me, what makes you so sure that this party is real? Yeah, does it make sense that you don't have to pay for things? Chapter 30, You Don't Roast Corn, You See Me Like a Frog in a Well Looking at the Moon. Wu Xiaolong looked at these pop-ups in the comments section, questioning and bashing himself. Both brows furrowed, and his eyes quickly sharpened. Usually he is a very casual person and basically doesn't argue with anyone. When others refute his opinion, Wu Xiaolong will always respond with a sentence, "You are right." But today, Wu Xiaolong felt that he should stand up and say something. Ever since he inadvertently opened the live broadcast of the program Sisters and Brothers in Love, Wu Xiaolong was enamored by the hilarious mouseboy. He was simply too much fun. The mouse brings Wu Xiaolong, an ordinary and common college student, too much joy factor. The other guests on this show are more or less alienating to most ordinary people. It's as if we're not all from the same world. They are so high and mighty, each one of them is not only excellent in their own right, but their family background is even beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wu Xiaolong comes from an ordinary family background. His father is an ordinary big truck driver and his mother is a rural woman. Watching the exquisite lives of the other guests on Sisters and Brothers in Love honestly didn't make sense to him. After all, who has nothing better to do than to go climbing with the rich all day long? He watches most of the people on this show and is actually getting a third perspective. He doesn't know them well. But the mouse guy is a completely different story, the reason why Wu Xiaolong now wakes up regularly every day and chases the program the whole time. It's because the mouse gives the impression that, my friend with the conspicuous bag is on TV. Though he didn't know mouse, the kid had no baggage at all, and wasn't like the others on the show, who were always putting on airs and giving off condescending vibes. He was like his dormitory roommate, everything ordinary except a little handsome. Will not deliberately pursue a sophisticated life, a little lazy. The first phase of the program with Sasha team to help the village kitchen, like a salted fish, can be lazy. Also seeing a beautiful woman will occasionally make a little joke to liven up the atmosphere. Nor will they be like other guests, who have all sorts of elegant stunts to show off their best side. Playing the piano again and showing off their dancing. Therefore, every time he saw the mouse pulling in slack on camera, Wu Xiaolong would always give an offhand smile. Even though the two had never met, it was as if they had been friends for a long time. Looking at a large section of the pop-up area that said that it was now a script designed in advance by the program team, Wu Xiaolong quickly struck the keyboard with both hands, and a pop-up screen was quickly sent. Shut up, little hacks in the pop-up section. You're not a rumor monger. Dude, you're so vocal, so why don't you show me some proof? Still large swaths of people questioned him. Wu Xiaolong immediately sent another pop-up. Die laughing, I'll prove it to you now. After sending, Wu Xiaolong immediately dialed his father's phone. That's right, the truck driver who appeared in the show's footage was none other than Wu Xiaolong's father. He also didn't think it was such a coincidence that he would one day witness his dad on TV. Fittingly, as the call is dialed, the truck driver on camera pulls out his cell phone from his pants pocket and checks it, then steps aside of his own accord. The phone was connected and Wu Xiaolong couldn't wait to say, "Dad, you go in front of the camera now, put it on speakerphone and say hello, I'm watching the show." Uncle Wu froze at his words, and Wu Xiaolong quickly explained and proceeded to type a message on the pop-up. Saying it's scripted, I'll let my dad say hello to everyone right now. It's my dad driving the car and the camera. If it was scripted, I'm afraid he would have acted out the reveal. After listening to his son's explanation, Uncle Wu, somewhat embarrassed, took the initiative to come to the camera to say hello. Wu Xiaolong's voice could still be heard from the cell phone. "You little hacks, hurry up and shut up." Many of the viewers who were also watching the live stream were instantly amused. Good lord, this dude is a cow too. This father-son game, how to lose. Laughing doesn't live. Jet meets real brother. I'll stand here today and see who dares to spray this as a script. Though this scene puts the topic of scripted hype to rest. Still, many people question why it's okay to buy something without paying for it if it's not scripted. One of the few photographers on the set was dedicated to checking out the pop-up interactions. Seeing everyone arguing for so long, this cameraman, who was in charge of checking the pop-up interactions in real time, couldn't sit still. It's not over, is it? So after getting the approval of the general director Yen Min, the cameraman told the problem to Su Yi and the middle-aged cargo owner who was planning to leave to get busy. This time, not waiting for Su Yi to open his mouth to reply. After the middle-aged shipper heard that this query existed, he was straight up happy as a party. What's so strange? Now is the rule of law society. We talk about business openly and honestly. There are still cameras filming it. The evidence has been preserved. What can I worry about this little brother to run away? If it was a business under $2,000, it would definitely be settled on the spot, but this isn't a business under $2,000. Many of the jets on the air were a bit confused. To say that people, shippers because of legal protection not afraid of Suyi run away this can. Good news, I can play the oboe, and I'm getting a meal out of it. Bad news, I'm eating a dead man's meal. Ha ha ha. Pooh ha ha. Putting aside the fact that this skill tree is a bit skewed, let's ask you if you're secure at this end of the job. Chapter 31. If you roast corn, see me as a floating grain peering into the green sky. The pop-up area has been flirting, there is no way, who let Suyi before simply to show. All of the necessary supplies have been purchased. Just when a few people were planning to leave the last grocery store, Suyi saw a small bow and arrow hanging on the wall, and it looked like the kind of small toys with suction cups that children like to play with. Boss lady, after buying so many things from you, can I have this gadget by the way? Suyi pointed to the toy bow and arrow on the wall. Young man, you're so old you still play with this stuff? My son stopped playing when he was 8. Suyi took it for granted, this toy might be. The crowd erupted in cheers. Originally, it was quite normal for idols to interact with their fans in a positive way like this. But in the crowd, I don't know which girl suddenly yelled again with her loud voice. Mouse, you look so cool shooting arrows. Shoot me in the face. Because of the specialized skill of Tsukumo Dwanjie, Ski subconsciously responded. Too many people, I'll give you my room card. But the entire scene instantly fell into a dead silence as if time and space had stood still. In the studio, by Meng Yan, who was drinking water, couldn't hold back for a moment and sprayed out on the spot. Pust. A screen full of question marks appeared on the air. Question mark. These sisters are a little too fierce. Po ha ha ha. I'm ing laughing my ass off. It's true that what kind of guy gets what kind of fans, and Mouse's female fans are just plain wild. This Thai road is also drivable? It was not easy to return to the love hut, the pair of Sasha and Empty Duke who went out on a mission alone. At this time, seeing Suyi and the others with piles and piles of things full of things, they could not help but curiously come up. Sasha, so much gear, and surprisingly, a professional stall cart. What the hell have you guys been doing all day? Sasha spent the day at the zoo as a pooper scooper with the Empty Duke. Sasha knew for the first time, the original to the elephants to clean up the dung is actually pulled by a car. That carload after carload of elephant dung piled up like a mountain, even now cannot help but think of it makes her scalp numb. The Empty Duke also came over. At this time, Suyi stepped forward and said, Okay, assign 3 people to prepare dinner tonight and the rest help me out. It was promised before that everyone would listen to Suya's arrangements in these next few days. Naturally there were no second thoughts at this point, and Sophie firmly stepped up to the group preparing dinner. In the end, Emptiness, Sasha and Suyi were divided into a group, while the other 3 became a group. Suyi especially reminded, over at the dinner group, the main course can be prepared a little less, and we'll mainly eat roasted corn tonight. At that, everyone looked at each other. Master One Lamp couldn't help but question, what's so good about roasted corn? At this time, Yi Xiaomei suddenly reacted. Mouse, your business plan, you're not planning on roasting corn at a street stand, are you? Soha, what's wrong? Almost everyone in the room had a sky is falling look on their faces. As the other 3 people who had followed Suyi for a busy day, at this moment, they suddenly had a depressed feeling that they had worked for nothing. Sophie could do nothing about it and took the rare initiative to speak up. Big brother, I'm afraid this business plan of yours won't work. What's so good about roasted corn? Who would buy such a thing? Besides, you bought a full wagon load of corn, that much, and you tell me how you're going to sell it? Sophie voiced a common concern. That's right. It's just a roasted corn. You make such a big deal out of it, how will you end up if you can't sell it then? Master One Lamp couldn't help but complain at this point. Brother, next time can you not screw up like this? You've got us all screwed with this bright idea. Yi Xiaomei followed. Yeah, you're sure to retort my corn is delicious, but the question is, even if it is? How much can we sell? We've got a whole truck full of it. I heard Yi Xiaomei say that this morning Suyi directly procured tens of thousands of pounds of corn without saying anything. Sasha and the Empty Duke people were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Really? Sasha couldn't help but ask, Mouse is going to buy so much corn at once, why don't you guys stop him a little bit? That question really got 3 people. Glancing at each other, the 3 are also asking, yeah, why don't we stop him a little? Chapter 32, Aha! Hooray! A corn aroma confused. Ha ha! It's just too funny, Sasha has all 3 of them stumped with one sentence. Yeah, why didn't everyone stop the mouse from coming? I assume there were no real cash transactions, so people had little sense of exactly how much a load of corn was worth? I wonder now how little brother Mouse is going to sell them with all this corn. Yeah, like Master One Lamp said, even if little brother Mouse's corn is roasted very well, so what? How many people would pay for a roasted corn? That's right, it's not like this is a staple food, so there's no use in making it tasty. The crowd on the live feed was talking. And within such a large group of watching spectators, there was one person who was different from everyone else. Wang Xiano, an ordinary junior college understudy. This is his second year of self-employment. The reason why did not finish secondary school dropped out of entrepreneurship, on the one hand, do not want to continue to increase the burden on the family. After all, now this society, the number of students graduated from the second degree as many as possible. The number of people who can't find a job after graduating with a book is even higher. Almost all industries keep imploding, and rapid growth is followed by widespread fallout. What a terrifying number of 17 million new college students each year. Dasha graduates more students each year than the total population of many of the older developed countries in Northern Europe. So many people pouring into society, in just a few years, all of a sudden let the original talent in the gap state of the composition of society, into the social status quo of the surplus of talent. The market as a whole simply doesn't need that much labor. It is because of seeing such a status quo, the teenage precocious Wang Xiaoyao immediately decided to leave school to fend for himself. This will not only make the financial pressure on the whole family much less, but also give you some practical experience to lay a foundation for future development. But because his education really wasn't bright enough and he didn't have the expertise himself. In addition to his parents working outside the home, he has a grandmother who needs care and a younger sister who is in junior high school. The range of business ventures Wang Xiano could choose from would be small. Basically, there's no better way than to set up a stall. Luckily, he was usually resourceful and observant, and soon discovered the two seemingly insignificant small businesses of roasted corn and roasted sweet potatoes on the street. The wholesale price of the better sweet glutinous corn on the market is about 2.3 yuan. Sister and brother love synthesis program that Mouse little brother 1.7 yuan to take a carload of price is actually very reasonable. After all, his demand than Wang Xiano most. Usually, Wang Xiano is at most a few dozen pounds of corn and a dozen pounds of sweet potatoes at a time. So the price he can get will be slightly on the higher side. But while the price is a little higher, the actual profit is still good. A corn hold-up is only 352, the average cost of about 3 corn can be nuclear to 2.3 yuan. That means that the cost of a normal piece of corn is just under 80 cents. Plus fire consumption, miscellaneous materials. Wang Xiano was basically able to keep the cost price of a piece of corn within $1.50. And he sells a finished roasted corn for $3, which equates to a near 100% profit margin on each one sold. Doesn't that sound lucrative? But it is actually not that exaggerated because since it is a business, naturally it cannot be counted in just one aspect. What about sales volume in addition to profitability? Wang Xianochu's stall location is their hometown next to the middle school. Every day basically can only rely on the noon students and parents pick up 2 time periods in the afternoon. A day of good luck can sell 40 corn, 10 sweet potatoes this way. Sales are stuck here. In fact, when you do the serious math, you'll only make $100 or so a day. And that's if he can usually talk and come to terms with things. For example, be sweet to everyone and offer to wipe a zero off a regular customer. These small skills of doing business are his own to figure out. Relying on these people to deal with, Wang Xiano dry more than half a year, is barely able to rely on their own to take care of the whole family. So, when seeing the show, Mouseketeer was planning to make a quick buck on airfare and travel money by selling roasted corn. Wang Xiano's first consideration was to think differently. If he had come, how could he have sold out that big truckload of corn in a very short period of time? After pondering for most of the day, Wang Xiano couldn't think of any good solutions. Even if it's half sold, you'd have to have that much traffic to make it work. As for starting from other angles, such as raising the unit price, it is even more unrealistic. Even with a celebrity aura like the goddess Sophie at her side, how much more can you sell a roasted corn for, when it's just a roasted corn? How about $6 to hold out? So Wang Xiano was almost certain that they wouldn't be able to do this thing. But he would keep watching to see just how much this very interesting little man could do with a roasted corn. If he could really do it, Wang Xiano felt that he could as well. In the Sisters-in-Law studio, the members of the celebrity watch group have been watching the live video. He-jong said in a slightly teasing manner, this time the mouse is considered to have lifted a stone and smashed its own foot. Meng Fei also laughed derisively. Yeah, I feel like if little brother Mouse didn't make roasted corn and continued to take white jobs, it might even be more profitable. Bai Meng Yan couldn't help but giggle every time she thought about the operation of the mouse at that white affair scene. There's no way around it. Who makes this guy simply too abstract? Other people play the oboe well, but he plays the oboe to literally send the living away. Golden Apricot also felt that this was unlikely to be accomplished, and laughed at this point with the tastes of those who had been there. Young people, it's understandable that they always have some new and weird ideas. Getting beaten up by society a few times doesn't make you think so much. The studio burst into laughter. As expected of Ms. Jean Xing, who is known for her poisonous tongue, this turn of phrase really catches people off guard. The camera returns to the Love Shack scene. After a lot of work, the freshly baked roasted corn was finally finished and successfully served on the table. It's not really particularly troublesome, it's mainly a matter of fire. People are usually basically 10-fingered and therefore inexperienced. It mainly relied on Sui to grasp the time and command from the side. After all the corn roasted tonight was in preparation for the real thing tomorrow. Even if Sui was good at roasting corn, it was impossible for him to busy himself alone, and he would definitely need someone to give him a hand on the side. And the task of helping out naturally fell to the others. Sui is responsible for controlling the key fire link, the other main practice packaging, collecting money and these small things, on the side to give a hand. The golden corn was presented to all. The aroma of sizzling corn drew a few people's fingers to the table. Sasha was a little glutton, looking at the roasted corn that she had helped to make. Her heart felt a sense of accomplishment at the same time, her appetite was wide open, and she immediately picked up a piece and tasted it. The sweet and soft corn is roasted over charcoal and has a crispy texture, and the mouth is filled with the aroma of the corn itself. Aha, that's good, Sasha said with some surprise. Chapter 33. Brother, you drive a truck to go out and set up a stall? Seeing Sasha's very exaggerated expression of surprise and admiration, the corners of a few people's mouths twitched. As far as being so supportive? Sophie couldn't quite believe it. A roasted corn was just a roasted corn. So she also picked up a piece of golden-colored zephyr corn on the cob and took a small, shallow bite, eating with great elegance. The kernels of corn were chewed in her mouth, a full texture coupled with a sweet flavor that made her eyes light up as well. The others saw this and immediately tried it. Master One Lamp quickly winds up chewing through a whole corn. You don't say. You really don't say. The texture is not at all the same as that sticky old corn I used to eat. The Empty Duke also took the initiative to praise it. The flavor of this corn is really good, better than anything I've ever eaten before. The most important thing is that it can be eaten with a complete graininess, so it feels really good to use it as a snack. In the face of everyone's frantic praise, Suyi humbly smiled, picked up half a corn and took a few bites as well. It's not really possible to say how special it is, but it's because of the system-enhanced master grilled corn skill. Suyi from the selection of raw materials to start layers of control. Baked corn is indeed not quite the same as ordinary mobile stalls baked. On the one hand, the raw materials are well chosen. Suyi specifically chose non-GMO old corn. This kind of corn is usually used for oil extraction because of the general taste of fried vegetables. Unlike the common tender corn, which is light and sweet for stir-frying, but burns easily when roasted, the texture is sheepish and doesn't have that firmness. Plus, he uses proper charcoal, and after charcoal grilling, the sweet taste of the corn itself is completely exuded. It tastes markedly different from any other way of doing things. Seeing this scene, many viewers in the live broadcast room subconsciously frowned. No way. It's just a roasted corn. It's a bit pompous if you're so supportive. Right, there are several stalls of roasted corn under my house. I buy it occasionally, but I don't feel that it's good at all. This is meaningless. I still want to see the real effect of the program. Did the program team give you a private meeting? Now that the mouse is on fire, everyone wants to promote him alone? The pop-ups kept scrolling, and the original 3 million or so online viewers quit more than 100,000 in such a short while. Same moment. Wang Xiano tidied up his stall while watching the live broadcast of Sisters and Brothers in Love. He naturally saw what was on the pop-up section. However, compared to these people, Wang Xiano didn't have many mood swings. It was just that he was a little curious, as a regular guy who made his living with the skill of roasting corn. Wang Xiano can see from the live screen, the mouse baked out of the corn color golden full, the surface of the kernel of corn slightly charred. It looks like in the process of baking should be added a little secret ingredients. Wang Xiano wasn't quite sure if the mouse had brushed some butter seasoning on the surface of the corn before roasting it. This is a great way to make the roasted corn colorful, look full and golden and very appetizing. If one guesses correctly, maybe the corn roasted by that mouse boy will actually sell? After all, no matter what kind of food it is, good food always comes first. First things have to taste good in order to attract customers. And the price and stuff is something to think deeply about after all the local costs are taken into account. Wang Xiano vaguely felt that the roasted corn that the mouse had come up with this time might really be promising. Early the next morning, the members of the love group woke up early in unison and began to prepare according to Su Ye's arrangement. Today they were 3 pairs of people, 6 of them, who decided to unify together in the business of roasting corn. After all, a big truckload of corn has been ordered, so what else can you do if you don't sell it? Others were responsible for lifting the mobile carts onto the small train prepared by the program, counting and carrying auxiliary materials. Su Yi, on the other hand, started to call and contact the driver's big brother to agree on the meeting place for today. With that much corn, surely it can only be stored in the truck for 2 days, or where would it be unloaded and stacked? The love shack is just a tiny bit bigger and there is no room to store it. Soon, the members of the love group followed Su Yi, and together they arrived at the street corner of a busy commercial area. This area is adjacent to the subway station, and there are mobile stalls in front of and behind the intersection that have been specially planned by the municipal authorities. It's just about time for everyone to go to work. People come and go, and every now and then passing commuters stop in front of the stall to buy breakfast. At this point, a large truck was directed to drive slowly into the parking space next to the stall area and pull into the parking space. Su Yi and the others also arrived at the scene at the same time and began to carry the roasted corn cart. Such a big battle, not to mention the stalls next to the vendors have not seen, passers-by and city authorities have not seen. Who's a nice guy setting up a stall and driving a big 9 feet 6 inches truck straight over here? The key can be seen from the outside, a whole truck full of corn. What's going on here? Not too long ago, under Su Ye's leadership and command, the 3 corn roasting carts were parked in order to start the fire. In front of the cart, a hand-painted sign reads, "Grilled corn." The truck doors were open and the fresh corn was neatly stacked. The charcoal fire soon burned up as well, and Su Yi led the big guys to start getting busy. A grilled corn cart is capable of grilling 9 pieces of corn at the same time, and it takes about 6 minutes to grill 1 piece, that is, even if it is designed ahead of time to put in the corn at different times. The minimum gap time between putting a piece of corn in the grill and taking it out of the oven is 6 minutes. As the stall began to open for business, the pedestrians passing by soon discovered Su Yi and their side as well. There was no way around it, the array was just too big, and just the fact that a van that size was filled with corn was enough to draw attention. Not to mention all the follow-up photographers nearby. Someone soon realized that this was almost all of the passers-by who were willing to buy were Sophie's fans. And the passers-by who don't want to sell $5 a roasted corn, uncle said, originally thought I cost 80 cents, sell $5 is already enough. Black heart, did not think there are masters. The 2 of them made some small talk, and the bald uncle left with nothing to do. After the uncle who roasted the corn learned that a corn on Su Ye's side was actually sold for $10, his mind couldn't help but start to come alive. At the same time, he had been paying attention and observing the business situation on Su Yi and their side. If Su Ye's side was selling roasted corn for $10 and people were coming to buy it, then he planned to follow suit and raise the price tomorrow. If you want to make more money in their line of work, you have to rip off the customers, and you can rip off one person at a time. Who the hell cares if word of mouth is important? It's not just this one uncle selling roasted corn. Naturally, a few of the older women who were also selling roasted corn nearby quickly inquired about the situation. There was no need for everyone to engage in any communication at all, as the several vendors merely looked at each other a few times across the air, and each understood what everyone was thinking. It seems that all are eager to raise prices. Several vendors had been watching Su Yi and their side all morning. By noon, people began to show up, and there were a lot of various small restaurants in the area, and there was a fair amount of foot traffic at noon. The vendors of roasted corn sold their roasted corn while keeping an eye on Su Ye's side. Almost past noon. Those of them who had been lucky had already sold a dozen or so, and those who had been unlucky had sold a few. However, Su Ye's side didn't have any customers actively patronizing it. As they expected, that price Su Yi sold was so outrageous that no one would be willing to come and buy it. I'm afraid the lad's a bit of a fool. Several vendors' eyes flashed with disdain. Young people are really too young to go into business without knowing anything. No, maybe people are just recording for effect? After all, with all those cameras pointed at the youngsters, it's 80% that these people aren't here specifically for business. The nearby roasted corn vendors had already sentenced Su Ye's side to death. He was sure that Su Ye and the others couldn't have sold that big cart of corn. And that seems to be exactly what happened. All morning plus most of midday. The members of the love group were so bored their cell phones were running out of battery. But the corn didn't sell a few from start to finish. In the face of such a situation, everyone had completely lost hope in Su Ye's plan. It's just that since today is already like this, there's not much else to do without staying up with him. On the contrary, Su Ye was still as old and enthusiastic as ever. Straight from the booth. Viewers have been watching the live stream all morning, and everyone has been helping to calculate the income from this venture since the beginning. I counted 5 cords of corn sold in one morning and made $50. Mouse, it doesn't feel like this is going to go well, does it? Yeah, your grandiose business plan isn't going to fail, is it? I'll admit the mouse guy is a genius at abstraction, but business. Isn't it said that the pop-up area is full of talent? I'm anxious about this situation. How can this be done? Hurry up to come to a great military advisor to give us mouse out of the idea. Yes, at this rate, I'm afraid the mouse will have to stew himself in an iron pot. Laughing and crying. Seeing the interactive messages in the pop-up area to the side, the love group members' gazes fell on Su Ye. At that moment he also saw what was on the pop-up. Su Ye still had the same mountain man has his own plan demeanor, his mind was as steady as an old dog, and he didn't seem to be in any hurry at all. Just as Su Ye was planning to comfort the restless hearts of the live broadcast audience. A high praise pop-up floated by. Mouse-chan, I'm a fan of yours, and I'm also a regular guy who makes a living off of baked sweet potatoes and roasted corn. Finally, a big brother shows up. I told you the comments section could find talent. This mousy little brother's peers hurry up and give him a tip. Yeah, this corn is also too hard to sell, it doesn't feel like it's popular at all. The person who sent this pop-up content was naturally Wang Xiaoyo, who had been following the live broadcast. At this time, noon had passed, and Wang Xiaoyo was busy finishing his business during the noon period. Immediately after freeing up, the first thing you do is send a pop-up. He was also looking at the mouse's side of the house, which had not been doing any business, and was anxious for him. Immediately, Wang Xiaoyo sent out his business secrets. The first thing was to suggest that Xi go to the stalls of his peers next to him and ask how much people were selling them for. If everyone is only selling it for $3 and your side is selling it for $10, how can anyone come and buy it? In the face of this piece of advice, Su Ye was unmoved. But the vacuous male who wanted to sell this huge wagon of corn in a hurry couldn't sit still. Hurriedly, he ran to the next few stalls, and after some lowly inquiries, came back to report. The empty Duke, mouse, the next stall people just sell a corn for $5, our price seems to be really high. Wang Xiaoyo, who was watching the live broadcast, learned of this situation and immediately analyzed the reason for the lack of business. Mouse-chan, I've heard the prices of the peers next to me, the prices on your side are indeed a bit too expensive. To get business going, I suggest a little promotion? At $10 a corn, it's absolutely impossible to sell that if the price doesn't come down. Chapter 35, what kind of operation is this? He's practically a business ghostwriter. Not only the viewers in the broadcast room, but also the other members of the love group on the scene found the advice of this peer boy to be pertinent. The empty void Duke held back a nameless fire. I didn't expect to eat it and realized that the corn roasted by Steve tasted really good. While giving him a thumbs up, Mr. Lu couldn't help but have questions. There's nothing wrong with the corn. It's so good when it's roasted, why can't you sell it? Mr. Lu sidestepped a bit, and soon learned from the next few people in the empty Duke's mouth where the problem really lies. 80% of the time it's too expensive to sell. After being certain of the real reason in his heart, Mr. Lu sincerely looked at Su Ye. Little brother mouse, although we've just met, I think you're definitely a good piece of material, you're bound to soar in the future. It's just that we business people do things, pay attention to the fairness of the sale, the quality of the development, the service for the purpose, the price as the fundamental. Mr. Lu rarely so to persuade others, the reason why so bitter, on the one hand, because their own this carload of goods payment has not yet arrived. On the other hand, he also felt that Su Ye, a young man, was quite interesting, bold, and very much the same kind of intrusion he had when he was going to the sea. Thus, the middle-aged man's good-for-nothing nature is guilty. After all, we all know the three main hobbies of middle-aged men. Persuading a lost girl to leave the good life. Pulling good women into the sea. As well as standing up for those who have been there, and being a good teacher. Mr. Lu said, I think you this corn baked out absolutely no problem, but you this pricing is indeed a little high, after all, we are also a roadside stall, and does not play a value-added services, or, you try to look at a discount sales? The members of the on-site love group recognize this persuasion of Lu, and many viewers in the live broadcast were also sending pop-ups. Everyone is helping out of the goodness of their hearts. Suyi nodded, I'll take Mr. Lu's goodwill, it's just that even though we're doing a small business here, there are costs. Honestly, I can't really make much money selling a roasted corn for $10. Hearing this explanation from Suyi, Wang Xiano, who was watching the live stream, was the first to roll his eyes. Brother, even a ghost wouldn't believe you if you told. After a brief exchange, he learned that Suyi and his group were setting up a stall here to sell roasted corn. One of the little beauties in tight yoga pants stepped forward to inquire curiously. Boss, how do you sell this corn? At this time, Mastery Lantern and Mr. Empty Void also brought their secret weapon suitcases over. Suyi answered the little beauty anchorwoman's question as he unzipped his suitcase. Oops, wrong. The little beauty was a little confused. What was wrong? Suyi rummaged through his suitcase to find the publicity sign he had stayed up late last night to prepare, and stood in front of the stall on the spot. A large poster quickly caught everyone's eye, patented products Fortune 500 certified. The large letters are very eye-catching and there are many hand-drawn drawings and textual content underneath. However, because there was so much information in this poster, everyone's eyes didn't know where to look first for a while, and the first thing they saw was this big line at the top. C began to take off his casual jacket. From among the suitcases, he took out a well-tailored suit. And in turn, wear a watch, a tie, and a pair of white gloves. After doing this series, he straightened his lapel and smoothly sprayed a little more hairspray into his hair. Once the hair was set, looked to the little beauty hostess. You just called me boss, I'm not picking on you. But now you should address me as chairman, okay? Chapter 36, Fortune 500 Roasted Corn Group, Chairman of the Board offers one-on-one service. A couple of outdoor fitness blog owners were baffled for a moment. Suyi looked serious and tapped his signature poster with the iron stick of roasted corn and said seriously. Look over here. Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on the location where the iron sign was pointing. Patented products world-class quality. A world-renowned gourmet company awarded a special honor by the Baklava Association of the United Kingdom. Certified by a professional organization Fortune 500 company. Suyi seriously introduced himself to several outdoor anchors. Folks, I'm a certified business with a public seal of approval. The iron sign once again points to one of the poster's locations. There was indeed a hand-painted seal that read official seal here. Seeing this scene, several outdoor anchors were all a bit tense at once. Next to them, the members of the love group had a look of great shock. They were completely unaware that Suyi had even prepared such a hand. And the official broadcast room was almost laughing at this point. Countless pop-ups frantically swiped the screen. I knew it, Mouse, he's a genius. Goddamn professional certification, goddamn world top 500. Big Brother knows that you are a roasted corn, but if you don't know, you think you are a photolithography machine. Stall site. The little yoga panted beauty who had just inquired about the price subconsciously cupped her hand. Really? Suya's face did not change. When you go out, you give yourself an identity, so what do you care? But... At the back, Sophie just drank in a mouthful of mineral water, and at this moment, all of it spewed out. It was already because of this conspicuous bag Brother felt unable to lift his head. It's better now, no need to feel it. Live stream. Poo-ha. Put. I told you you'd learn something new watching this show, right? When you go out, you give yourself an identity. Poke me right in the face, and I'm doing the same thing from now on. Dog's head in a suit and tie emoji. It would have been desperate enough. As a result, the little yoga pants beauty's mouth twitched and she asked again. But you're too abstract to prove it, aren't you? In the next moment, Suyi took a lightning-fast speed. Once again, a large vertical poster was pulled out of the middle of the suitcase. It was glued with pictures of various celebrities with Soyi. NBA superstar James wrapped his arm around Soye's shoulder, holding a roasted corn in his hand, and smiled for the camera. Top stream diva Taylor Swift posed for an intimate photo with Soyi. The microphone in her hand was posed as a roasted corn. A photo of Guyu and Soyi. One eyebrow toast with suet, corn and large dumplings. Giant Yao Ming pictured with Soyi. Top stream diva Sophie is dressed in a gorgeous vintage costume and holding a roasted corn. Last era's Big Four hold Su Leaf's roasted corn in their hands. Rokudo Naruto with a grilled corn in his Susanoo Sasuke's hand. Nika form Munch D, Luffy salts roasted corn. Super Saigod Goku and Super Saigod Vegeta jointly recommend grilled corn. There's even one with the UN conference hall in the background, with a big, fat, kindly black brother, praising the roasted corn, with the text, UN Secretary General, Kate. Seeing these promotional group photos, everyone in the room unconsciously gave a thumbs up to Su Yi and his roasted corn. The live broadcast room that originally had more than 4 million people online had countless people frantically pouring in once again, breaking through to 6 million in an instant. The countless people who had heard about the food were simply about to go crazy with joy. This Fortune 500 corn roasting business I recognize. Then the question arises, may I ask Chairman Mouse, what is your company's corporate culture? I am now a believer in the high cost of little brother Mouse's roasted corn. Well, this price of $10 is very reasonable. This enterprise is willing to pay blood money to hire endorsement. I'm afraid that the annual advertising cost is an astronomical figure. Stall site. Several outdoor anchors had completely recognized the identity of Suya's chairman by this time. One of them subconsciously glanced at his live feed. Nice guy. Usually at most dozens of people watch online, so a moment of effort, the live broadcast directly influx of 10,000 plus online viewers. The pop-ups are even floating. Hurry up and buy him. Don't miss this chance anchor. Yes. The world's top 500 roasted corn group, the chairman of the board of directors to provide one-on-one service, only to charge you $10, this price cannot lose by cannot be fooled When the first person realized that the live feed numbers had exploded. A few people next to him also quickly realized that their popularity in the live room had gone crazy. The most resourceful little yoga pants beauty just now realized instantly that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Li's grilled corn, this order has to be placed today. Boss, have a bar. No, Chairman, I want a barbecued bogu. The little yoga pants beauty said immediately. Su Yi, okay. Beauty, do you want the idyllic flavor or the rock and roll flavor? Hearing that there was more to a roasted corn, the little beauty asked again. Chairman, is there any difference between the two flavors? Sui, of course I have. Field flavors are more field than rock flavors, and rock flavors are more rock than field flavors. Then I want both. Sui revealed a surprised expression and asked, are you sure? Little beauty, okay. Sui held the iron sign in one hand, the other hand wearing labor insurance gloves, index finger and middle finger gently scratched the iron sign body, as if a professional swordsman stroked the sword that was his companion. Arrange. The scene, again, amused several people on the set and in the broadcast room with laughter. Sui asked casually while taking out the corn that was wrapped by the outer coat. Where are you from, pretty girl? What's your last name? Can you tell me your age? Live stream. Mouse, you boys don't fancy people, do you? Outdoor beauty, good lord, who in the family understands? I'll just buy a roasted corn and he's close to asking for my bank card pin. Giving a nod to the upstairs, not that I can't give more than one, but I'm afraid you'll float. Yoga Pants Little Beauty was originally a professional outdoor anchor. In the face of Suya's inquiry, naturally will not think too much. After all, the two parties can now be live under the camera. No matter what this roasted corn guy asks, just answer clearly yourself, it's all for the sake of the show. She could also sense that this chance encounter might be an opportunity for her. So he didn't avoid it, and immediately smiled sweetly and said, I'm from Qingdao, Lu Province, exempt from your honor, call me Su Xiaomeng can be, this year 25 years old, so far single yo. Saying that, he ended up throwing a wink towards Su Yi in passing. This scene looked at the audience in the live room inexplicably feel a little jealous of what is going on. Not what gives you the right to wink at us mice. What kind of stuff are you? And trying to pick up our little mouse brother. Seeing these pop-ups that were crazily bashing that little pretty anchor woman, the old men in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. So it's the little beauty anchor that you guys are jealous of. Little brother mouse, don't fall for this little Thai fox's tricks. That's right. Boys must protect themselves out there. Can't brother know. Just this kind of third-rate goods with no body, no ass, and no face want toads to eat swan meat? Come on sister, whoever pisses yellow, wake her up. Sis is diabetic and I'm afraid she'll get a taste of it. Get someone else. Nice guy. So there are so many mousy female fans in the live broadcast? Many male viewers were stunned when they saw the pop-up area was in a state of denunciation at this point. Thought the mouse little brother would be popular. But it was totally unexpected that this guy had so many female fans. Chapter 37. A roasted corn is a limited purchase. It's a crazy world. In the pop-up section, some people were the first to voice their doubts. Come on, a couple of pretty sisters explain. I can't figure out why you guys are powder-mousing this abstract at all? Same question, I can't understand it either. Yeah, I feel like my mouse brother doesn't seem to be any different from everyone else except he's a little handsome, right? Why do so many girls like him? Female fans watching the livestream saw the pop-ups coming from these stupid boys. All of them laughed at once. Let's just say that the odds are that anyone who can ask these questions is a straight man with no escape. Deserves not to have a girlfriend. An eager girl took it upon herself to answer many of the male audience members' questions. Enthusiastic citizen Ms. Wu, mouse, handsome, young, multi-talented, just these basics alone, already beat 90% of the fat geeks, puss-faced heavy gamers and a whole lot of fanboy confident Pusheen men, okay? I carry the flag for mouse, the upstairs sisters are so right. It's more than that, I personally don't eat much of the face, but little brother mouse really pulls out all the stops for the emotional value of the girls, okay? Don't you guys notice how much detail there is in the show? Enthusiastic citizen Ms. Wu, yes, who wouldn't like such a boy? He never says it, but he will take care of all the details of the girls as much as possible. For example, when he goes out to set up a stall, he specially prepares umbrellas for the girls. May I ask, will most people in the pop-up area see this kind of small details? Seeing these pop-ups, many boys are suddenly silent. Damn it! I thought it would be fine if I couldn't mess with a talented player like Mouse in the abstract. It took a twinkle for everyone to snap out of it. It turns out that abstraction is just the most unassuming flash of light on this man. It was then that many of them snapped to memory. In addition to engaging in abstraction, Mouse not only plays the oboe, he does it at a professional level. Though I wonder how many other hands he's hiding? But with just one roasted corn skill, how many people can study such a seemingly insignificant little skill to such a proficient level? A normal person might flash such a plan in their head, try to carry it out, only to realize that they have absolutely nothing to go on. It could be stuck in your head for days without doing a bit of action. Then forget about it every few days and come back to reassure myself that it's okay, I'm not naturally suited to grilling corn. On the contrary, what about the mouse? People are going to do it immediately and act on this little thing in just one day without even having the startup capital. This strong execution, thoughtful logic, and discerning business thinking. No wonder it attracts countless female fans who can't wait to feed milk into his mouth. That's pure powerful charisma. At the scene of the stall, Suyi did not follow up after obtaining the answer to his question. Stick an iron skewer into the corn cob, coat it with a thin layer of sauce, and place it in an open fire hole to continue roasting. After a short while, the roasted corn, which was golden and plump and still looked a little crispy, was freshly baked. Just when the little yoga pants beauty thought that the corn was done roasting, she was going to reach for it. Suya's voice came again, "Beauty, is it convincing?" The little yoga pants beauty froze for a moment and subconsciously replied, Not convinced. Suyi, not convinced, right? Then keep roasting. Suyi, don't worry, beautiful lady, there is not a single customer who bought the corn away from me who is not convinced. It turns out that Suya's mouth serve or not serve means this, it is asking if the corn is roasted enough. Miss Yoga Pants couldn't help but wave her hands. Okay, I'm convinced. Get the convinced answer. Only then did Suyi skewer the freshly scented corn on bamboo sticks and handed it to her. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room burst into laughter again. Good lord, this roasted corn sells, no contest, right? Ha ha ha. The little yoga pants beauty habitually showed that she had finished paying for the 2 corn while taking the 2 roasted corn from Suyi's hand. Just as she was about to say a passing thank you, Suyi was the first to speak. The voice was so loud and middle-heavy that he could be heard throughout the intersection. Congratulations to Ms. Su from Qingdao, Lu Province, who is 25 years old, marital status, single, and has taken the full payment for 2 roasted buns of grain at a young age with only her own efforts. After saying that, Suyi even rummaged inside the suitcase and pulled out a symbol, or a small symbol, and struck it once in public. This voice, on the spot, made Su Xiaoming hate to immediately find a crack in the ground. It occurred to me that this very interesting little brother in front of me might still have a job. But how could it be that he was already so alive in front of him? Surprisingly, I held back a big one at the end. For a moment, it was felt that everyone around her, passers-by not far away, and even passing drivers looked curiously her way. Su Xiaoming hurriedly buried her head low, this emotional value is given too full, cannot catch up. In the studio, the members of the star observation team were stunned on the spot when they saw this last breathtaking wave of Suya's maneuver. The entire studio was silent for several seconds. This was followed by laughter. Bai Meng Yan not only laughed out of the goose at this time, but could even see the tonsils through the white shell teeth. But it was her exaggerated look at this point that was quite reserved in a crowd of celebrity relationship watch members. The others have long since lost their expression management with laughter. Especially Mr. Ho Zhang is as exaggerated as he wants to be. Golden apricot, mouse, this roasted corn is really worth $10, not expensive at all, that cost is right there for everyone to see. Meng Fei, I really can't guess how this little brain of his grew, the way is really wild. Mr. Meng Fei's views were echoed by everyone in the studio. Yet just when the Star Observer crowd thought that the emotional value of the 2 ears of corn sold like this had been given to, well, more than enough, couldn't it? Stall sight. Su Xiaomeng, who was bursting with shame, hurriedly took the 2 pieces of corn and planned to leave. At this time, Su Yi suddenly called out to her. Wait! Su Xiaomeng subconsciously turned back, only to see Su Yi change out a delicate rose from nowhere and hold it in his mouth. An extra black gentleman's bowler hat came out in his hand. Looking towards Su Xiaomeng, Su Yi bowed slightly towards her with a gentleman's farewell salute. See you again, lady. The moment this last scene appeared, Su Xiaomeng admitted that her little heart was pounding. The special effects artist was quick on his feet and immediately paired it with a frame of sweetness pulling out all the stops. The camera atmosphere is pulled straight through. Countless female fans watching the livestream were so jealous that they had long since lost their faces. I'm buying a plane ticket right now. You know, I usually don't eat yen, and I don't like high oil or high sugar episodes. But if you can mix sugar and oil together while having enough face value to craft me a buttercream, then the old lady will have to eat it. This is what that little can buy for $10. I don't think so. I can't wait any longer. I can't take a second more of this. I'm getting off right now. Wait for me. He's really good at heart. Though it's so funny, but why am I touched? Ooh-hoo. If only I had a boy who would be willing to put his heart into this for me. For only $10, you can have a man go to great lengths for you, and at the end of the day, you get a sweet and savory roasted corn. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Charge. For a while, countless female fans from Tianjin's local or nearby cities all caught wind of the situation. Chapter 38, I just roasted a piece of corn, how come even the central mom is out? The first to bear the brunt, naturally, by virtue of the distance plus commute to touch the fish to sneak to watch the live broadcast of the neighborhood female fans. The women themselves were in the office building near Suyi's roasted corn stand. Many people were initially unaware that Su Yi had even placed the roasted corn stall so close to them. After all, getting a normal person up and going to work early in the morning is the limit. When you go out on the subway, you're even more resentful than the ghosts. Who has the extra mood to spot the new vendor on the street? Who would have known that Mr. Mouse, the chairman of the board of directors of Yakubu Valley Fortune 500, a company certified by the United States of America, would be serving customers on the street? But now we all know. Before the other few members of the love group at the roasted corn stall could react from the shock they had just received, the first female fan on the scent had already arrived on her beloved pink scooter. Damn, pissed off. Halfway there, I was shorted by the cops and charged $50 for protection. Li Qing cursed and pulled her beloved scooter to the side of the road. Master One Lamp said enthusiastically when he saw a beautiful woman come to his door. Beauty, do you need me to help you call the police? I didn't realize that the cops on this side of Jianmen would be so over the top, and dare to collect protection money in broad daylight. Li Qing was also in pain. Okay, you can call the police for me. Master One Lamp's face stiffened for a moment. Did he just say something? He's just trying to be warm and polite. Master One Lamp asked with some hesitation, that. Do you remember the police number of that cop? Without the relevant information, it's not very easy for me to help you with this favor, right? Li Haru, no. But there should be evidence on the ticket, so help me out? Saying that, Li Qing took out a printed ticket and was about to hand it to Master One Light. One Light Master, wait a minute. Didn't you say you were a victim? Being halfway through the toll, why do they still have the guts to give you a ticket, Li Haru, I'm not wearing a helmet. Master One Lamp. No, sis, you made a mistake yourself, why are you so righteous? Seeing this scene, the live broadcast was about to go crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha. This sister is also funny. Sisters in this part of Tianjin really do have a point. This sister vividly renders what it means to be righteous, but also strong. I can't live to laugh, I can't hold it in just hearing that Simshatsui accent. Man of the people. Man of the people. Live on the air, seeing the embarrassment of Master One Lamp, glanced at the big project on the other's toes. 3 rooms. Suyi gently patted his shoulder as a sign of comfort. At this time, the pink motorcycle owner, Li Qing, came closer and said, "Brother Bill, how do you sell this roasted corn?" Ha ha ha. Brother Bill is okay. Be content, it's a good thing this sister didn't shout out a voice for Chief Mouse. At a glance at the self-satisfied stance of this person, Suyi was not polite and corrected himself verbally. "Just what, Bill, when you go out, you have to call me chairman." Li Qing, I don't think you know what you're doing, you don't even know how to hold an umbrella for me on such a hot day? Suyi, sister a standard Jinmen dialect, we don't sell umbrellas here, 200 meters next door, turn right, there's a guardrail, step on it and jump down. Li Qing, have you danced before? How do you feel? The live stream pop-ups instantly spread the screen. Ha ha ha. This sisterhood is determined not to let a word fall on the floor, and I'm cracking up. Feeling like little brother Mouse has met his match this time, identification complete, 2 conspicuous packs. On the scene, the other members of the love group were equally tolerant. First time I've seen someone who can fight the mouse. These 2 gave the impression of comic relief just by standing there. Suyi, are you buying it or not? Li Qing, then how do you want to sell this, you have to tell me. Suyi pointed to the signboard next to him. Originally priced at $888, today's limited time special is not $888, just $9.99 soft dollars. Li Qing instinctively said, give me one of the original price. Suyi, not for sale at the original price. But. Ha 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 ha. I laughed myself silly on the spot. What a god-awful talk show scene this is. This program is simply too interesting. I thought that this big beauty from Simshatsui was just a bronze, but I didn't realize that she was a king. Mouse, original price $888, now just $9.99, motorcycle bell, have one of the original price, mouse, original price not for sale. Po ha ha ha. These 2 are too silky smooth, aren't they? From now on, the 2 of you will be on the Great Talk Show Conference, and I won't watch the others. It wasn't just the viewers of the broadcast who called out that the 2 were just too funny. The scene was even more laugh-out-loud funny. The 2 were simply born comedians. In the face of Suye's merciless refusal, Li Qing did not take it to heart at all. Li Haru, so is this roasted corn good? Suyi, that's absolutely. Package sweet. No charge if it's not sweet. Our company operates in good faith, and our products enjoy 7 days no reason to return. Li Haru, have one then. Li Qing, by the way boss, looking at how young you are, how long have you been in this business? Suyi, our company began preparations in 2000 and officially opened in 2025, just 99 years and short of 100. The scene was once again filled with laughter. The live streaming pop-ups are even calling it a classic. Ha ha ha. I want to keep a low profile too. But strength doesn't allow it. Geez. Mouse, he's really handsome. This life must be about one of these, 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 this life must be about one. I thought we agreed no one would buy it. It's just a roasted corn. What's the big deal? So many people specifically run over to buy, even on the street long lines, one looks like they are almost roasted corn. Little brother fishing into the coquettish mouth is how the fat for? They can't understand at all why so many people are willing to come and pay when they make a symbol and give a shout out to the customers. As for Wang Xiano, who had been paying attention to the live broadcast, his expression at this moment was simply as wonderful as it could be. He was the one who had initially suggested that Svi voluntarily lower the price of the sale. But seeing the current boom in roasted corn sales on the air, I had thought that with my 6 months of sales experience, I could give the newbie mouse a lesson. Who would have thought that he would be taught a lesson by the mouse instead? A roasted corn can still be sold that way. Learned. Passers-by who can't understand may only think that the mouse this roasted corn selling is really interesting, even if usually not much love to eat, out of curiosity also want to come up to buy a experience. However, Wang Xiano saw in it his future path of development. The operation of the mouse was the equivalent of a live demonstration to him of how business should really be done. In the past, when people did business, they looked more at the surface. That is, the word concession. After all, this kind of reasoning can be figured out by anyone with a little bit of brains. Business, the essence is to compete with peers to see whose price is cheaper, who naturally has a greater advantage. But in this day and age, it doesn't mean much anymore just to compete on price. After all, the inner volume to this point nowadays, and then the price lower, in addition to losing money to make a profit, is really meaningless. Wang Xiano was actually worried about how he should develop. After all, having been relying on low prices to attract customers, when another, cheaper counterpart comes along, it's his time to die. And just today, an afternoon of live broadcasting allowed Wang Xiano to clearly see a really smart person and how he came to do a thing. Ask yourself, is there any difference between the mouse's roasted corn and your own? Essentially, no, it's just that he put a little more effort into the final. Even though Sasha's family of origin was quite well off, this was the first time she had ever. People also realized that the evils of too much business everyone has experienced firsthand. It's too busy for that. It's simply too busy. Sasha energetically followed, all listened to the chairman of the arrangement. Saying that, he also stood upright and gave Suyi a security salute, with a posture that was as weird as it could be. Everyone else agreed with Suyi's proposal. After all, it was quite hard for everyone to watch him get busy all by himself. No one in the room could do what he did on the spot. After all, it's not often that the mouth is faster than the brain. Suyi pondered for a moment. Soon, an excellent solution came to mind that was both a perfect solution to the problem of one person being too tired of their voice as a gold salesman. It also provides a home away from home service experience for customers who purchase roasted corn. Chapter 40. It's worth the money to buy a roasted corn and watch a group comic. Between breaks, Suyi paid a portion of the income from earlier to the shipper's big brother, and then paid back what he borrowed from Zhang Daki as well. The middle-aged cargo owner took the money and was relieved to be praised. Little brother Mouse, your business acumen can't be compared to the average person. I'm especially impressed. Suyi, want to learn? I'll teach you. The middle-aged shipper shook his head. I'm old, I don't have the same heart as I did back then, and besides, I can't learn. The two men exchanged pleasantries, and soon it was rush hour, and the streets were becoming denser with traffic. Seeing that people were approaching one after another, the middle-aged shipper took the initiative to excuse himself. Let's go, I won't keep you busy. Suyi politely waved at him. Then it continued to get busy. Not a moment too soon. Suyi's side was feverishly selling roasted corn, and the members of the love troupe were all busy. But a few other nearby vendors who also set up stalls to sell roasted corn were a bit dismal. It would have been normal that the off-duty Yi Xiaomei, Sasha, and Sophie, the three big beauties, all changed into the professional attire that Suyi had considered in advance and prepared for all of them. Suits plus ties. The 6 men on the scene were all dressed in proper suits and ties on the upper half of their bodies. Each of the 3 beauties also held props in their hands. Yi Xiaomei holds the cheerleader hand flower ball. Sasha is holding a gong. Sophie took the symbol that Suyi had used before. Every time it was the turn of a customer, the 3 beauties would open their mouths in turn according to the gold medal sales mastery taught by Suyi. Yi Xiaomei, welcome. Salsa, Fortune 500. Sophie, Burnt Bun Valley Group's User Experience Center in Jinmen, while subconsciously building a big 3-room project on her toes. The sound of cymbals gongs is heard. Yi Xiaomei, you can choose your own. Sasha, Barbecue Technician. Sophie, Chairman Mouse. Yip Shumei, General Manager, Master Ikimoku. Sasha, Deputy General Manager, Mr. Empty. Sophie, at your service. Once the customer gets their grilled sweet corn, it's the next turn for the 3 dudes to take over the service. Congratulations to Mr. Ms. XX from XX area. At such a young age, he took one of Burnt Bun Valley in full payment by his own strength. Then the girls' side of the team had to pick up the slack. All the girls, congratulations. The sound of cymbals gongs is heard again. The quality of service, the attitude, that home away from home feeling, makes the shopping experience of every customer waiting in line pull full. All the way to what should have been the end of the evening rush hour, a little after 7 p.m. Instead of a slight decrease in foot traffic, more people came to the stalls. There was no shortage of fans who had traveled all the way from the next-door imperial capital in Ji province. The number of people in the live room has never dropped below 5 million. Countless viewers have become cloud supervisors. When one comes, everyone follows suit once and enjoys it. The explosion of the roasted corn stand has not only brought a splash of traffic to the show's Sisters in Love, it even alarmed the local authoritative media in Simshatsui. Xian Yu, a reporter from the Jinmen Daily, had originally just finished a current news report from the northern side of the city. The leader called and told him to go to the south side immediately to report on the mysterious roasted corn. On the way, after getting a general idea of what happened through the live stream of Sisters and Brothers in Love, Xian Yu was curious and looking forward to this live interview. Especially curious about this little brother of the mouse. Who would have thought that a little roasted corn could cause such a stir? Even, Xian Yu flipped through his scarf and saw related topics on the hot search list, and there was more than one. Hashtag Birdbag Valley World 500 Hashtag Burst. Hashtag Going Out and Making a Name for Yourself Hashtag Blast. Hashtag Shocked. One-on-one service with the chairman of a Fortune 500 group. Hashtag Explode. Hashtag I'd like to keep a low profile, but strength won't allow it. Hashtag Explode. It's outrageous. This show doesn't seem to have lost any heat since the day it started? Chen Yu saw these topics on the hot search list and honestly was practically craving for tears. The little brother nicknamed Mouse is a natural conversation maker. Not long after, Xian Yu arrived at the scene with a cameraman. Standing on the side of the road at this point, you can't even see the end of it at a glance. That's a lot of people coming through. It looks a lot more shocking live than seeing it on your phone. Seeing this scene, Xian Yu could not help but admire little brother Mouse even more. After walking up to the stall and communicating with the other waiting customers, Xian Yu was granted the privilege of cutting in line for a few minutes for an interview. The camera was trained on him and the sweaty and busy So Yi. Xian Yu, hello Chairman Mouse, I'm Xian Yu, a reporter from Jinmen Daily. Is it convenient to interview you for a few questions? C looked up. Hello VIP, it's so late and you're still sticking to your job, huh? Xian Yu subconsciously responded politely, fighting for a cause you love, it's normal to be a little late. Suyi nodded, not bad, not bad, I can see that Mr. Qian is a very struggling person, I believe your efforts will blossom. Xian Yu nodded, then I'll take. The effect of this is obvious, basically anyone who is local can be informed of news in their usual tools every day. Right now, for example, on the radio, reporter Qian Yu quickly explained the breaking news from the scene. It turned out that the sound of the argument just now, because a group of people ran to the world's top 500 burning Baogu group in Tianjin User Experience Center to make trouble. These people called in the city's image department to make an on-the-spot indictment of the Fortune 500 burning Bale Group's user experience in Simshatsui. Complaints of price fraud and malicious competition against Sui and the Fortune 500 Yakubutani Group's user experience center in Jinmen. The first thing that came to Li Hua's mind when he heard about this unexpected situation was that he didn't realize that the quality of Dasha's nationals was already so high now. Even street vendors have abandoned the reckless behavior of staging all-out fights with knives, guns, sticks and clubs to smash rival stalls, and have switched to reporting to the relevant law enforcement agencies on the spot. This was a small surprise to Li Hua. After all, it had been a long time since he'd been involved in a small case like this one, and over the years it had been mainly in terms of large conglomerates and multinational business rivalries. At first, Li Hua was listening to the reporter's continuing report with only a slight interest. Soon, after understanding clearly the reason why the argument arose, as well as the current general situation at the scene, Li Hua raised an eyebrow and said to the driver, "Master, change the destination, just go to the site of this world's top 500 burning Baogu Group's user experience center in Jinmen." Okay. The driver merged into the left lane and turned straight around. The world's top 500 burned Baogu Group in Jinmen User Experience Center. Li Hua pronounced the name and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. If he hadn't listened a little longer, he would have thought it was a large startup. Is going out to set up a stall so demanding now? Also the chairman of the board of directors for one-on-one service, the stall boy in this news is definitely a talent. Li Hua had changed his decision temporarily because he intended to go to the scene to see. These two are masters at first glance. The woman on the vendor's side of the table listened to the little brother's words and was not to be outdone. What am I in a hurry for? The one who should be most anxious now is you, you're in a big mess you know. Little brother, what do I know? How do you know I know what you know? What makes you say you know what I don't know that you know? The onlookers were all stunned at the words. So many out-of-town customers who came over specifically to buy roasted corn were scrambling with their cell phones to take pictures. Sure enough, there is something to be said for this part of Zimmerman. It's simply the people. It's clearly a fight, and it sounds and feels like a counterpoint. Suyi saw that this big sister in front of him was still going to retort, so he immediately snatched a step ahead of her and opened his mouth, interrupting her. From half an hour ago you said to wait for the law enforcement brigade to come over to give you justice, and now people are all here, you are still here to compete with me. That's when the opportunity to interject into the contentious conversation between the two sides was finally seized. Next to the market supervision brigade and other relevant departments of the staff, immediately rushed to intervene and pull each of the two people away. Okay, you guys stop arguing for a second and let's get this straight. A law enforcement officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I can finally catch this once-in-a-lifetime moment. These two were more talkative than one another, and several times earlier they had tried to persuade them, only to be unable to interject any words at all, and who in the family understands that? The woman had clearly been pulled away and glared defiantly at Suyi. Dissing sis? Never mind. Your malice is 8 degrees below zero, but sister's fall pants are very firm. Chapter 42. I advise you not to be ungrateful. The staff member standing in front of that vendor's representative, big sister, hurriedly interrupted. Okay, Sister-chan, stop it. At this time, Suya's voice is clearly not big, but clear and incomparable into the ears of the opposite woman. The woman instantly broke defense. The strongest fall pants are no match for thin stockings. A girl can't be 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls. Say it. You have the guts to say it again. I'll fight you. The staff members of the two parties persuading the fight hated to recall all the sadness they had experienced in the past, and desperately wanted to hold back their laughter, resulting in a difficult strained expression, and it was obvious that they were on the verge of not being able to hold back their laughter. This scene was supposed to have been live on the official Sisters and Brothers in Love livestream. Seeing the professional staffers trying so hard to hold in their laughter was about to be a big part of the live broadcast. Po ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hold back. Professionals are about to hold their breath too? Ha ha ha. I thought little brother Mouse was afraid to run into an opponent this time, but I didn't realize. Ha 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 ha. No, I obviously didn't mess with the mouse, I was simply watching the fun. Why did he attack even me? Sisters, I have a friend with a broken defense. Newbie doesn't know what he's talking about. Has the mouse attack always been this high? Even though I'm only just 19, I'm not an 18-year-old girl anymore, woohoo. This little brother is also too slippery. Isn't he afraid that he'll play his own reputation down? Scene. Finally, the situation was brought under control by the efforts of the staff. Over there, they directly invited the big sister who was fighting on behalf of the vendors to leave, allowing a middle-aged man to be reselected from the group of people who had reported Suyi. On Suya's side, in the face of the countless lenses shining on him, his face was unperturbed. Didn't even try to laugh at all. That's it? I haven't used my full strength yet. Come here. Another 300 rounds. Seeing that the scene was finally under control, the captain of market supervision said to Suyi with his customary bitterness. Young man, did you talk to people like? Therefore, if these other vendors were smart enough, they would have to question the reasonableness of Boss Rat's selling price of roasted corn and create a little trouble for him. Beyond that, there's not much room to form a controversy. That's the way things are. The reasoning is just that. Still, Lihua intended to watch for a while longer, mainly because he was a bit curious as to what the final disposition of the matter was. This matter may also be used as a case study in the internal course of the law firm to popularize and explain to the new trainee lawyers. At this point, other vendors at the scene reintroduced representatives to the relevant authorities. I now feel that his roasted corn here is seriously disrupting the normal market experience. With malicious bidding, malicious competition, and price fraud, I'm going to report it and get them out of this area in a hurry. The staff sniffed and patiently persuaded. This big brother, we understand the situation you mentioned, but at the moment we still need to go through an investigation to obtain evidence, so please don't get excited. The uncle looked indignant. How can I not be excited? Such a rat turd should be spat on by everyone. There is no such thing as doing business like this. It's just too much. Besides, it's not good to do anything at a young age, but to come out and set up stalls and compete maliciously with us poor people at the bottom of the social ladder. The older man looked at Suyi. How well did the ancients say? Men should be self-improvement. Can't you have a little bit of motivation to do more and more meaningful things? This statement, the staff next to some cannot hear, rushed to interrupt to persuade. Big brother, what people want to do is their freedom, as long as they don't break the law, as long as they don't go against morality, no one can say anything about them. Brother vendor, he's going against morality right now. Where does he have any morals at all? The staff member raised his hand and was about to persuade again. Suyi stood out at this time, stopping several staff members who wanted to continue to speak for him. Well, they won't understand if you talk like that. The staff saw this and gave up half a seat. Suyi then looked at these few vendors who just wanted to pick a fight. I'm giving you a chance now, so listen up. Ahem. Suyi cleared his throat, and everyone around him subconsciously dropped their gazes on him. Especially the fans in the neighborhood were curious, is Mouse planning to branch out? Yeah, right. With this kind of person there is no need to reason at all, just dislike them. Vendor Big Brother saw Suyi with condescending eyes to look at himself. Suyi was already tall, at this time is exuding a not angry aura, so that Vendor Big Brother subconsciously some fear in the heart. But on second thought, this is the era of the rule of law, what do you have to be afraid of? Besides, so many people were watching beside him, and the official people were all on the spot, did this kid still dare to threaten himself? Thinking of this, the elder Vendor Brother followed and straightened his upper body, making himself look as fearless as possible. Big Brother Vendor, let me tell you, this is the era of the rule of law, I'm not afraid of you. Suyi took out 2 red soft sister coins from his pocket and patted the elder Vendor Brother's shoulder. Older brother, it's not easy to go out and do something, I know you're just jealous that I look better than you. Well, you've had a long day at night, so take this 200 and share it with your brothers, and let's settle this privately. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Not forgetting to give a sweet date and another slap. Give me this face, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Except that it came out softly from him and was not at all intimidating in the slightest. The audience around them burst into laughter again at this. Pooh ha ha. It's obviously Mouse you're being picked on, what are you afraid of him for? Tian Xiao. Saying the most ruthless words in the most wimpy tone, I'm also convinced by you. Mouse, here's 200 for you, seeing as you've worked pretty hard, I'd advise you not to be ungrateful. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 43, Fanatics Within the Law, Big Brother, you really know what you're doing. Straight from the booth. Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that the intensity of the mutual spraying between the two sides just now was no less than a soccer match. But in the blink of an eye, the Mouse even took the initiative to be willing to reveal the matter privately, but also in turn to give the fault-finding uncle $200. It's like the Big Dipper in reverse. The pop-up section of the livestream was hotly debated. Ha ha ha. It's so easy to earn a Mouse's money, you don't even need to threaten him, he voluntarily takes out his pocket himself. Laughing, joking, Brother Mouse is a real man, this pattern opens up at once. I was quite fond of the Mouse, what if I like it even more now? Worthy of being the man who made me crowdfunding, emotional stability is simply as stable as an old dog is just more able to stand in the other side's position to consider the problem on the spot to open the pattern, awesome. It would have been a small matter, although these vendors are not pure of heart, but if I were to be robbed of my job, I would be anxious, as long as they don't vandalize other people's places it's not a big problem. Unpleasant, just too unpleasant, if it were me, I would have just punched those vendors in the face. How dare they mess with me? The site of the User Experience Center of the Fortune 500 Yakubutani Group in Tianjin. After Suyi took out $200, the big brother of the vendor in the lead was obviously a bit impressed. Wanted to accept the offer, but looked back at these old friends behind him and held back. It's money he can't take. Because after taking it, it's not enough to share nah. It's only 200 in total. There are 7 or 8 people on your side, so how much does each person get on average? $35 a head? Seems good too. No, a man is 7 feet tall, how can he bend over for a mere $200? At least add another 100. Suyi had been right there observing the micro-expressions of the elder vendor brother. Naturally, the heart immediately understood. Want to add money? That would be embarrassing. Without saying a word, Suyi put the money back into his pocket. Taking half a step back, his expression became serious. Suyi was as good as gold, after reading the relevant regulations to the vendors on the spot. Su added. In addition, the relevant codes that characterize malicious competition are the monopoly law, the market regulation, and the prosecution law. The leader of the vendor's big brother had already had his scalp tingling at this point, and his entire head was covered in cold sweat. Okay. I'll stop talking, I'll go now. Stop. Suyi, however, immediately pulled him back. The elder brother of the vendor hated to give himself 2 slaps in his heart at this time. What do you think you're messing with him for? There are books he really reads. This scene fell in the eyes of the new fans in the live broadcast room, and they were immediately very shocked. Nice guy. Why would he, a stall roasting corn, want to read the law? This. Why does he know so much? Key ing don't 6, my husband's skill points are always saber rattling. Really? Any pros in the pop-up section come out and say no? At the same time that the pop-up screen exploded, Li Hua, who was on the scene watching, saw this scene and couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. Specialties. It's so professional. As a veteran of many years in the legal profession, Li Hua felt that he couldn't even do what this man in front of him could do, being able to memorize so many relevant legal texts. Are the requirements for participating in variety shows so high now? Li Hua usually didn't pay much attention to news from the entertainment sector, and it was inevitable that he felt a particular sense of crisis for a while. As the saying goes, it's not always your peers who beat you, it's likely to be across the border. If this little brother nicknamed Mouse is not going to be an entertainer someday, I'm afraid that if you really run across the border in the lawyer's business, you can casually beat out countless elite lawyers who have been struggling in the industry for years. Sure enough, the young people nowadays are all monsters one by one, and if this old guy of mine doesn't hurry up and find a way to improve his abilities, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he's eliminated from the market. Li Hua couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, in the office of the Ministry of Criminal Law of Daxia, the veteran judicial inspector Wu Meng, who had been practicing for many years and had now moved to the backstage, was sipping tea and smoking a cigarette as he agonized. Hey! How is this going to work? Let me popularize the law, but also to play a leading role in propaganda effect. Wu Ming received an assignment from his superiors yesterday. Tell him to put aside the legal loophole research at hand for a while and prepare for a legal literacy column program. It started with a recent odd case. A female driver was caught on surveillance cameras committing dozens of contraflow violations at the same intersection. Because that camera is just normal road surveillance and does not have the ability to take evidence of violations. As a result, it was not detected by the traffic police until a field enforcement session most of the year later. At that time, the traffic police interviewed the female driver. I did not expect the other side of the mouth shocking words, our entire neighborhood is so dry, so I did not violate the law. Hearing this, the traffic cop was confused on the spot. Subsequent investigation of the surveillance only to find that the female driver said is really the truth. Because this want to enter the neighborhood where the female driver lives, you need to turn right at the intersection and then drive 200 meters to make a U-turn. So many drivers who find it a hassle just go straight home against the traffic. When it happened, it sparked public attention, which would have been fine. But what the OP didn't realize was that a large portion of the comment section on this story felt the woman's comments were reasonable. Well, seeing this, the OP suddenly realized that many people surprisingly don't even pay attention to the legal aspects of the law on a regular basis. So Wu Ming was contacted and asked to host it to do a live program related to legal literacy. Chapter 44, Take the Perfect Hold and Eat the Pie. With the market regulation and other departments of the staff mediation end of their respective departure, the world's top 500 burnt package Valley Group and Jinmen User Experience Center also finally returned to normal service. But the group of vendors still didn't leave, because Suyi left all these peers behind with a single sentence. Want my business secrets? Stay and I'll tell you. So the vendors looked at each other, and they all really stayed. Just stand by and watch the whole thing. By this time, the crowd of people watching had dispersed for the most part, and many of those remaining were fans waiting in line to purchase roasted corn. After another hour or so, the members of the Love Group were more or less relieved to see the head of the long queue finally coming into sight. At the end of a busy day, it was soon down to the last customer in line. Li Hua stood in front of Suya's stall and waved his hand, saying that he wouldn't need to be so ceremonial, just give him a roasted corn. Suyi fulfilled this request of his. It had been noticed before that the man had stayed from watching the fun and had deliberately come last, which was obviously something he wanted to say. Suyi handed over a roasted corn and gave himself another one, and the two of them squatted on the side of the road. The cameraman had the good sense to shift the camera and start filming the others closing up their stalls. Li Hua spoke up. What did little mouse brother used to do? Suyi, be a student. Li Hua coughed lightly, having some difficulty adjusting to this exchange. I mean, how did you do it with such strong legal expertise? Suyi, smile with confidence and you're the smartest. Li Hua. Forget it. Better get right to the point. That, not to hide, I am also a lawyer. Just recently there is a case in my hand that makes me anxious, just passing by to meet little brother. Want to ask you what do you think about this? Li Hua immediately described what had happened. Things are very complicated. Their own party A has a subsidiary company and rival competitor companies are competing for the same product market share. Party A's company's leadership brain twitch even chose to join forces with the rival company, together with the pit of Party A company. At first things were hidden extremely well. The leaders of Party A's company camouflaged this competing project to make it look like a normal business competition to everyone, and then Party A's company wasn't competitive enough, and it looked like the market share was going to be taken away by its peers. But in reality, it was an internal mole who joined forces with outsiders to do the job. What Li Hua is currently doing is gathering evidence of the mole's defection. After listening to Li Hua's narration, Suyi shrugged his shoulders and expressed his incompetence. Receiving such an answer, Li Hua was obviously disbelieving. It was only that the two sides met in passing, and Suyi indeed had no obligation to help him with this favor. So he stood up, intending to take his leave. Then much obliged for the intrusion. Suyi, a small matter, welcome to the next visit. Li Hua almost stumbled and fell. Good lord, after all I've said, you're just treating me like I'm a customer with unique requirements, aren't you? Li Hua suddenly felt a little hurt what was going on. Just as he waited for a new cab to arrive. Next to that, Suyi gathered the vendors together. Opening his mouth, he said, "Gentlemen, have you considered what I said earlier? Is there an intention or not?" The vendors looked at each other. Suyi did say before that he could put aside all suspicions and share his business secrets. After all, as the chairman of the Fortune 500 Bernd Bauer Group, he could not stay in one region for too long. There are so many areas where businesses need to broaden their operations. To be big and strong, you have to bloom everywhere at the same time. Commonly known as franchise chain. Seeing some hesitation on the part of a few people, Suyi smiled mysteriously and once again threw out a heavy bomb. I'm really not joking with you guys. I'm planning to set up a branch of Tsunshatsui, and it's the right time to need manpower, especially experienced senior grillers and general managers for the region. Otherwise, do you guys think I'm idle? Deliberately teasing you guys? Several vendors hesitated again, and eventually it was the one in charge who stepped forward. Boss Rat. Rat Chairman, but the few of us don't have any experience in managing a business? Suyi waved his hand. Is it hard? Do you guys believe that I can train all of you into excellent management talents in 5 days? After a pause, he continued, in addition, it's okay if you guys don't think about it for the time being. I can hire you guys with high salaries, pay you every day, and then teach you technology and management experience, and try to let you be unique as soon as possible. The elder brother of the vendor in the lead's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? Suyi was righteous, of course. I can write a contract to employ you as first-class barbecuers for the Jinmen branch of my world's top 500 barbecue Baogu group, and pay you with a high salary of $100 per person per day. The first half of the sentence was heard with great interest by several vendors. The second half of the sentence is less satisfying. You're only paying $100 a day? Usually they make that kind of money in their own roasted corn business. Suyi naturally gained insight into the micro-expressions of several people. In his heart, he secretly laughed. Wanting to slap his ass and leave after giving me trouble is not that simple. It didn't matter if he wasn't satisfied, he had ways to keep these little fishies hooked. Trying to screw me? I'm sorry then, I'll just have to screw everyone here as little cherry blossoms. Suyi continued to follow the good advice. What, you guys won't still feel dissatisfied, right? Just ask, where do you go to join a business where people don't charge you a high franchise fee? Franchising a Pine Haven young women's store starts at $600,000, and a Tacoma burger store is more than $1 million. If it weren't for the fact that our company's business within Dacia is not yet in full swing, would such a good thing be the turn of all of you here? If it's a new apprentice, this chairman is going to charge $888 trainee fee. Do you think I'm kidding about the Fortune 500 Burning Bauer Valley Group? When this was said, the vendors felt that it was particularly well said. Indeed, people can make their business so big in just one day and control the wealth code perfectly. If you want to follow and continue to get a piece of the pie in this business, normally you have to pay to learn. Where would you find a good thing to study and make money at the same time? Thinking about this, the vendors immediately did not hesitate. Chairman Mouse, then you have to keep your word. You must tell us the secret of how to run a good business na. Suyi, that's natural. After the vendors obtained Suya's affirmation and agreed to come together tomorrow to learn, they quickly left separately. After all, it's late in the day, and it's time to rest. Sending these people away, Suyi also packed up his things with the others and got into the car to leave. Li Hua, who had been silently watching this scene, had a sharp turn of mind, as if something suddenly clicked in his mind. Being an intelligent man, he always felt there was something wrong somewhere, and it was big. But for a moment it was impossible to guess what the mouse was trying to do. It was just that Li Hua always felt that the mouse was playing a big game. If you can read it yourself, you might be able to solve this case in your hands perfectly. Chapter 45. After watching this operation, Jia Dang would say, there's a successor. With a big success on the first day. The next morning, the members of the love group woke up with a lot of energy and started to get busy early in the morning. It's exhausting, but who couldn't be excited at the thought of making enough money for tens of thousands of dollars in just one day? The other members had new arrangements today, mainly Master Ikemoku and Lord Emptiness. The two boys don't need to continue in the corn griller's position today, as a dozen skilled veterans have taken over. The vendors spread the word and soon the original group of 7 or 8 people grew to a dozen. Suyi naturally accepted it as it was. Without a hint of hesitation. Instead, he called up Sasha and once again acquired a half-truckload of good quality corn and several thousand pounds of sweet potatoes. At 11 a.m., I came to the place where the stall was set up yesterday, and before I got out of the car, I saw a lot of people already standing in line nearby. When they saw the members of the love group arrive, everyone got up individually and lined up consciously, as if they were waiting in line in a cafeteria to get their food. In the car, Sasha was a little surprised. No way? So many people? Yi Xiaomei also felt a big head when she saw it, and yesterday in the middle of the night in her dreams, she had already finished her tasks for the whole day today. When she got up, Sophie was still talking. She had been shouting all night, "Welcome to." It was as if Su Yi had expected it. Don't worry, it's a day off, there's bound to be more people. Why else do you think I'm keeping the corn roasting vendors specifically? Because on our own, we can't satisfy everyone anymore. It was only then that the crowd snapped to attention. Master One Lamp was surprised. Have you already thought in advance that this would happen? Sophie made a rare cudgeling remark. Yesterday I noticed that many people saw the line was too long and regretted leaving, so it seems they had already planned to come early today to line up. As Sophie said. Many people got up early on a rare day off and then ran over to wait in line. The stall soon began to operate normally. Suyi has already taught today's words in advance, and told everyone that today can be the main push of baked sweet potato. The taste is not at all worse than baked corn. And with that, the members of the love group got busy. This time it was everyone who took turns picking up. In the picture frame is a certificate of certification, stating the certified company Fortune 500 Yukubo Group and the certification time, validity period, and other rather professional contents. A host of grilled corn vendors saw this standard proof and their eyes went straight. All had never imagined that one day they too would be so honored. In the future, hang this certificate in front of your stall, talk to your friends, and when you go back home to meet your relatives, you will be absolutely full. The vendors got even more excited when they heard this. Several people could not wait to open their mouths and ask what else was required to become a shareholder of the company. At this time, Suyi continued. As the business has been transferred to you, and this area will henceforth be everyone's territory, the company intends to withdraw from the local market at once and hand over its entire share to everyone here. Upon hearing this, the gazes of all the people even revealed a ghostly green light. Everyone has been working so hard the last 2 days to learn about technology and management. For the sake of this day, isn't it? However, Suyi spiraled to reveal a few moments of hesitation. It's what to do with the business tools left over from this original store. He looked over to a couple of nearby wheelbarrows of barbecued corn and sweet potatoes. The vendor uncle slapped his chest. That's not easy. We're also worried about not having a good lot and a tool cart to do things with. How about you just sell them to us, Chairman? Suyi slapped his head. Why didn't I think of that? This is a really good idea. Vendor uncle looked proud. Their own mismanagement is really not in vain. Business ideas did not expect to have exceeded the chairman of the board. He couldn't even think of a problem that he had thought of ahead of time. Then this price, well. Everyone is a team of brothers, so, a car $300, including other supporting tools. I still have half a carton of charcoal. This price is absolutely fair. Everyone heard about it and felt that the chairman was really too particular about his work. I'm sure they really treat them as brothers. I'll take it. I'll raise the money. Soon the barbecue carts were also snapped up by several vendors. It just so happens that the car they were using for their previous stall was pretty worn out, so they took the opportunity to just get a new one. With a new car, the price of this roasted corn can naturally go up along with the water. A roasted corn is $10 and a roasted sweet potato is $20. You can make back all the money you've invested in just by selling at a stall for a day. Sell it for 3 months and get a new house, sell it for 1 year and get a new wife. Chapter 46 Heifer Flying an Airplane You're a Real Beef. With that, a happy consensus was reached. Sui turned over to the vendors the direct experience center of the Fortune 500 Yakubutani Group in Simsha Sui. It also means that from now on, this area will be everyone's territory. Sui waved his sleeve without taking away a single piece of coal. Everything is all packaged and sold, plus the 59,900 franchise fee, miscellaneous stuff, and a total of over 60,000 back. Bidding a fond farewell to the vendors, and in an atmosphere of reluctance, Sui drove away with the members of the Love Group. The vehicle quickly disappeared at the end of the road. It was as silent and soundless as when he came here then. Once the chairman had been sent off, the group of vendors exuberantly began to prepare for the rest of the business immediately. Everyone set up their stalls on the same street less than 300 meters apart. Every few meters, you can see a roasted corn stand with a Fortune 500 Burnt Bunko Group franchise store certificate. In front of the stand, the prices are clearly marked: $10 roasted corn, $20 roasted sweet potato. It's the same price as Sui's sales in the past 2 days. Everyone was confident, and it looked like it was going to be 6 p.m., the time of the day's rush hour was approaching. One by one, they started to prepare in advance in case a large number of customers suddenly came to buy and delayed the waiting time of the customers. After all, a street is full of roasted corn. If your side of the food is slow, what if the business is taken by others? The middle-aged uncle, who was the leader of a line of vendors, saw the man in a suit next to him, who seemed to have been coming over to squat every day for the past few days. Not without some curiosity and a raised eyebrow. "Little brother, I see that you seem to be coming over every..." What exactly did Li Hua see? It's simple. Kill and be killed. Li Hua was reviewing the operation of the mouse in his mind. First, a great temptation is pitched so that peers will see this forbidden fruit that is full of seductive power. Then give up a portion of your interest as a hook to catch these people. Give them the illusion that I'll do it if I come. It seems that if I follow this mess, I can do it too. Like this simple roasted corn. Mouse's roasted corn is not only a hot business, the unit price is much higher than other counterparts. Looking at the mouse clanking money, peers who are not moved? If they move, won't the opportunity come? How do you know what my real money-making secret is? You don't know. But you can see I'm making mad money. When you start eyeballing it and wanting a piece of the action, you're already shooting yourself in the foot. And all I need to do is share a little bit of the benefits so you can get a taste of this stuff. But really, what I'm doing is a short-term effect that lasts a couple months at most. But you are so blinded by the immediate benefits that you think that no matter if it's today, tomorrow, or this year, or next year, you'll be able to make a huge amount of money as fast as you are now. The moment you develop that thought is the moment you fall into this huge web. I, on the other hand, will not only be able to make a grand exit, but I'll even be able to make one more hard score before I leave the field. What do you think I'm doing when I pay you to hire you and share my experience with you? The most absolute thing is this. The mouse even allowed these vendors to be willingly harvested once until the very end. That's what's so scary about the Yangmo. Li Hua can't even think about it. Luckily this guy is just filming a show. If he really planned to enter business, he didn't know how terrifying a business sea storm he could set off alone. This is simply a contemporary living hell. What a master of the pit. But Li Hua was also aware of who made those vendors want to trip up that geek mouse. Let's just say, deservedly so. Meanwhile, on the way back to the Love Shack. In the car, Master One Light, Sasha sat in the back, Sophie sat in the passenger seat, and Suyi drove the car. Sasha was a bit sorry. "Mouse, it's such a good business, we're just going to give up and quit?" Master Ikimoku also wondered if it was too hasty. If you can make that much money in one day, wouldn't it be, if you did it for 2 more days? The cameraman wasn't in the car at this time, and Suyi spoke a little more bluntly. It's impossible. Once the novelty wears off, lovers can become enemies. But Sasha didn't hold back, the analogy, it was so true. Sophie said, "So there are 2 more days to go, anything else to do?" With that, she began to take stock of what she had gained over the past few days. With a total of 20-something W's in hand right now, the Love Group of 10 is definitely making enough for a round-trip ticket. Also learn a little about the situation abroad, as my brother had said earlier in what seemed like a joke. Both having grown up spending a lot of time abroad, Sophie was well aware of how expensive it was to spend money out there. Most of this money in hand now needs to be saved and spent, or I'm afraid it won't even be enough. Suyi considered for a moment and said, "Rest, everyone is really tired these 2 days." The back row of Sasha immediately got excited when she heard that Suyi had no other plans and that the next thing she wanted was vacation time. "Finally, I can get back to my lazy days. Busy lives are full, but laying flat is undoubtedly why people attend the show in the first place. It just so happens that this time of year is summer, and the Haihu, Jinmun's own mother river, has countless people playing in the water every day. Sasha immediately suggested that we all go to the sea lake tomorrow to get together. The proposal passed on the spot. Chapter 47. This is the old artist's submissiveness. Returned to the love shack. Everyone rested individually, and the afternoon was just right when Sophie took out a valuable jar of mother tree dahongpo and sat familiarly in the tea room and began to make tea. Around them sat Sasha, Yi Xiaomei, and the empty duke, a few of them. Suyi ran to the small courtyard alone, and while everyone chatted, they could still see Suyi outside through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. A tea was quickly brewed. Yi Xiaomei's eyes wandered around while the others were gossiping about the family and discussing what to make for dinner tonight. Outside, Suyi hadn't forgotten to exercise the 8 trigrams shake to improve his proficiency. After all, that was the legendary golden legendary skill reward, and it sounded delicious. Suyi's side of his hand shook up so much that when Sasha looked over, she could only see a pair of blurry residual shadows, and as Suyi turned sideways, he happened to meet his incomparably serious face. The scene was startling. Sasha did not hold back, choking on the tea and coughing. Ahem. The coughing drew the eyes of the others to the earnest figure in the window as well. Lately, whenever she has time, So Yip has been practicing hard on the bagua shake. It's a scene we've all seen before. It's even getting to be a habit. It's a bit abstract, but it's fun to watch and see what everyone thinks. Master Long couldn't help but tease, "Every time I see the mouse practicing the 8 trigrams shake, there is always a feeling of calmness of an old artist." The empty duke nodded his head in agreement. Hands are stumps, face is HD, demeanor is firm, very slick indeed. Many viewers in the live room also saw this scene through the camera. You don't say. It seems to be really like this. Hey, recently I can brush the video of the gang of flower shaking hands every day, the mouse, then they feel completely not away. Support. Now on the network, what a cat and a dog have begun to call themselves XX flower hand shaken cardigan ancestor. Really, when they stand in the camera shaking up, the results of a look, what is not? Well, except for Lord of the Shadow streams, which shook pretty well, not many others are even remotely watchable yet. The discussion in the tea room veered off without realizing it. Sophie was adamant about not looking back, and had a subdued look on her face as she stayed out of the conversation. It would have been very damaging to her previous image to have her stand on the street and bang on a drum in order to sell roasted corn for the past 2 days. Now every day she can see countless netizens in the message area of her scarf teasing, "The road of metamorphosis from goddess to." The crowd couldn't hold back their laughter at this statement. After just a few moments of laughter, everyone quickly fell involuntarily silent. Because of some recent news, everyone has more or less heard about that incident. Flower shakers are violating the physical and mental health of young people. Whether it's a scarf, or a major video platform, or even just a public website, web page opening lace news, headlines, and other such places. All of them are appearing about the impact of this flower shaker craze that Soha has started. Feel free to type in the relevant words. You can just see the streets and alleys, countless flower shaker anchors standing in front of the camera to show this kind of nutritionless dance. Even kids in schools and colleges compete to imitate it, even rocking all the way home after class and school. Because of this situation, a lot of negative comments have popped up, and a large area of the internet is not known as the anchor of gossip shake verbally attacked. Claiming that behavior like So Yes is misleading children's values for the sake of traffic. Countless parents are talk about shaking color change, see their own children if they dare to follow the gang online to learn to spend handshaking, must be expressly prohibited, and often scolding the situation is more numerous. The other side. Suyi left the love hut and came to the car. A middle-aged man in a police uniform was already sitting in the back. The staff had introduced it before coming. This is a veteran prosecutor of the criminal law department of Daxia, and he came over this time in the hope of working with Suyi to film an interview on legal literacy. The two men exchanged polite pleasantries. Wu Ming took the initiative to open his mouth and told Suyi about the matter, and finally said that he would not delay the shooting of the programmed sisters and brothers in love. Because they have no requirements for shooting scenes, it could be made into a conversational chat show. It could even be right in the love shack, where everyone finds a place to sit down and chat about a few key issues. The people from the hall's criminal law department had already come to the door and took the initiative to give in. All aspects of the situation had been taken into consideration for Suyi. Having conceded to this point, Suyi didn't have the luxury of politely refusing. Moreover, after asking why Mr. Wu Ming had picked himself, and receiving an answer that was impossible to refuse, Suyi nodded his head in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Just then, a long-lost beep suddenly sounded in his head. New mission triggered. Please get the title of the real fanatic in the law on the Legal Awareness Talk Show. Completion of the quest will result in a random golden legendary skill reward. Seeing the quest reward, Suyi's eyes lit up. I didn't realize there were surprises. Originally agreeing to be invited to participate in the criminal law department's soon-to-be-created law prevention talk show, Suyi still had certain concerns. After all, he didn't want to have too much contact with the officials just yet. This could easily be labeled as an official person by viewers who like to associate themselves with it. Although having such a label can be a natural source of goodwill for people who don't know themselves well. But Suyi had his own plans. He still wanted to live a more spontaneous and casual life. After all, there's a system that has to be a conspicuous bag everywhere you go. What if I suddenly become reserved and the system doesn't give out rewards? The moment the quest prompt appeared, Suyi was relieved. Who says legal literacy has to be a serious business? For the sake of the golden legend, you will see what it means to be professional. Chapter 48, the scene of the big torture interview. The netizens laughed like crazy. The talk show club. The club has been on fire hard lately. A number of parents, especially in parent circles, echoed their comments. That's what it's all about. Adults are supposed to set a good example for kids. Don't get into that stuff you get for attention. You can shake your hand. Can you go to BYU? You know how to shake a flower hand, but why don't you see a flower hand shaking specialty at Huacheng? The major art schools and art colleges also do not have this major awe. So, flower shakers are just not doing their job. The man who made the segmented remarks was called Asako, and he quickly gained a great deal of popularity for his spirited performance on the talk show stage. Coupled with the fact that I am also very young, I was really enamored by a lot of ants for a while. They say that this child has a future and will be a great talent in the future. Asako these days is also naturally spirited, although he himself only high school education, but natural resourcefulness. Know that parents now want to see their sons and daughters become phoenix. As long as you capitalize on that pain point, people love to listen and watch. After all, as the saying goes, no one wants to accept the truth, they'd rather keep living in a world of delusion. The truth is often bloody brutal. These parents who expect their children to be human beings don't understand a harsh truth themselves. A child born of a dragon is still a dragon, even if it's bad. Without the genes that come with their bones, the vast majority of people cannot be human. If the effort worked, then why did he curse the mouse of the gossip rocker? It's not even to rub it in. Now he was making more money in one day than he had made in a month before. Again, it wasn't just Asako, the entire talk show club had discovered the traffic code. Everyone can eat with their mouths full, and it's just a great feeling. They are naturally not stupid. If that mouse is a well-known entertainer or has some deep family background, they will naturally tighten up a bit. But Asako had already scrutinized the internet. There's basically not a lot of relevant information, and this guy is 90% a vegan. I guess they also want to use the springboard of the romance variety to pass into the entertainment industry. After all, with just the top stream goddess Sophie as a point of view, Sisters and Brothers in Love has already been able to receive no small amount of traffic attention. But Asako also had to admit that the mouse kid was something. It's a strength to be able to temporarily hold down Sophie's heat and get so much attention from so many people, never mind how it's done. In the club, the afternoon show ended today. The crowd habitually came to the conference room and watched the live feed of Sisters and Brothers in Love on the big screen while chatting in a bored manner. Just then, a scene appeared on the big. Both men are in their 30s and are themselves key successors in the criminal law department. They were agreeable to the way Suyi handled the situation, and were even more curious as to why he had such a high level of professionalism. After all, not everyone can be like Suyi, when faced with a problem, can immediately find out the relevant legal basis, simply as if at hand. Such a level of professionalism, coupled with Suyi's recent level of conversation. Everyone was interested in him. Wu Ming continued to tell the audience about the purpose of the trip. Also through the Love Shack livestream split-screen footage, you can see that they came over with their own team of professionals this time around as well. The cameraman was behind the live camera on the Love Shack side. This time, we are honored to have Mouse Jr. participate in our popular law program, Livelihood Concern. In order not to delay everyone's normal work, I therefore had the cheek to run to the homes of a few members of the love group as a guest. Wu Ming spoke kindly and finished greeting the people one by one. Everyone landed in the living room together. It's like making casual small talk. A legal awareness program is not a live broadcast, so it doesn't really need to be relevant at all times, nor does it need to be formal. Wu Ming and his two colleagues sat on one side, and on the other side were the other members of the Love Hut, with Suyi being placed in the center. Seeing such a seating arrangement, many fans in the broadcast room made associations. Po ha ha ha. I'm about to die of laughter. How does this seating arrangement feel so much like interrogating the mouse's little brother? If at this moment, instead of sitting together, we were all standing, it would be like a large torture scene, ha ha. I'm really convinced. All the other programs have so-and-so celebrities as their flying guests, but this program has attracted all the people from our criminal law department. It's quite good, with the official sitting on the scene. Little brother mouse should be honest now. Ha ha. People can't control your mouth, and now the official greats are coming over. Let's see if you still have skin. Have you noticed? The mouse little brother is now sitting in a really good and honest position. The smile does not live. Ha ha. In the studio, a group of members of the Star Observation Mission also exclaimed in amazement at this scene. In the past, I used to interview official dads on my show, but I never thought I'd run into an official dad chasing down a guest to interview on the show this time, huh? Golden Apricot, this is going to be a good one. I hope the mouse plays to his strengths and gets into the spirit. By Meng Yan, am I the only one who's very curious about that case on the whiteboard next to me? It feels totally like a customized question for the mouse, ha ha. Lens shift. The program guide of his sisters and brothers in love knew what he was talking about and immediately switched the camera to the topic that Baek Mongyan had mentioned. Staff pulled the movable whiteboard and placed it next to it. Wu Ming stepped forward to write down the questions and then opened his mouth, setting the general tone for the interview. In fact, we have taken the liberty of visiting this time, and not only hoping to interview Mouse Chan, but all of you in this room are very good people, so you can speak freely. There is no set topic for this interview, and our original intention for this program was to find out what young people today think about legal knowledge and related issues. After saying that, Wu Ming began to narrate the questions he had written down and looked at the members of the love group. I'm a hard-working, ordinary person, and I've managed to make a little bit of a success of my small business, and at this point, someone's eyes were red, and they came to my door looking for trouble, threatening that if I didn't move out I'd let me have no peace in. Will it be a fight with someone looking for a fight? If I don't fight, then what am I going to do when they come to my door every day for trouble next? Wu Ming was the first to look at Su Yi. Mouse-chan, it just so happens that you seem to have experienced something similarly unpleasant recently. May I ask if it were you, what would you think and do at this point? Everyone looked at Su Yi curiously. The live were even. Young man, I advise you to answer properly, don't spread this kind of swinging thoughts, beware of the official greatly arresting you. Sometimes it feels, I still prefer the mouse mentality, man, why try so hard? Is it because I don't want to work hard? It's obviously because my efforts are worthless. It's really annoying, now I feel so annoyed when I hear this kind of talk encouraging me to scramble for inward roles. One says it's easy, but the reality is in front of me. Is it useful for me to try? Let me just ask one thing, my dad hasn't gotten his paycheck from last year until now, so tell me how to fix it? Is it that our family doesn't want to solve it? Why do I always have the feeling of standing on my own 2 feet? Is it just me? Reflect on whether you've made a good effort or not. Like that anchor said, where did things get expensive? Isn't it your own lack of money that's the problem? And at the lodge site. Upon hearing these words, the other members of the love group showed a contemplative expression. Su Yi subconsciously returned. Let's just forget it, I'm just a salted fish, even if I roll over I'm still a salted fish. No one has helped me to the green clouds, and I can't get up there on my own. They all look down on me, and it's just me. Everyone laughs at me, and I'm the funniest. But where I'm a little bit good, I'm not a little bit bad. Instead of pushing yourself, let yourself go. It's gold that always shines, but I'm an old iron and will only say 666. Life slapped me in the face and hey, guess what? It wasn't as loud as last time. I don't give a damn about people who can beat me. No one can use me because I'm useless. Talking about no way out is clearly a dead end. I have a dark future ahead of me, just in time to find a place to sleep. Strong people never complain about the environment, because the environment is what they destroy. There's no such thing as giving up. The wind and snow have pressed me for 2 or 3 years, and I can't laugh but add up to 5. I wanted to cover up and cry, but I fell asleep. Trying to find a friend to complain to and realizing that the other person doesn't want to live either. Your words made my blood boil and I immediately wanted to roll over in bed, but the cable wasn't long enough and I rolled back over. Life is but 30,000 days, and one day is as good as another. Silence. There was a deathly silence at the Love Shack site. The principal and director were at this point at a loss as to what to continue saying. Both men's brains were completely down. The air is as if it is frozen. There was silence, for all were speechless. Good man, I asked you to popularize swinging literature for the audience. You popularize swinging literature for the audience, right? Live stream. After countless netizens heard Suye's remarks, it was like an enlightenment. It was as if the brain was completely enlightened for a moment. For a while, pop-ups were like snowflakes. Countless netizens are full of approval for Suye's attitude towards life like this. Finally, find your soulmate. When I met the mouse today, it was as if I had met the Lord of Light. Good buddy, that's just great to say. Ha 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 ha. I told you he had a little something. I didn't realize this mouse guy didn't just have a point, he was full of points. If you talk to me about effort, I'll never give it a second thought. But if you talk to me about this, then I'm in the mood. Po ha ha ha. I really admire you. It's a 360-degree swing, isn't it? You don't give a damn about the effort you put in. Gold always shines, but I'm an old iron, and I only say 666. 666. 666. 666. I simply love Mouse's state of mind. Learned. If my mom ever says I'm not trying hard enough again, that's what I'm going to tell her. Effort, please give me a chance. I want to give you a taste of good fruit to eat. Mouse, no, I don't eat fruit. Not bad for my strongest mouth replacement. Ha ha ha. Is this something that can be broadcast? Just say it. Chapter 50, Let Suyi Speak? Is this something that can be broadcast? After a long time in the Love Hut, the director and the principal were thoroughly sweaty. At this point, even though the two were racking their brains to say something, they were filled with 2 words, that's it. Tired, destroy. And as the main person in charge of this popular law program, Wu Ming's entire body had been completely shocked at this time, with an expression that looked like that cat, wide eyes looking down emoticon. After decades of being a veteran justice himself, he never thought he would see the grayest day of his career today. This. What should we do next? Can someone come and give me a little hint? Help me. Seeing that the situation was about to reach a stalemate, on the sofa next to her, Sophie coughed gently, glared at her younger brother Suyi without revealing her eyes, and hastily pulled back to the topic of the talk show. Ahem, why don't we skip this topic? The question asked by Mr. Wu Ming is a classic one and one that we may need in our lives, but this one is a bit more complicated. And according to the official data from the Dasha Market News, such cases are decreasing every year because the business environment is now improved and people are becoming more legally aware. The other thing is that cases like this don't feel to me like they're relevant enough to our topic today. When someone finally stepped forward, it was as if Wu Ming had immediately found a lifesaver, and he hurriedly followed the steps given by Sophie. There's no way around it, even if it's a pothole down the steps. He must also hurry to correct the conversation. Wu Ming, Miss Sophie is right, I actually feel that this question is not pertinent enough for everyone. I'm really sorry that I thought of this question because I came in a hurry and didn't prepare. After the explanation, Wu Ming's thoughts turned electrically, and he quickly and hurriedly erased the text on the whiteboard, replacing it with the next question that was more suitable for discussion. What are some of the common behaviors in life, but which can be illegal if you are not careful? Wu Ming finished writing this question. Looking to the crowd present, he sort of threw in the towel. This issue is discussed from a broad perspective, and I will briefly mention here a possible misinformation that is a recurring and minor problem in many places: the use of play money as coins to buy snacks and mineral water sold in vending machines. I'm sure many of you have seen or heard of people around you doing this, and it may seem to you that such behavior is just being cheap, but I'm here to say that it's a real offense. Wu Ming spoke earnestly, analyzing the problem layer by layer in depth. But the viewers in the broadcast room were watching in a drowsy state. Many people find it a bit boring. Hey, I think it's so boring. Teacher, why don't we just talk about swinging? Upstairs, you've got to be kidding me, don't you? Beware of Mr. Wu Ming coming after you. Is this a topic that young people can talk about? Ha, it's so much fun to watch the pop-ups, it feels so much more interesting than listening to the teacher. Talking about this is not as interesting as me farming. Does it affect my paycheck of 3,000 a month? As he spoke, Wu Ming also realized that everyone didn't seem to be particularly fond of his topic. Naturally, he could see the interactions in the pop-up section, and the comments had gone off the rails to Grandma's house. Continuing on like this, Wu Ming also knew that it was estimated that not many people would listen carefully. That would defeat the purpose of this popular law program. Just what can be done about it? Speaking about this stuff is just boring and no one can change it. Wu Ming subconsciously dropped his gaze on Su Yi, and in his heart, he considered whether or not to let him participate in the topic discussion as well. But then immediately dispelled this thought. He was really worried that the mouse, who did not go out of the ordinary, would come up with any more shocking remarks. One can delete the earlier interview segments, but one can't keep deleting these images, can one? Besides, this program is produced but it has to be submitted to the higher-ups for review. If the mouse continues to run away, Wu Ming does not even dare to think that when the program is edited out in the post and submitted, how wonderful the expression of the leadership will be. At this time, many viewers who felt they couldn't listen to it sent pop-ups to discuss it. Why don't we let Mouse speak about it? Mr. Wu spoke well, but I'd rather hear what Mr. Mouse has to say about it. I'd also suggest letting the mouse come in. Now that we all know it's illegal to use play money to pass off as coins, how about letting the mouse come in and tell a little bit of the other cases? Please, the kid really needs to see a little mouse brother right now, just one. I still think it's good to just listen to Mr. Wu Ming. I like to listen to this kind of dry program. Like to listen to can go to the court hearing seat every day to observe, cold knowledge, whether or not with you have no relationship with the defendant plaintiffs, you can apply to go to observe. I believe that there are more dry goods there. Saw a lot of pop-ups wanting the mouse to be involved in the issue. Wu Ming's heart also began to shake a little. Should I initiate a queue with him? Getting everyone on board with the issue? After all, it seems that none of the members of the love group present were more specialized in law. Wu Ming didn't always follow the live program of Sisters and Brothers in Love. After all, there were just too many things he had to be busy with every day. So it's also not known, except for Mouse, a guy who likes to saber rattle. Among the members of the love group is Sasha, a law graduate with a PhD. If he had been able to do his homework ahead of time, I'm sure he would have taken the initiative at this point to involve Sasha in the discussion and popularization of this issue. Same time. In the conference room of the talk show club. The crowd of stand-up comedians were a little lethargic. At first they thought today's broadcast was quite interesting. Seeing that Mouse Kid was true to form, he didn't even dare to fart in the face of the overwhelming parental boycott over the past 2 days. A few moments of pride rose in the hearts of the crowd. Fighting with them doesn't look at what people do for a living. You boys just be glad you don't have anything dark that you can dig deeper into other than flower shaking hands. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be qualified to continue appearing on the show right now. You've kind of kicked the can down the road with us. By this time, the talk show club crowd had already decided in their hearts that there was nothing interesting behind this program. The popularization of the law is boring and tedious. Might as well take advantage of this break and memorize 2 more segments to use until the evening show. However, the live broadcast screen suddenly came with Wu Ming's voice inviting Su Yi to join the discussion. Wu Ming, Mouse-chan, I see that quite a few viewers in the pop-up area would like you to talk about this issue as well. Why don't you say something about it? He pointed to the whiteboard. Aside from the fact that using game currency as coins to buy side products from vending machines has clearly violated the Dacia currency law, what other similar situations are there that are usually easier for people to overlook? Pocky, Pigtail, and a few others, as well as Wang Xiaobo, Halogen Egg and the others, subconsciously put down their cell phones at this time. Somewhat curiously, he looked up at the screen. Are we going to let the mouse do the talking? It's just as well, maybe we can find a bit of a laugh out of it that we can use on stage tonight. Chapter 51 I have a friend, Li Si, who goes to XX. The drowsy crowd in the love hut forced themselves to cheer up. Teacher Wu Ming spoke well, and everyone clapped together before their eyes fell on Su Yi. One of them was particularly curious when it came to Sasha. She had seen Su Yi's expertise in Dacia's legal regulations, and at this moment, Sasha's brain was following along with this question raised by teacher Wu Ming. She thought of many possibilities. All are common misconceptions in life. The first and foremost is the problem of identity cards, which some people will use to buy communication cards and then resell them to those who cheat. At this point, it's actually illegal. There are many other cases, such as the seemingly insignificant theft of a classmate's meal card in college, which has in fact been a theft offense. At this time, Wu Ming returned to the sofa. Suyi walked to the whiteboard and wrote down such a question. Question: My friend Li Si went to the female ticket after the completion of the female party angry, received all the heaven and earth bank plutonium. May I ask, Li Si's behavior of white whoring illegal? How to convict? Is it true that both parties can be arrested? After writing down the question, Sui simply dictated it. At this point, everyone in the hut heard the question and instantly stopped being sleepy. The eyes of all the members of the love group lit up at once. Wu Ming showed a deep and thought expression. This case? He hadn't really considered this question raised by Suyi before. The two people on the other side, the director and the principal, glanced at each other, their eyes exuding a strong interest. Nice guy. How did he come up with this case? As professionals, the two of them wouldn't think that the question Suyi raised was funny at first. On the contrary, they had the feeling of having the door to a new world opened. This case is really interesting, and who can guarantee that a similar case will actually occur in reality someday? When the time comes, how should we be convicted? There has to be relevant evidence and regulations to base it on, right? It wasn't just the crowd in the Love Shack that had their eyes lit up. The originally few pop-ups scrolling in the live broadcast room also suddenly skyrocketed in number at this time. Ha ha ha. Mr. Mouse, I just can't figure out how in the world you came up with such an abstract case. Pooh ha ha. I knew he wouldn't let me down, this kid was just born to be a conspicuous bag. Jedi. That said, this operation is really 6A. It's against the law for me to have a female prostitute, but as long as I don't pay for it, it's not illegal, right? It's a god, checking out with plutonium, what a genius idea. Mr. Mouse, is your friend decent? It's a well-known fact that when you say something and add "I have a friend" to the top of it, then odds are the thing is talking about yourself. Mr. Mouse, is it hard to believe that you've personally experienced this? Why else would you be able to think of such a case? Ha ha ha. Suggesting a serious investigation, this is pretty big, I kid you not. With one question, Suyi managed to mobilize everyone's curiosity. Everyone wants to know how this ended up. Seeing the positive feedback from viewers at this point on the big screen where the netizens' pop-ups are placed. Wu Ming, however, had a sense of frustration that felt like he had been dealt a not-so-small blow. He himself had stood there laboriously speaking for nearly half an hour. But the pop-up interactions with him are few and far between. As a result, when people mouse up, a question runs out, and the pop-up area is almost like a war, it's impossible to see what everyone is talking about. It was as if this kid was born to be the hottest kid. In the crowd, standing there and arousing everyone's interest and curiosity with just a few words. He's a little genius. Wu Ming couldn't help but have an idea floating in his mind at this moment. Want yourself to go back and recommend to the leadership, and later let the mouse to participate in their criminal law department of the law loopholes review and revision of the special working group inside? Even if it's just in name only? Usually when I have time, I give a little bit of legal knowledge in the column. Come over sometime and work together on some of the newer oddball cases that are popping up? As soon as this idea was born, Wu Ming felt it was necessary. Still, he was going to see what Suyi did next before considering whether or not to tell me what he thought. Same time. In the conference room of the talk show club. Halogen Egg, Wang Xiaobo, and the other members also revealed curious gazes at this time. Wang Xiaobo, this kid is starting to claptrap again, this kind of thing can't happen in reality, okay? Halogen was less absolute. I do think it's kind of funny that he brought that up, he's a little bit of a genius when it comes to telling paragraphs. Asako said disdainfully, it's just like that, didn't he already say it himself just now? This kid, a soft persimmon. There were many different opinions, but there was no one who really thought along with the case presented by Suyi. Just as a fun to watch, and listen to it just to think, maybe we can write a paragraph based on this question raised by Suyi, by the way? At this time, the lodge site. Suyi put down the whiteboard pen in his hand and picked up the teacup next to him to take a shallow sip. After looking around the room, he looked into the camera. I have a friend named Li Si. Straightforward opening, but everyone's ears instantly perked up. Pop-ups. Ha, Mr. Mouse, Li Si is really lucky to have you as his friend too. Li Si puts you at ease, you hang Li Si on the internet. Ha ha ha. Li Si, I've had bad luck knowing you. Lee Si, who in the family understands? Don't I want to lose face? As if he didn't notice the pop-up interaction on the other side, Suyi continued. Lee Si went to the female ticket female Chang, the lady opened tube him to 3,000, my friend said how so expensive? I give you 5,000. Miss immediately said, can. That's better. Finally, after it was over, Missy was so pissed off that Lee Si gave her a bunch of money from the Great Summerland Bank, one worth $200 million. Lee Si immediately said with great bravado, no need to look for it. Now may I ask what should be done with the case? Clueless. The whole place is dead silent. Deadly quiet. Crow silence, everyone subconsciously fell into silence, especially Wu Ming, the principal and the director and the three of them, a whole brain down. Not buddies? This operation, your friend is a genius. In the studio. At this point, Mr. E tried to recall all the sadness of the past, but he still couldn't strain himself, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible, and his cheeks bulged. John, I suddenly thought of a very interesting game, not because of the case brought up by Mouse John. Nice guy. Worthy of you, Mr. Ho, this can make you round back to avoid being deducted from the merit? Other celebrity guests have said they learned. Each nodded frequently, well, we also suddenly thought of a good fun game, definitely not because of Mouse John. Chapter 52, I'll spend the money and beg on my knees to be allowed to listen to it a little more, just a little. In the live broadcast room, at this time, because the pop-up screen was scrolling too fast, the live broadcast screen appeared to be stuck and flickering. Just like your friend took the trouble to download the .avi format, it was hard to see the download progress bar finish with joy, but it turned out that because of the BT magnetic channel congestion, the format is not supported, and many other reasons, resulting in stroboscopic flashes, snowflakes, and distorted images. The damnedest thing about the plants is that they happen to go wrong in the most critical places. It's even more excessive than the cavalry's. Holy! I know you guys have a lot you want to say, but can you please stop posting? It's stuck. You're stuck and you're still posting? The smart ones have long ago predicted what you guys would do a second ahead of time and turned off the pop-up display ahead of time. Ha ha ha. Is this popularizing the law or eating melon? Laughing at the family, this is the first time I've heard such an interesting science content. If you generalize, I'm drowsy, but if you tell me this, then I'm energized. Mouse quick, what happened to your friend? Was he beaten up? Po ha 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 ha. People are seriously poo-pooing the law, okay, why are you all gossiping about it? Is this something I can listen to without paying for it? Laughs learned, let's just say you can learn real stuff by watching Mouse Live. At this point, backstage at the director's office of Sisters and Brothers in Love. Cold sweat broke out on the staff's foreheads as they looked at the large number of netizens who had instantly flooded into their program. Director! Get the director! The data channels are being squeezed and blown up. If this keeps up, the back-end servers will crash. An assistant next to him immediately got up and ran in a puff of smoke to find the general director Yen Min. Yen Min rushed to the front of the data computer, and at a glance saw the scalp-numbing IP number. Fully 10 million netizens of different addresses are entering the live stream. Yen Minran was directly stupid. Earlier, because Mr. Wu Ming's popularization session really made him want to sleep, he felt too bored and ran to the other lounge with the intention of taking a nap. As it turned out, the person had just fallen asleep and hadn't had a chance to have a good night's sleep. He was then pulled out by his assistant yelling at him. Yen Min, what's going on? What's the situation? Yen Min, wasn't it because the live broadcast data was so good last time that I applied for funding with the station's leadership to increase the number of servers? I'm so big a new server it. The staff wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. Director, an instantaneous influx of more than 10 million, not to mention the server can't hold up. The Jade Emperor only has 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals under his hand. Yen Min, then tell me what to do now. Yen Min, by the way, call up the live video just now. In the end, what is it because of again? Another staff member immediately began to operate. When Yen Min finished watching the live content of the data protection time slot, the whole person fell into contemplation at once. Is that right? What do you viewers want? Director Yen Min seriously doubted that these guys were trying to learn a little something from the mouse. At this point, his biggest concern is, will the live chat room be blocked? Let you popularize the law, not let you teach experience. Hello. God knows why that so ye guy knows so much, huh? What the hell is this kid working on when he's not in love all day long? Use the money of the Bank of Heaven and Earth to go to the female ticket, perfect to avoid the risk of spending money will be caught in the mud horse. Yen Min hesitated for a moment and immediately took out his cell phone. He has to hurry to contact the side of Parak. Now is not the time to count the content of the mouse live, now the most important thing is not to let the live room is blocked again. Otherwise, if he was banned twice in a row during the recording of a program, how could he hold his head up in front of other directors in the future? People will not secretly mutter a sentence, do not find Yen Min this kid film, he shot that, cannot be broadcast. A general leader of Parak was contacted in. Luckily, the executives there also noticed the problem and immediately said they were already working on it. Yen Min also do not feel at ease. The second mention of the current live content is positive energy content, never let the reviewer again the program closed. Unexpectedly, the leader there laughed bitterly. Director Yen, are you kidding? Last time it was really a mistake by our staff. This time, the office leader of the Ministry of Criminal Law is sitting in the live broadcast, even if you ask us to seal it, I wouldn't dare. Nice guy. Yen Min then reacted. Yeah, I've got the official dad behind me, so why should I worry about that? At this point in the broadcast, the pop-up section wailed. How to get back to 4? Why is it stuck and I can't see anything? I want to see the mouse, I want to eat the melon. Please let me see it, just one look. I just want to know what happened to my buddy Lee Si in the end. Wait online, I'm in a hurry. Woohoo, is this how the day's fun is going to end, with the pop? Let me watch it, I'm a VIP, I paid for it. Why don't you let me see it? What the hell? Why are the ads popping up all of a sudden? Everyone's live feed at this point turned into a 30-second interstitial commercial. Dare to promise. No coconut milk, no preservatives, no flavors. Freshly squeezed from the freshest coconut meat. I've been drinking since I was a kid. Many viewers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The only way I can think of is to turn off the live stream and turn it back on. This operation was completed at light speed in less than 0.5 seconds. However, it wasn't the live feed of sisters and brothers in love that appeared before everyone's eyes. Instead, there are 6 self-selected entry lanes. The current channel congestion status is specifically noted for each channel. Some indicate smooth, some busy, and congested as indicated by the red markings. Tap into the live channel that states smooth and this time the live feed finally appears as expected. Everyone on the air at this point was also drinking coconut juice drinks provided by the show's sponsors. Seeing this scene, many people immediately broke down a bit and hurriedly left messages on the pop-up screen. Finished? Don't, I'm paying for it, on my knees, please let me hear just a little bit more, just a little bit. What happened to my brother Lee Si in the end? Big brother, righteous father. Don't drink, if you want a drink then mom will feed you, hurry up and... Unrevealingly, he nodded, amidst the urging of countless pop-ups. Suyi pressed his hand, and the pop-up area instantly quieted down, everyone knew that it was about to start. Suyi smiled and looked at the few people present. The eyes were the first to fall on Mr. Wu Ming. Mr. Wu Ming, regarding the case I just mentioned, you, as a relevant professional, here, let's exchange and discuss with each other. Wu Ming nodded. He was also interested in the case Suyi presented. During the short period of time when the program's live broadcast had just gone wrong, Wu Ming's brain was racing. He also wondered if he could have solved the problem perfectly if he had stumbled upon it himself. Suye's voice came out. My friend, Lee Si, used a ticket from the Tiandi Bank to whore out young and beautiful staff members for nothing. Can it be convicted on that? Can we conclude on this, number 1, whether it constitutes QJ drunkenness? Everyone who is interested can also answer. Suyi scanned the crowd present. Wu Ming was still thinking about it, his status was there, for this issue, it was suitable for discussion, it was not suitable for him to come to a conclusion. However, Wu Ming felt that this was not constituted. Sasha on the side raised her little hand and replied, reporting to the teacher, does not constitute. Seeing her habitually look like a student in a classroom listening to a lecture, the pop-ups went straight. My Sasha is simply adorable. Ha ha ha. Sasha, she's so serious. Suyi immediately pursued, why doesn't it constitute? Sasha is silent. Yeah, why? Suyi continued to ask, Lee Si cheated the beautiful staff Miss Ah, why does not constitute QJ? Seeing that there was still no one to answer, Suyi directly stated the basis. What can we base a conviction for QJ on in the legal definition of XX? What kind of probabilistic relationship do we know there is between having money and having sex? High or low probability? Isn't it low probability? Most of the non-professional staff ladies won't play games with my friend Lee C just because he's rich, right? So it's low probability. Therefore, at this point, the staff sisters' agreement to do the game together because Lee had the money was valid, meaning that the act was voluntary on the part of the career sister and did not constitute QJ. Sasha nodded her head as if she were a chicken pecking at rice. That's so right, she was just about to say that, and ended up losing all the knowledge she had previously learned at her grandma's house. Wu Ming similarly nodded slightly, no problem. The principal and director took notes while at each other in passing, both feeling that Su Ye's analysis was halogen, kind of interesting. Wang Xiaobo, this kid still seems to have that much. Asako, inspired. I'll be able to pop my stems a few more times. I'm not omnipotent, who's free to specialize in the loopholes of various legal issues like you. Brother, what do you want? Seeing no answer, Su Yi directly explained. We said that to understand whether or not it constitutes ZP intoxication, first we have 3 views. Which 3? 4. Backward. Most importantly, even they, the backstage staff, had the feeling that their minds were opened all of a sudden. That's too much torture. If Sun Monkey could have learned it back then, he wouldn't have been sentenced to 500 years for stealing a peach. The pop-ups were scattered like rain. Countless spectators were also shocked at this time. Eyes all lit up. I told you knowledge could change your life. Good lord, what do you boys want upstairs? It's just too criminal. After reading it, I feel horribly strong now. Good man. You're too much of a criminal to know the law and regulations to this extent. Uncle Hat, we've got you. The judgment of the law awaits you next. Mouse, I'm sorry, but no one can judge me. Mouse waving hand, sanction me? Sorry, waving your hands is not a compromise, but you still have to practice. This guy is also too silky smooth. I don't even dare to think that if he were to rob a bank, no one would be able to sanction him. Is this really a PP program I'm watching? Can this be broadcast? Large swaths of pop-ups, countless people admired in their hearts. At this time, Su Yi smiled slightly after reading part of the pop-up screen. You all should be able to understand what I mean, right? Lee Si whored himself out for nothing every time he went to a professional young lady and was unable to find him guilty every time. At best he was cursed. This kid is simply a scum. The most we can do is to condemn Lee Si on a moral level. It is impossible to fix Lee Si drunk through QJ, ZP, and the use of J coins. Applauding for love is not a transaction and is not protected by the code, and at this point someone is sure to ask me what happened to the atomic bomb at Auntie Wang's house? Who does the bomb belong to? Does it belong to Guijia? In the end, it's going to be returned to Guijia, so it's illegal for Lee Si to steal Auntie Wang's atomic bomb. Whose equivalent is it that you, Lee Si, are stealing the atomic bomb? Is it stealing Guijia's again? Guijia's atomic bomb certainly constitutes theft of drunkenness, but do professional ladies fall under Guijia's management? No. So in this case just now, Lee 4 constitutes neither QJ, nor J-coin use intoxication, nor ZP intoxication. The dude is scum. Does that mean there's nothing we can do about him? As this question was asked, Su Yi once again looked at everyone. The number of pop-ups in the live streaming room were all much reduced at this moment. After all, when all is said and done, most people must want such scum to be sanctioned. Otherwise wouldn't the world be in chaos? The director and the principal's hands that were taking notes at this point were almost to the point of blurring. There were too many points of knowledge all at once to write over. Wu Ming followed into contemplation. Yes, what exactly should be done in the end in this situation? What can I do? As a veteran justice, he has naturally come into contact with numerous oddball cases. Thus, after contemplating, Wu Ming quickly raised his head. The eyes lit up. He thought of it. Su Ye's voice also appeared in the next moment. I'm sure there is. You've whored yourself out and still want to run? Dream on. So in the end what can we do? We have relevant public security punishment regulations. He dealt with the professional lady. Is it that we can arrest both of them to educate and fine them? Wu Ming on the sofa behind him couldn't help but laugh at this moment. It is indeed so simple. But although Wu Ming's face was wearing a smile at this moment, he was actually sweating early on. So close. Fortunately the mouse finally managed to solve this odd case and made a perfect decision based on professional regulations. If this case mouse doesn't come round in the end, he can't even begin to think how much of a mess he's going to make in the next little while. Dasha the least is that gang of old six, Operation One more than a scratch, if let them find an opportunity to take advantage of. Wu Ming didn't even dare to think about how terrible the consequences would be. At this time, with Suyi hammering away, the case was finished telling. The pop-up section was a hoot. After all, while many viewers say I have a bold idea, it's more of a joke and a whole living. Most people have a normal outlook on things, and were relieved to learn that even if the parties to the case were so cunning as to think of using the bank of heaven and earth to whore themselves out, there was no way to circumvent the loopholes in the law. Fun is fun, but maintaining environmental stability and unity is an obligation that must be shared by all. Because that's the only way to have something to look forward to in life, to have hope for tomorrow. At this time, Suyi inadvertently glanced at it, and happened to see a message with a surprisingly high number of likes and a large number of pop-ups. After sweeping over and reading the content of the question, Suyi erased the question on the whiteboard, and then, under the camera, rewrote a new question. When the viewers in the pop-up area saw the new question appear, their expressions were suddenly filled with curiosity. Quite a few people had recently heard about this problem that Suyi was now writing down. Many people are also instantly reminded of the recent issue that is being resisted by the majority of middle-aged parents, the flower shaker. The message in the pop-up section just now was this. Hello ancestor, I am a Sheikh 4th generation, my master is Sun Rui Nan, my master is Shao Kai, and my ancestor is the Lord of the Shadow Stream. Recently, I've been scolded by people in the comments section every day, and some people have even gotten my family's phone number and called my family to scold them. I am a rural person, very early school dropout, usually mainly in the home to do agricultural work, a chance contact with the rocking flower hand, I especially like, and immediately decided to go to the next county to learn the art of apprenticeship. After learning, I began to shoot video to show their own. I didn't realize how quickly it would come to a decent amount of attention. I now have tens of thousands of followers, and not only that, but I've made a little bit of money along the way in my passionate flower shaker business, which has changed my life, and I've found a girlfriend who loves me. I am a person without many dreams, originally thought I would live in the small village where my ancestors lived all my life, but I didn't realize that it was the flower shaker that brought me a radical change. I am now planning to buy a house and settle down in the city, and I will also get married soon. The first thing I would like to thank here is my master, as well as my elders, and lastly, you, ancestor. You created the flower shaker that made my life blossom differently. A sincere thank you. Finally, he also took to the message boards to talk about a recent encounter that had been very distressing for him. Suyi wrote the question briefly on the whiteboard. Have you ever been cursed when you are surfing on the internet? Is internet cursing illegal? Seeing this question, many people immediately associated it with a similar experience they had encountered. And as watching the live broadcast in his own yard shaking for generation Li Chuan, at this time saw his own message actually in the millions of pop-ups by the Grandmaster attention. Somehow, all of a sudden, Li Chuan's eyes turned a little red. Purse your lips hard and try not to cry. The master said, a true rocker can be like a man. No crying. Ancestor, I am so touched. Li Chuan didn't expect his message to be taken seriously, and immediately used his prospective daughter-in-law's phone to call all the brothers and sisters he knew. At this time, in the live broadcast room, originally everyone saw Suyi put forward this question about network spammers. Everyone is in a state of contemplation. However, with Suyi followed by a sentence, I have a friend, Li Si, his occupation is very special, specializing in the internet to take on behalf of scolding. Yuzhou area does not take, because scolding cannot be. Shaoshan area need to increase the price of 50, because you need to be able to speak Cantonese to be able to do so. Bouncer. Why Li Si again? Anchor, do you have only one friend, Li Si? Po ha ha ha. Li Si, this brother is awesome. He just finished whoring himself out, and he's already a cyber squatter. Li 4, you kid polite? Li Si, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Chapter 55 suggests a serial. I want to watch it, I'm not kidding. The pop-up area was instantly joyful, and Suya's opening sentence instantly caught everyone's attention. How much did Li Si pay you? I'll pay double, let me act in an episode too. Suggested serial. I want to see it, I'm not kidding. Everyone held their breath and stared, and Asako looked especially hard. He wanted to hear what basis the mouse could say. So he faced the camera and continued his introduction. My friend Li Si has been attacking people on the internet for years, calling himself the Grandmaster of Cursing, and his account homepage explicitly bids to take orders to curse on his behalf. Li Si's usual job is a game customer service, because often by the odd customer to get one a curse. The bright idea, it began in the major platforms to take orders on behalf of the curse. Many of the people he sprayed developed serious psychological problems because of their poor mental capacity, and some even became mentally ill and had to be treated with medication as a result. Lee Si did this for a total of 1 year, during which time he made a small profit of $10,000 through this business. At this time, my colleague Xiaomei, because she couldn't stand the sight of me eating durian in the office and felt that I was polluting the air, and after arguing with me and still not willing to do so, she contacted Lee Si on the internet and gave my personal social account to Lee Si, so that Lee Si could spam me with messages every day at the bottom of my social account. May I ask what regulation was violated by Lee Si in this case? And what regulation did Xiaomei violate? Can I sue Lee Si ZP? And then have the officials confiscate his illegal proceeds? Can I sue Mei for invasion of my privacy? Suyi looked at the people present. It was still Sasha who answered the question. The other members of the love group didn't know much about this aspect, but everyone felt that it shouldn't work, right? Sasha, no. The main point is that neither of these two men meet the criteria for sentencing or filing a case. Upon hearing this, Asako was the first to breathe a sigh of relief in the talk show club. Phew, okay. The live studio audience sniffed, and many of them felt a bit uncomfortable. Keyboard warriors are the most annoying. Is there really nothing that can be done to cure these births properly? To Sasha's answer, Sui gave his affirmation. Yes, we already is sizing himself up. Sui smiled and continued, however, to deal with this case, the Public Security Administration punishment ordinance can still be used. For example, in this case, Lee Si's behavior has caused serious mental harm to another person, and according to XX Management Ordinance Resolution No. XX, Article XX, Lee Si can be punished with detention for 10 days and a fine of $500. And the little beauty who placed the order to find a substitute cussing cock for me can, depending on the circumstances, in the least severe case, admit her mistake and publicly apologize to me and beg for my forgiveness. Sasha subconsciously followed up with, what about the worst case scenario? She was really inquisitive at this point. It would be interesting to know what Mouse could have done, what he could have done, if he had been faced with such a situation. Others were equally curious. Especially the principal and the director, both of them stopped their hands that were recording and looked at Suyi. In stand-up comedy club, Asako had a death grip on her thighs with both hands, and even though her skin was raw, she felt absolutely nothing at this point. Because he felt as if an infinitely tall giant stood in front of him at this very moment. Was looking at himself playfully with eyes like a bug. That look seemed to say, little thing, pinching you to death is easier than pinching an ant. Asako felt pressurized all over. The worst case scenario? Sui smiled faintly. In fact, there is no heavy, not so much that my colleague Xiaomei eat 2 peanut rice, but step on a sewing machine for more than 10 years. I am still a little bit confident. The live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. Good guys. I'm calling good guys. If someone else had said that, I would have thought he was faking it, but if it had come from my mouse brother, I would have thought it was too conservative. Mouse you guy. What kind of a top-level maniac within the law is that? Brother Bill, are you short of money lately? I'm thinking of sending my boss in for a couple of years of rehabilitation. Let my brother Bill fight the lawsuit? If you are in a good mood, send the other party in. If you are not in a good mood, send the other party in with the other party's defense attorney. If he's not happy with the hammerman on the stage, he'll probably go in with him too. No problem, my brother Mouse's strength never needs to be doubted. Chapter 56 is more torturable and really torturous. Congratulations to the host for becoming a conspicuous package in the crowd, gaining 99,999 conspicuous points. The host's accumulated conspicuous points exceeded 999,999,999 points, rewarding the extra-legal Berserker template, which is even more torturable compared to intra-legal Berserker, and is really torturous. Reward Special Skill Professional Level F1 Racer. Reward Language Skill Diane Language Proficiency. Reward Ghostly Song Original Talent. Award for the original song We Are the Stars of the Walled City. Golden Legend rewards have been given out, so keep up the good work and try to be the conspicuous bag in the crowd. A system beep suddenly came from Suya's ears. When he heard a series of several reward arrival prompts, Suya's expression was wonderful. It really gives a lot. But Suyi was keenly aware that there seemed to be a bug in the reward. Golden Legend reward has arrived? There's no corresponding tip, is there? Where did it go? Suyi frowned slightly and called out to the system in his heart, but didn't get any response. Just then, the beep sounded again without warning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Legend reward, women's clothing from beginner to proficient and 3 years as a mother, 5 years as a married man. Trigger new quest, women's clothing once, become the brightest pup in the crowd. Successful completion of the mission will have a high probability of obtaining SSSR level mystery rewards. Suyi froze, his pupils dilated, incredulity written in his eyes. What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. Golden Legend reward. You're rewarding 2 books, right? Suyi obviously can feel that the brain inexplicably more than 2 professional women's study skills guide. The knowledge involves all aspects, what hair removal, skin care, body. Mess. This reward system you take as a Golden Legend? Women's clothes? Good, who doesn't wear women's clothes? Now he kind of understood that something was very wrong with the system. It's impossible. How can women's clothing be a goddamn thing? He's a big, sunny, cheerful boy. And at that moment, in the conference room of the talk show club, Pocky looked to Halogen Egg, who was on the side, full of panic. Boss, what should we do now? Did that kid just threaten us? Dreadlocks and the others were similarly disoriented, they were panicking too. After all, if we follow the case of the internet spammer that Sui had just explained, none of them can run away, and those segments of video online casually search everywhere, want to destroy the content of these evidence cannot do. If Suyi were to seriously sue them, forget about going in and stepping on a sewing machine, even the lightest punishment, just 10 days detention, their future stand-up comedy careers would be cut short as a result. Dasha does not welcome bad artists. As public figures, although they are not particularly famous, as long as they have the label of public figures on them, they have to be responsible for their words and deeds. Pocky's voice had begun to tremble as he spoke. Boss, why don't we run? Anyway, everyone has raked in a lot in the past 2 years, and going anywhere will allow us to live well enough. Hearing this, Halogen Egg was furious and slapped the back of Asako's head. Run! Why are you so timid? You're planning to run away for, and all you know how to do is run away all day long, and what do you think you're going to accomplish? Asako was a little aggravated, and said, good for you, Halogen, every time you are the one who writes the lines, but you never stand on the stage and say those lines, let us say them. Now that there's a problem, of course you don't need to worry, but what about us? What do you want us to do in case that mouse kid us next? People have now told us the problem as a case study and clearly told us the final result, can I not panic? However, in front of Halogen Egg's face, Pocky only dared to crickets 2 sentences in his heart, really let him dislike, angrily, he really did. Next to him, the principal didn't doubt Suye's passage. After all, in some ways, the guy really is a guilty genius. But it's on the set of a show. With the face of the entire Dasha criminal law department at stake, the principal hastened to follow closely to find a remedy. It is definitely possible to catch Mr. Mouse, but the odds are that by that time he would have already served his sentence and the case would have been nullified. The crowd in the hut's expression froze, wanting to laugh but not quite daring to do so. But the viewers in the live stream don't have to care that much. He's so mad. It's true, you're the legendary extrajudicial maniac, aren't you? A smile of the mouse, life and death, a hook of the mouth, the start of death. Ha ha ha. No problem. Give him a chance to be a defense attorney and he can put the plaintiff in with the plaintiff's attorney, and if he's given another chance to make a move, I even suspect that this guy could send the audience family and friends in for 3 years in the meantime. Understood, when you see Mr. Mouse in the future, go up and hand him a cigarette first, and be polite, understand? Good lord. A couple of the official greats are already sweating. Awesome. And why do I feel like Mr. Mouse just chose such a relevant case? Why don't I believe you? If you're capable, don't just talk about it. You fight a lawsuit and show us. Laughs really send you in, and you're not happy, let you publicly apologize, and you feel you can't save face, fine you 500, what do you think the basis is? Is there really such a brave keyboard warrior? Good. I'm looking forward to it. Teacher, someone thinks you're average and asked you to prove it. I circled him for you, at Landkey Ferry. Okay, no problem. Suyi happened to see these 2 back and forth pop-ups and immediately gave an okay gesture to the camera. Ha! No Mouse, you calm down, this really isn't necessary. The man next to him rushed to persuade. Especially Wu Ming, he was adamant that he couldn't let Suyi go as a defense attorney, one of the kids' forfeitures, and the segment would 80% turn out to be true. Chapter 57. The floor was too slippery and my head got stuck in the washing machine and I couldn't pull it out. So, Wu Ming immediately said to his colleague who was filming the legal literacy program in the back row of the camera. Shall notify your colleagues in the internet police section to find the Lanky fairy who sent the pop-up just now, and deal with it as you see fit. Then he looked at Su Yi. You'd better calm down and just do poo-poo. This scene was broadcast live across the room, and many people in the broadcast room immediately looked dumbfounded. Nice guy. Is this the start of a field experiment? Wu Ming's side has already collected enough material for the general law program. Soon, the group bid farewell to the Love Group crowd and disappeared into the live camera of the Love Shack. Originally, everyone wanted to stay and have dinner with them, but Wu Ming did have other things to do in the evening, so he politely declined the invitation. The crowd busied themselves together, and a reasonably good dinner was soon ready. After the meal, it was the usual tea party and free break. Sui ran to the yard to continue practicing his bagua shake. Granted, the previous rewards for completing the Fanatics within the Law quest and the Conspicuous Points Achievement quest were both pretty good. But that female proficiency bonus is just too abstract. Steve wasn't very satisfied. Therefore, eyes were set on the bagua shake skill proficiency. After all, what kind of child cries every day? Where the betting dog loses every day. He still believed that the next Golden Legend reward would be very powerful. It was at this time that the otherwise peaceful Love Shack. But because the pop-up suddenly increased wildly again, drawing everyone's attention to the big screen in the living room that was dedicated to putting up pop-up interactions. At this time, Sophie took the rare initiative to walk out and shouted, "Mouse, hurry over and look." On the big pop-up screen, relevant information continued to scroll. Ha ha ha. Go watch the South Diane News Channel and laugh your ass off. This is called professional efficiency. Po ha ha ha. The headline alone makes my stomach hurt from laughing at this news tonight in Nandien. Shocker. A keyboard warrior who always hangs out on major online platforms and ginseng cocks on others was caught today. What's hilarious is that this guy is a total talent. Have you guys seen the video of his interview? Looked and looked, the reporter asked him to have hands and feet why do not work properly, to rely on the major platforms to make a living by being a water army and insulting others. He went so far as to answer, "It is impossible to work part-time, this life is not possible, to go to the inside squatting does not matter, there are all talented people there, I super like to be in the inside. I told you there was something to be said for that place in South Dien. I'm convinced, now I'm really and completely convinced." The pop-up was posted in the afternoon, the person was on the evening news that day, and the stylish silver bracelet and trendy striped shirt were changed into that night. I'm going to sit here today and see who else dares to be a spammer on this broadcast? Don't dare, the internet is not an extra legal place, it's too real. And at the same time, Asako has been out of action since the afternoon. Tonight on the live stage, he made a lot of mistakes and made the audience cringe a few times after listening to him. Originally, people came to see you do stand-up comedy just for the fun of it. What did you end up saying on stage? It's not funny. Many of the audience members who came alone or with friends of the same sex simply got up and left the stage halfway through the show and stopped listening. One so may be accidental. But soon nearly a third of the 300-person-sized venue was gone. Halcyon took one look at the situation and it was not good. If we can't keep these audiences today, I'm afraid it will be hard to make the theater hot again in the future. So he just called off Asako's show and simply went on himself, which stabilized the situation a bit. Later that night, Halogen had another internal meeting. The first thing that happened was that the meeting lambasted Asako and a few other actors who were soulless when they came on stage. Pocky, if you don't want to do it, get the hell out of here. And you too, Hardy and Briny Chicken, deduct $500 from your paychecks each, and if there's another problem at the next show, you're gone too. There were sympathetic looks from the other actors who weren't performing tonight. For their part, the three Pocky men were silent, not even daring to fart. After criticizing a few people from Asako on the spot, Halogen Egg also sighed helplessly. I know that you're all worried about something, but don't worry about it for a second, and put all your focus on doing a good job and delivering a good segment. This matter, I have already begun to deal with it, already let the studio side to contact the mouse, first explore the wind before. Seeing Halogen Egg with such a confident look, Pocky and the others then put their hearts down. After 1,000 thanks, everyone quickly left the conference room. Halcyon, left alone in the conference room, grunted softly, both feet resting on the desktop as he muttered to himself. A bunch of little cute, also really good to cheat, the mouse does not even have a studio, pure vegetarian and on the program with a code name, also do not think, where do I go to let people contact him? After finishing his speech, Halogen Egg began to go through the recent entertainment news and internet hotspots as usual. He didn't have time to care about what would happen to the guys from Asako in the end. Anyway, we're just superior and subordinate, what's it got to do with me, halibut, if they die or not? If that mouse really wants to fix them, the big deal is that the company will let the legal department issue a public apology statement. Halogen eggs are intended to be good, and soldiers come to the rescue. Those who achieve great things do not take care of the small things. At this point in the relationship hut, it's not even necessary for people to look for relevant news on their own. Viewers in the pop-up section have been sending out the material they've each found, and the discussion is very passionate. But just at that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from upstairs in the hut, followed by a sound as if something had been knocked over. The people in the living room downstairs subconsciously looked around, and soon Sophie was the first to realize that Sasha wasn't over here. Then I'm afraid she's the one who had the accident upstairs. Everyone rushed up, and the staff who had been standing by at the dead center of the surveillance immediately ran over when they heard the accident. Master One Lamp was the first to want to rush in to check the situation, but since that side was the girls' bathroom, he thought about stopping after he had already run to the door. I'm afraid it's not very convenient, why don't the girls go in first and see what's going on? Sophie nodded and motioned for the other boys to turn their backs on this side of the bathroom for now before she stepped forward to open the door. Twisting doorknobs. It won't open. Sophie blushed, the bathroom door is unlocked, what now? Yi Xiaomei subconsciously followed, we can only kick the door. At that moment, Sasha's voice came from the bathroom, don't kick the door in, I'm not dressed right now. When they heard her voice, the crowd immediately asked sharply, how are you doing? Sasha's somewhat aggravated voice came out, the floor was too slippery, I accidentally fell just now, and now my head is stuck in the washing machine, I can't pull it out. Chapter 58, could you please help me again? My slippers are stuck. What kind of pose is this? Outside the door, everyone can't help but have a scene come to mind. But it doesn't feel right anywhere. I fell and then my head got stuck in the washing machine and I couldn't get out. How did I fall? Yi Xiaomei pursued, then how can we save you if we don't break down the door? Sasha, can you call a locksmith, I can still hold out? The people looked at each other, what time is it, besides it's nighttime, where to find someone to unlock the door? Does anyone know exactly what's going on in there? With that slight stalemate, the sound of a burst pipe once again came out of the girls' bathroom. This was followed by Sasha's exclamation, ah! Where did all that water come from? It's so cold. At this time, Sophie made an instant decision, we can't wait any longer, you boys are strong, hurry up and kick the door open. Xiaomei, you go get a set of bathrobe over here. Sophie's clinical command was very wise. But people underestimated the sturdiness of the door. The two of them, Duke Empty and Master One Lamp, combined their efforts and kicked several times in succession. The bathroom door didn't budge, didn't even kick off a bit of the wall. The two of them feel like their legs are about to break from kicking, and they still can't do it. Sophie, it's not a good idea for everyone to follow and worry, if we can't, we'll set up a ladder and climb in through the window. There is a lot of water running in there now, and who knows what will happen if it continues to drag on. The two boys immediately intended to get a ladder and follow Sophie's plan of action. At this time, everyone suddenly realized how the mouse wasn't there. Master One Lamp, huh? Where's Mouse Man, wasn't he here just now? The Empty Duke, you're asking me? Master One Lamp nodded. How do I know? Just now, everyone's attention was focused on how to quickly open this door and rush in to save people. Who's going to notice when someone is missing from their side at this point? At this point, all hell broke loose and there was no time to discuss where the mouse had gone. Immediately, the two of them, Master One Lamp and Lord Emptiness, went straight downstairs to the tool room over in the small courtyard. However, when they rushed to the courtyard, they realized that someone had already thought ahead to the idea of drilling through the window. Not only that, but the guy even specializes in wearing maintenance coveralls and a reflective undershirt. Nice, it's not as simple and easy as going through the window. Suyi had already climbed to the position of the window opening. Fortunately, Sasha didn't lock the window on the bathroom side on the second floor as well. Easy to get into it. Seeing this scene in front of him, Suyi was frozen in place as a whole. Nice guy. Seeing this scene now, even his clever brain couldn't imagine how on earth Sasha had done it. Taking a shower, she was able to get her head and both hands stuck in the washing machine, and a striking slipper stuck at the calf belly of her slender calf. If a live restoration was performed, Sui guessed that it would probably be something like the following. Sasha should have been just about to get the clothes out of the washing machine when it had a little problem, and then she subconsciously stuck her head in to see if something was broken. Suddenly my feet slipped and I fell backwards into the washing machine. That one slipper stuck at the calf should help prove that this is likely the case. But this was obviously not the right time to pull her out of the washing machine first. Sui immediately unscrewed the bathroom door and let Sophie and Yi Xiaomei in. Then walked to the other side and looked for the water valve switch. A hose connected to the washing machine in the room was ripped off. Presumably when Sasha tried to struggle, the washing machine moved too far and ripped off the hose that fed it. Fortunately, there was Su Yi, the master teacher, present, or else I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for the water to flow out of the bathroom, soaking the wooden floor on the outside aisle. He carried a full complement of tools on him, and it didn't take him long to fix the broken water pipe. On the other hand, with the help of Yi Xiaomei, she first helped Sasha enclose her body. But she was stuck inside the washing machine in one whole piece, and with the struggle she had just made, she was stuck dead. At this point, the two girls were too weak to yank her out. What's going to happen now? Yi Xiaomei couldn't stop laughing and was helpless. This scene was fortunately not captured by the camera. Otherwise Sasha was afraid that she would be laughed at by the netizens for a whole year. Sasha's voice came from the washing machine drum. Stop laughing, hurry up and help me think of something. Sophie looked at Su Yi. You're still looking. Hurry over and help. Su Yi immediately curbed that look of watching, went up and cut off the power to the washing machine, and then laid the washing machine down flat. At first Sasha still couldn't drill herself out. The two short legs flopped around several times, but they just couldn't muster the strength. Su Yi had no choice but to offer his own big move. Straight away, I lifted the washer up and shook it a few times like a cherry, and Sasha naturally slipped out of it. Finally see the light of day, Sasha cloaked hair sitting on the ground, long pouting and sighing. Phew, fortunately my mouse brother, otherwise I this old face in the future where. Mouse, please give me a little more help, my slippers are stuck and Before the trip, they heard that swimming was possible, and the members of the love group carried swimsuits. Arriving at Lakeside Park, the group followed the staff's usual patrol route, listening to an explanation of what they were doing while enjoying the nearby scenery. Just at this time, the staff saw a middle-aged man holding a lure fishing rod is toward the sea lake casting, and immediately led everyone to go forward to discourage. Bye-bye, no fishing here, don't you see the sign on the bank? It is reasonable to say that by this time, the middle-aged uncle should have heeded the advice and closed the pole and left. But to everyone's surprise, the uncle was so righteous. I don't know how to read. Nice guy. I have long heard that this place of Jinmen has the name of Dasha's own Florida. I did not expect that the talent is really much. The staff was very helpless and finally could only remind, bye-bye, too. Now not only did the members of the love group see it, but the viewers of the live broadcast also got it. I told you this place had something to say. You persuade your, I play my, we do not interfere with each other, really good harmony. Staff, this is not allowed. Bye, can't understand, don't know the words, don't understand, don't mind your. Knowing this, many pop-ups on the air were also discussed. So many old people are like this nowadays. I met one last time, the opening is a few $1,000s, it's like treating me like a small life. Part of it is, it's not the old people who are getting bad, it's the bad guys who are getting old. I'm afraid this little brother is out of luck. This Moncler outlet store is not from our gene men at first glance, and things like this don't usually happen on our side. At this moment, Suya's mind suddenly rang with a system prompt. Challenge mini quest opens, make the rogue master break his defense. Successful quests will be rewarded with a chance to draw random rewards. Well, there's such a thing as a good thing? He also didn't expect that on the day he finally stayed in Jinmen, casually going out and strolling around, he could still meet a system quest. The mission requirements weren't exactly difficult, and there was no requirement for him to complete them. However, Suyi saw that this little brother next to him is also an honest person, did not because of the Moncler blackmailing to swear, quietly waiting for the sheriff to come over to the scene to deal with. Help someone out in passing, and consider it a way to build up your character. Let's hope we can draw a better reward. Thus, Suyi walked forward and looked at the grandpa who was lying on the ground with a closed-eye contemplative look. Shouting Moncler outlet online, the other opened his eyes. You have something to do? The older man skimmed his mouth and shot Suyi a few glances with disdain. Suyi first introduced himself as a volunteer. Then he said to Moncler outlet online, this is not allowed to sleep, you old to change a place to lie? Moncler outlet store thought he heard wrong, what did you say? Sui, I said, there's no sleeping allowed here. Suye's voice increased a few points. Moncler outlet store frozen, next to the watchful passers-by expression also become very wonderful. The pop-ups are even just about to go crazy with laughter. Goddamned, no sleeping here. Mouse, you do understand persuasion. Ha ha ha. Moncler outlet online, do I look like I'm sleeping? Looking my eyes, tell me, why? Chapter 60. Is this place a real-life version of the peaceful Seini matching hall? The Moncler CPU was running at high speed, and a moment later glared at Suyi, getting up from the ground and pointing at his nose was a section of fast with the right words. Moncler outlet online. At hashtag at $74.27 At exactly this time, the sheriff's car pulled up to the curb and two young sheriff's deputies stepped down. When Moncler outlet store he saw the official coming, he glared viciously at Suyi, and was close to cursing him for not being able to get hard in the future. After the sheriff was on the scene and understood the situation, Moncler outlet store insisted that he had suffered internal injuries and demanded that he had to pay him $1,200. Suyi didn't know from which corner he suddenly appeared again and said, quite a leggy ah? Singing fast is clear and logical, and I think you're very healthy, Moncler. Suyi gave a thumbs up to the grandfather. Ha? Luggage? Is this stuff something you can draw from the system too? Suyi didn't know what to say for a while, feeling that this system prize pool was simply a pot of smorgasbord. Everything was outrageous. Although the rewards were worthless at first glance, at least there were rewards, so consider it a consolation prize. It was better than nothing. But it suggests that the reward has been issued, but where is the stuff? He didn't get it? Just as Suyi was a bit puzzled. A crew member from the program approached him and asked him to leave the set alone for a moment. Suyi was confused and followed the staff over. He was then rewarded by the system with a suitcase. A manufacturer's representative approached Suyi, chatted with him briefly, and then took out his factory's latest development, the intelligent voice motorized luggage. Manufacturer, Mr. Mouse, this is our company's recent new research and development of a product. I hope to let you come to our endorsement. This is to give you this side of the experience models. In the use of the process of any questions, you can always contact me. After briefly introducing his intention, the representative of the manufacturer who produced the luggage showed Suyi the precautions on how to use this high-end intelligent voice motorized luggage of theirs. Should I say no, the luggage looks kind of interesting. The appearance is exactly the same as a suitcase, but not only can it hold luggage, people can also sit on it. Press the electric door switch, there will be a voice broadcasting prompts, and then gently twist, the suitcase can automatically move forward. This thing seems a bit childish at first glance. Children nowadays can't look at this kind of toys, but for adults, it's just right instead. Especially the crunchy college student who Suyi guessed might really. Now it's not clear who the exact manufacturer is, let alone how to work together next. Because the manufacturer's staff left after introducing the product. Didn't even leave him any contact info or anything. Throw the motorized luggage that arrived into the show's car. During this time in the afternoon, Suyi and the others continued today's vigilante volunteer experience. I have to say that the spirit of the crowd in this part of Zimmer is truly marvelous. Passing through the section of the bridge across the river, everyone's field of vision, conspicuous bags simply do not too much, so that everyone in the camera lens for a moment do not know who should be filmed. In the park on the left-hand side, a group of grandparents were discussing around a horse. The horse's mood looked a little unstable because of the grandparents' ramblings, and the next moment, a passing grandma was kicked into the sea lake by the horse. On the other hand, the mother is hitting the child with a tree branch. Next to a few older women not only did not persuade, but kept coaxing, saying that small children should be educated before it is too late. In the front, a few Moncler Outlet Online pushed a wheelchair-bound Moncler Outlet Online, and then performed a live show of fancy diving. The only seated Moncler Outlet Online himself rolled his wheelchair to the riverbank, and pushed it, and goodness gracious. He jumped straight into the river without a moment's hesitation. There is also the river, in a speedboat specializing in fishing lifeguards. This side has just fished up a young girl. The result of the girl said his gold ring fell into the river, but also to dive down to find. A young couple over there quarreled on the bank, so angry that the man kicked his girlfriend into the river, and the lifeguard had to stabilize the girl who was looking for a gold ring first, and hurriedly rowed over there to save her. On the other hand, the big mom who was kicked down by the horse was like a free squid, swimming in the river while spitting out fragrance and pointing at the bank as a fast output. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the members of the love group didn't know where to land for a while. Nice guy. It felt like I didn't even need to get in the water. I could have watched it all day just sitting in the park pavilion eating melons. In the studio, a group of celebrity watchers were also shocked by the scene that appeared on camera. I can see that. No wonder the volunteers of law and order in this area, one by one, seem to have gone through 991 difficulties, and are not surprised no matter what scene they meet from the morning onwards. Jin Xing, I haven't been to this part of Tianjin many times before. May I ask if the people here have always been so unique in their mental state? Bai Mengyan completely do not know how to comment. The scene with a group of moncler jackets want to stand on the bridge at the side of the highway, give a performance of high diving, once became more chaotic. On the live feed, the members of the love group saw that someone was about to do something so dangerous, and at the suggestion of Master Ikimoku, they all went over to persuade him. Sophie, Grandpa, this place is too high and dangerous, it's better not to jump. Moncler outlet store what? I've been jumping since I was a kid, I've been jumping for decades without dying, and you're telling me it's dangerous? What do you know? Sophie. After saying that, the Moncler outlet store site showed everyone what is called life and death to look down, and jump down upside down. At the same time, the viewers who saw this scene were also stunned by Moncler outlet online the operation. Also at the same time, an official reminder box suddenly appeared on the screen of the live broadcast of Sisters and Brothers in Love. This behavior involves a high degree of risk, please do not imitate it. The pop-ups were straight from the audience. Ha ha ha. Higher risk, but Moncler outlet store ignoring the risk. Moncler outlet store, no one knows more about high diving than I do, because I've been diving for decades without dying. Sure. It feels like this place is just like the peaceful Jinging matchmaking hall, with all kinds of demons. No, gods. That's a good description, when you put it that way. Chapter 61, There is no way out at the end of the mountain, the square heavenly painting halberd stabs the righteous father. The following day, board a flight to Zimbabwe. On the airplane, everyone was buzzing about whether they could see a lot of different scenery if they went abroad this time, and I heard that big game hunting, like antelope, wildebeest, and other large animals, was still possible in that place. Sasha said she was most looking forward to seeing the scenes often seen in documentaries, with lions, jackals and other predators across a glass, close up. Such a scene is particularly exciting just to think about. In the midst of the crowd's anticipation, the plane successfully landed at South Dien Airport a few hours later. By this time, when they heard the stewardess's announcement, Sasha and the girls thought they had misheard. Yi Xiaomei, didn't we say we were going abroad to shoot? Why did we land in South Dien? At this time, the staff appeared at the right time and brought the surprise that the director had prepared for everyone. The staff explained to the love group crowd. Because of the lack of funds, as well as the fact that documents related to leaving the country still need time to be processed, so this time, everyone can only land in South Dien first and wait for the documents to be completed. In addition, in order to let everyone in this period of time in addition to the experience of the country's gorgeous and rich landscape humanities, has been more close and sense of life, and enjoy it, to find the other half of the heart that can make their own. The show has carefully prepared a living cabin in ERP for the next 10 days, and has allowed a pair of accidentally strayed love group members to return to Daxia to meet everyone. It was intended that both of the other two pairs would return to the program, but due to the issue of a severe shortage of funds, the last group of members is still stranded, and only after everyone's exit papers have been processed will they be able to leave together to meet them. The staff explained the situation, which simply meant that they were normally supposed to land in South Dien and then change planes and fly abroad to meet up with the other two pairs of love group members and have the opportunity to enjoy some time traveling abroad. But once again, the program is strapped for cash, and someone's visa is still pending. Everyone could only land in South Dien first and wait here for a while. The other thing is that the showrunners will be announcing the fourth member of the romantic siblings to join the show. But the staff explained it clearly and then came back with a but. Now when people hear these two words, they subconsciously feel that things are not simple. Fruity. As the staff members but was uttered. Start announcing the next tasks. Task 1, find the connectors waiting for everyone at the airport. There are 3 connectors in total, each representing a different mode of travel. Because from the South Dien Airport to Erpa's shooting location there are still hundreds of kilometers, this section of the road, the director Yen Min and the whole mess. How difficult is it to find 3 people with no distinguishing features in a large airport area? What's more, the program team also very pitifully designed 3 secret codes, and the members of the love group can only find that right person through the secret codes. Everyone was grouped together on the spot, and this time Sophie felt like the sky was falling again, as she was grouped with Su Yi. The other 2 groups were Xia and Yi Xiaomei, Master Elon and Duke Empty. Because the task of finding the connector did not necessarily require men and women to be divided into a team, everyone simply decided through the heart of the hand, each with their own luggage, out of the parking airport, into the waiting hall. The busy terminal is filled with travelers coming in and out at a glance. It was difficult to find 3 connectors who were not wearing clear markings on their bodies in such a crowded place. Sasha, it feels like the show is just trying to make things difficult for us on purpose. The others agreed, and they felt the same way. Empty Duke, you can take the feeling out of it. Yi Xiaomei, it's this time of the day, you're still in the mood to flirt? What you should consider now is how to find those 3 connectors faster. Mastery Long, but we are clueless, we can't possibly see a passerby and go up to him and ask, there is no way out of the mountain, can we? Master One Lamp, besides, who the hell came up with that? The next line of the correct code word is actually Fang Tian painted halberd stabbing righteous father. Sasha is also helpless. Yeah, I'll just remember the second code word. In the end, it was Liu Bei who lost Shu, and then the music was played and then the dance. Sophie, unsurprisingly, this genius should not be next to us at this time. Speaking of which, the crowd was standing on the second floor of the terminal when they realized that there did seem to be a figure of a person missing from their side. Sasha, right, where's my mouse brother? Yi Xiaomei, that is to say, this broken code word, another bad idea from the mouse to the program team. Sophie shook her head. No, I'm afraid it was the director's bright idea the last time we played the after-dinner trivia game. 2 days ago when we had a break, we all sat up in a circle in the evening and played a poetry relay game. It was rather late in the day and in the yard and wasn't captured on camera in the Love Shack. But Sophie felt that the code word for this search for a connector was definitely an inspiration that the director had intercepted from her own conspicuous bag of a brother. Because only that guy playing poetry relay could say it. The Feast of the Amazing Friends are all Sung Yu Yen. Sitting up from a dying sickness, burning my calories. The live stream pop-ups were also happy to hear a few people's conversations. What the hell? There's no way out of the mountain, and the halberd is stabbing my father? Just ask you if it rhymes, right? Ha ha ha. Talent. You guys know how to code a joint. Next, please enjoy the large-scale documentary, Looking for the Connector of the Mountain of Doubtful. Next sentence should be picked up in the end of what exactly? Feeling this way to find go on, I am afraid that all day everyone cannot find the connector. I am the South Dien people. I also do not know what an airport built bigger than the palace is. What is the meaning of it? Put. I've been there once, I get it. I've been to a waiting hall where you can walk 8,000 steps. Everyone couldn't find Suye's figure for a while, but they couldn't keep delaying waiting for him. Therefore, it was immediately decided to split the army into 2. With 2 boys in a group, this is where the social bull attribute in the form of Master Ikimoko comes in handy. When they saw a passerby they found suspicious, Duke Emptiness would encourage Master One Lamp to come forward and butt in on the secret signal. Ikimoku, I think that girl looks a lot like a connector, why don't you go up and ask? The void male pointed to a girl who wasn't carrying much luggage and was looking around. Master Ikimoku nodded, thinking that the woman was suspicious and looked very much like a staff member arranged by the program. Immediately, she went forward and asked, Beauty, sitting up in shock from a dying illness? The beautiful woman looked Master Ikimoku up and down with confused eyes. Master One Lamp was more or less still not quite dead, and asked again. Beautiful woman, sitting up in a state of shock from a dying disease? The girl frowned and responded tentatively, Where are the bear cookies? Master One Lamp. The Empty Duke. Chapter 62, mostly rely on the mouse to open his unusual little brain. Follow-up video from the 2 boys' side recorded the whole thing. In more than half an hour, Duke Emptiness and Master One Lamp had summoned up the courage to question no less than a few dozen passers-by. However, there was no mysterious connector to be found, which inevitably made the 2 begin to wonder about life a bit. The 2 were a little down in the dumps, wandering aimlessly through the terminal. This was just in time to see another little man standing at the second-floor observation deck of the terminal, looking around in boredom. The Empty Duke continued to suggest, One Light, why don't you ask that little brother again? I have a feeling it's probably him. Master One Lamp frowned. Every time, I'm the one who runs up and asks people like a douchebag. This time it should be you instead, right? Empty void male a little social fear, but heard, also know that a lamp master has been disheartened. This time if you do not come forward can be a little inappropriate. So, the Empty Duke nodded, and this time, it was his turn. The 2 of them sneakily approached the young man, and the Empty Duke, who was not good at striking up a conversation with strangers, called out to the young man after rehearsing it in his head for a long time in advance. Hey, Fontaine stabbing righteous father. The little brother sniffed and looked at the 2 with a bewildered look on his face. Seeing this expression, the 2 men apologized and turned around with their heads hanging down as if they had died. Alas, no luck again. When the 2 had moved away a bit, that's when little brother muttered, You've got my word for it, so what do I say? It was also at this time that a big camera brother came out from the corner of this observation deck next to little brother and captured the two men's disheveled departures. This scene, naturally, was synchronized and uploaded to the live broadcast. Ha ha ha. Master Emptiness and Master One Lamp are truly unattached to games like Finders Keepers. Absolute. The Empty Duke visibly tensed up and said the second half of the code word first himself, directly confusing the connector dry. You two turn back quickly. He's the one we're looking for. Try again. The farthest distance in the world is when the connector is in front of me and I say the wrong code word. Ha ha ha. The audience laughed and laughed, but there were many who were secretly anxious for the two. Why didn't these two big smart guys ask more questions when they had obviously found the connector? The figures of the two quickly disappeared into this area where the joint was truly waiting. At this time, on the other side, the three women, Sophie, Yi Xiaomei, and Xia, also endeavored to look for the real connector in the crowd. Each of the three is responsible for memorizing a code word. Seeing passers-by who felt like connectors, he walked up and asked. Sasha, sister, let me ask you a question. In the end it was Liu Bei who lost Shu? The middle-aged sister in front of me let out an awe and asked, which one is Liu Bei? Sasha. This. It's okay. On the side, Sophie also saw a passerby who felt very similar, and just stepped forward. The other party exclaimed. This face of yours looks like an actress I know. A little embarrassed, Sophie waved her hand politely. It would be a real honor. Passerby, why don't we take a picture? I'm going to send the picture to my ex-girlfriend to show her so she'll be jealous of me. Sophie smiled politely. A picture would be fine, but you have to answer my question first. Sitting up in a state of shock from a dying illness? The passerby thought nothing of it. The powers are actually myself. Sophie, sorry to interrupt, you answered incorrectly. After saying that, he immediately left. Asking such a question in the street, making Sophie's toes at this point have been so awkward that she had stubbed her toe in a 3-room apartment. Where's the mood for a group photo? The three girls circled the waiting hall, circling around in circles for almost an hour, and still hadn't been able to find the three mysterious connectors. Sasha already wants to give up. This task is too difficult. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's simply impossible to accomplish. Seeing that Sasha was a little anxious, Sophie comforted. It's okay, don't be discouraged. Maybe we've just overlooked a little detail. Maybe we'll look back and that connector is right behind us. Sophie cheered the two on. A little confidence was what the team needed most at this point. Yi Xiaomei deflated her mouth with a depressed expression. If only my brother Mouse were around at this time, maybe he'd soon find out about those darned connectors. Sasha sniffed and followed suit. I also think we should let Mouse do this kind of thing. He's definitely a pro. Sophie shook her head. It's useless, he can't do anything even if he's in the estimation. After all, we are looking for someone, not going to buy food, unless he can mobilize the entire waiting hall crowd to help together, but that's afraid it's not very realistic. Just as the three gathered, wondering what should happen next, a dashing figure of Windy flashed from the corner of Sasha's eye. Seeing that figure, Sasha somewhat anxiously pointed in that direction and said to the two people next to her. Look! There! That car! What car? How could someone drive in the waiting hall? Yi Xiaomei subconsciously questioned. Sasha. Bah! I was wrong about the trunk. The three of them immediately looked over at the location Sasha had guided them to. Sure enough, they saw a chicly shaped timbre luggage speeding past not far away, and on the luggage, so Yi left them with a dashing back, and disappeared into the corner of the corridor in front of them with a turn of direction. Seeing Su Yi riding her suitcase, she was traveling freely in the waiting hall, like a free little butterfly. The three are literally crying with envy. To think that I've been running my legs off trying to find a connector. And look at that mouse guy, coming and going like a breeze on his motorized suitcase. How can you not be envious? In the next second, Su Yi's figure was seen completely disappearing around the corner. Sasha indignantly pointed in the direction he had gone. Not on what grounds? Why is he the only one open? Yi Xiaomei similarly thought deeply. It's really too much. With something so good, why did the program team only prepare it for him? And we have to use 2 legs to find the connector? Is this reasonable? At this time, the lost fighting spirit of the empty void Duke and One Lamp Master saw Sophie and the girls and came over with a discouraged face and asked. Have you found the connector yet? Sasha whipped her head around to look at the two of them. You didn't find it either? 5 pairs of eyes looked at each other, the atmosphere stagnated, and the ensuing disheveled mood. The proposal was quickly and unanimously approved. When faced with a situation like this, it's mostly up to Mouse to turn on his unorthodox little brain. Chapter 63. I feel like there's a story here. Everyone agreed to catch up with So-yi. What was C doing at this time? Riding on the crotch of this luggage chariot, cool silver box body, with full of metal sense of pull handle and lever. So-yi was simply the focus of the crowd in the entire waiting hall, especially when passing by the small children. The innocent gazes filled with curiosity and amazement unconsciously caused the corners of one's mouth to hook up. Now also, in the center of the spacious corridor on the second floor, a little boy about 7 or 8 years old was looking helplessly around at the pedestrians coming and going. The boy wanted to go forward and ask for help, but because he was timid, he subconsciously avoided the stares of the adults. The little boy tried to muster up courage each time, but each time he did so only for a moment and then caved in. It also made him anxious. Just then, a familiar sound of the GG Bond animated theme song reached the young boy's ears. Crackle, crackle. The little boy subconsciously looked around, and his eyes quickly landed on the side of a young and handsome little brother at the forwarding place. Wow! What a cool mecha chariot! The little boy exclaimed. Suya's luggage was just too cool. Not only was it a cool shape, but it also came with its own appearance sound effects after riding it, which made the attraction quite fatal for a kid brother of his age. Just at this time, Suyi also noticed this kid brother standing alone in the crowd. The luggage quickly drove to the side of the kid brother. Suyi revealed a self-consciously very affable smile and went up to the code word. Kid brother, let me ask you a question. In the end, it was Liu Bei who lost Shu. What's the next line? The kid brother was obviously a bit scared of being born, not to mention, he didn't know Liu Bei. The corner of his lips mumbled. The kid brother struggled to open his little brain, thinking about nothing, and then saw Suya's scrutinizing gaze. The kid brother grew more and more nervous, and subconsciously the corners of his mouth grinned. Suyi immediately realized that the kid brother was going to cast a spell on the spot. On the spur of the moment, one hand covered the kid brother's mouth, forcibly interrupting the spell. No crying, you hear me? But the kid brother where will care about this, eyes expression even more sad. Fortunately Suyi heart has long been warned, once again interrupted the casting of the spell. Throwing out an extremely tempting offer by the way. As long as you don't cry, how about I let you play with my mech warrior for a while too? The kid brother did stop crying. Suyi withdrew the hand covering him. Kid brother, really? You're not lying? Just as Suyi wanted to reply, the other members of the love group appeared and quickly walked over to his side. Everyone asked Suyi where he had run off to during this time. Sophie questioned, did you do the quest properly? I'm now suspicious that you've gone groping for fish. Seeing so many adults surrounding him at once, the kid brother saw tears coming out of his eyes again without a fight. Suyi immediately said, I'll let you play, don't cry, a man never cries. Think about it, if this scene is seen by your favorite female classmates, how will they mock you? Once again, kid brother forced himself to stop trying to cry out. After being picked up by Suyi and sitting on his cool and racy mecha chariot, the corners of one's entire mouth were grinning up to one's ears. Kids love this kind of novelty. Master E Lantern saw Suyi circling around a child and was a bit puzzled. He was just about to open his mouth to inquire who the boy was. However, he was interrupted by Suyi who had insight into his thoughts in advance. Don't ask, I don't know, and don't surround your kid brother. Honestly, I can get him to keep his mouth shut at an age where he can't even pee. It's hard enough. The crowd was speechless. There has been a kid brother nodded this time. Well, I remember Mr. Liu's phone number. Okay. That's easy. At that moment, Suyi dialed the phone number reported by the kid brother, and the other party quickly connected, with an elegant and sensible mature female voice. Hello? Which one? Suyi, do you know Li Zihong? The opposite side affirms, I recognize, may I ask if you are? Suyi, I have him now. The other end of the line lapsed into silence, with no response for a long time. Suyi felt that this statement was somewhat not clear enough to understand, and added, what I mean is that he's in my car right now, and I'm in the K7 area on the second floor of Terminal 1 of South Dian Airport. Come over as soon as you can if you still want a baby, one will do. Still silent across the phone. That said. Are all thugs so arrogant now? A blatant statement that if you want a child, come alone? That, please give me some time to prepare the money and please don't hurt the child. Because everyone was so close at this point, they heard the phone call and clearly misunderstood something. Sophie glared at Suyi, how do you talk? I'll do it. She then took her cell phone and said into it, you misunderstand, money is not the issue, what we want is the baby's mother. Ha? Did Lee Zihong's father send you guys here? I knew that sooner or later the couple would come to this point. In fact, the main responsibility of this matter is also blamed on me. I hope you guys don't hurt Zihong's mom, she is actually the victim. Bouncer. HM? Seem to have accidentally discovered something extraordinary? Good lord. It feels like there's a story here. Chapter 64, You Old Sixes, Don't Think I Don't Know What's in. The kid brother got a thick lecture on motherhood on the spot, and everyone realized that Zihong's mom had made a deal with her son to wait for him to go to the bathroom. After the results came out, my son was nowhere to be found. Zihong's mother immediately went to check the CCTV, only to realize that her son had seen something that interested him, and subconsciously chased after it. It ended up disappearing into surveillance in the blink of an eye. But although he was beaten up, this time the kid brother appeared to be stumped up. Not only did he not cry at all, but he was lively. It was obvious that he really didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. Zihong's mother thanked the crowd repeatedly, and after everyone waved their hands in a modest and polite manner, they instructed the kid brother to be more obedient when he went out in the future, and then they planned to leave. At this time, the kid brother who was holding his mom's hand said to Sui, "Big brother, thank you, and your mecha chariot is so cool." Sui waved his hand, "No need to be polite, your mom is pretty too." Between men, there is no need for words, and the kid brother was very flattered and full of joy when he heard his mom being praised. "Then next time I'll lend you my mom to play with, and we'll call it even." Sui froze. What a good boy, but this really can't be borrowed. However, he did not spoil the fun. The kid brother simply think, "I played your things, naturally also want to return the favor," so he also cuddled to agree to, polite just well. "Alright then, let's say it's a deal, I'll come and play with you sometime in the future." Aha! The kid brother nodded heavily. Zihong's mother had been exasperated and laughed at this naughty little guy, and made up her mind that when she got home, she would let him know what it meant to know that the world was a dangerous place. "Bastard, you're really generous, aren't you? Making friends with me? Let's see if I don't open your little ass up." The live feed was also amused by the generous kid brother. "Ha ha ha. I feel like I need such a good buddy, he's practically my forgotten friend. Kid brother, I'm going to buy a mech chariot right now, can I still make friends with you? You old sixes, don't think I don't know what you think, bah. This kid brother is really good at stalking, I guess he's going to get his ass opened up by his mom when he gets back." We all did a good deed in passing, and our moods became much happier. But soon, Sophie snapped out of it, they still hadn't found the connector. What was going to happen now? Just then, the director's crew appeared with a regrettable news. "Staff, because you were unsuccessful in finding the 3 connectors, I'm sorry to say that you will have to travel to ERP on your own to meet up with the new members, and no transportation will be provided by the show." This time, everyone felt like the sky was falling. "Yi Xiaomei, huh? Can you please give us another chance? Sasha, is the show really not joking? We're going on our own, but how do we know where the rendezvous is?" The crowd was head over heels. Sophie's gaze fell on Su Yi. "You didn't find the connector either? Then what did you do for so long riding your bike in the waiting hall?" "Sui, I thought you guys were already on your way to do the quest, so you must be faster than me, so I've been experiencing the performance of the new car." "Experience the performance of a new car? Wouldn't you just say you were just riding around showing off and drawing attention to yourself?" Everyone was speechless. But to say it's all Sui's fault? It doesn't make sense either. After all, it was supposed to be split up, each based on insight. Now that no one has been found, then the next step is to travel to the rendezvous point on your own. Just seeing that it was getting late now, after a day of excitement and being busy for so long, all of them had long been hungry. Not in the mood to be on the road at all at this point. Seeing that everyone is low on power, Sui patted the wallet on his waist and said atmospherically, "Come on, my treat, let's go out for a big meal together and then have a nice nap before we talk about it." The proposal was immediately endorsed by all. After all, this kid is a real moneymaker in Simshatsui, and at the same time, everyone is very glad that they were lucky to have prepared in advance and earned some funds for the next activities. Otherwise, this day by day will not be the director team pitched to death, busy all day, cannot even eat a full meal, sitting Leaving the airport, I booked my hotel in advance and then took a taxi to the #1 restaurant on the must-eat list in southern Yunnan recommended by a local fan. When arriving here, even though the night had fallen, many people could be seen coming and going through the nearby streets. Because the restaurant is on fire, expect to probably wait in line for another hour or so. Standing in the joint, feeling a bit bored, Suyi took the initiative to propose. It just so happens that I heard that the next door is a street of antiques. Let's go over there to shop for a while, and come back in just the right amount of time. Although everyone was a bit tired, the thought of exercising a bit more now would be reason enough to eat a bit more at dinner later without worrying about eating too much to the detriment of body management. Thus, the crowd agreed and followed Suyi out of the hotel, heading to the antique street to wander around. Soon, we all saw an interesting stall with mostly ancient coins for sale. The crowd stopped and curiously chatted with but still, you could tell that the Ultraman standing in the center was the legendary father of Ultras. Moncler outlet store in passing, he compared it to a 2.0. The reporter used a translator and smiled at the stall owner and the love group member next to him. I didn't realize that the ancient coins of Dacia were so cheap. I'm going to buy one back. I feel like it's worth every penny. That said, the reporter picked up a $1 coin and held it in front of his eyes to admire it. Ooh! Worthy of being a heavenly kingdom, this ancient coin is too beautifully crafted. Sasha was a little disconcerted at this point. No, why? The one she's looking at only costs $2, and she just asked for 8,888? Chapter 65. I really have been shocked by the Daxamites, literally shocked me for 100 years. Just as Sasha was planning to argue with this stall owner who specialized in punking herself. Before he could open his mouth, he was pulled back by the quick-eyed Suyi. Naturally, he could tell at a glance what Sasha was thinking right now. Seeing Mouse blocking herself, Sasha was filled with confusion and was about to open her mouth. At this time, that reporter from Little Cherry Blossom didn't say a word and directly paid out money. Take a coin with a face value of $1 in full for the huge sum of $2. Suyi spoke in a serious tone, pointing to the small cherry blossom next to him and saying to Sasha, "Do you need to be angry? People are asking for 8,888 because they know at a glance that you wouldn't spend that much money on someone's uncle, but the one next to him is different. He's a real fool to spend $2 on a coin that's worth $1. The stall owner uncle next to these words naturally also heard in his ears, and when he heard this, he raised his head to look at Suyi with appreciative eyes. "Uncle, this young man is a talent. I feel that you are suitable for our business. Are you interested in joining?" Suyi waved his hand. "No, I'm afraid that I'll have to be hunted down by my peers at that time." The stall owner's uncle was a bit confused as to what that meant. Someone next to him coughed lightly. "Ahem, if he gets into the business, I'm afraid everyone on this street will be out of a job." The stall owner's uncle's face froze. It was only at this time that Little Cherry Blossom reporter managed to enter words of thanks on his cell phone and play them with a translator to the stall owner's uncle who sold him the antique coins. "Thank you, Uncle, you are a good man." "Uncle, you're welcome, just learn a lesson in your next life. No, just remember." The reporter's head was full of questions. Suyi was also a warm-hearted person, and immediately helped explain in a well-worded Osaka accent. "How-san, this boss says to wish you happiness and well-being in this life and thank you for taking care of his business." The Little Cherry Blossom reporter multi-touched, showing an expression like that. Immediately nodding his head back and forth, he thanked the vendor again for kindly selling him coins. Seeing this scene, the broadcast room was practically laughing. "Po ha ha ha. This place in South Dien is really good at making claims. This uncle is simply too good at his job. Why didn't I think of this? Sell $1 coins at a stall for $2 and make $1 for nothing, ha!" It felt like the ideas were instantly opened up, and I have so many ideas now. I've also thought of an excellent idea now. Anyone teaming up together? Just go to Sakura country and set up a stall to sell coins, 10 Sakura coins apiece. I'm a pure importer. A bit of customs cost isn't too much to ask, right? Good lord, is this place, South Dien, that abstract? Come up here and give me such a big surprise. What I find most hilarious is that these two can think together when it's clear that the stall owner is a complete stranger to the mouse. Sure enough, when it comes to anti-Japanese, there is a tacit understanding on the body. I think the most screwed up thing is that the mouse even took the initiative to help translate an oxymoron. Good lord, you guys really don't take Sakura as a human being, nah. After doing a good deed that wasn't worth mentioning. Sasha's little bit of resentment subsided at this time, and looked at Suyi with some surprise. "I didn't expect you to know the language of the cherry blossom country?" "It's possible. Suyi, it's easy, just watch a few more episodes of the movie and you'll learn." The pop-ups were instantly derisive. "Yo, the best thing you boys ever saw was a proper cherry blossom movie. Gee, this Versailles. I just have to ask, why is it that in all my years of watching movies, I've only learned a few lines? Private Masai, Alligato, feel free to add." However, just as everyone was planning to leave this side, continue wandering and then go back to eat. This reporter from Little Cherry Blossom, however, walked over and looked at Su Yi. "Sir, I'm new here, I'm not too familiar with the customs of southern Yunnan, and I haven't contacted a more suitable interpreter at the moment, so I'd like to stay for a few days to cover the story, and I wonder if it's convenient to follow you around for the filming?" Little Cherry Blossom's reporter saw that Su and the others were also accompanied by their camera elder brother. Thinking that the other party was most likely also coming over here to film daily takes, it was just as well, we could all team up, and with the help of a native of Dacia who was fluent in Sakura language, the rest of the trip should go much smoother. Hearing the intentions of the Little Cherry Blossom reporter, Sui's first reaction was to look at the others. Ask people what their opinions are. "Sasha, it's okay, but the normal expense costs during the shoot will have to be borne by his side, and we don't have the money. In Yin Min director under the hands of filming, so that the crowd is also considered to experience what is the human suffering, Yin Min that guy is really do not give money nah." Nowadays, whenever something involves expenses, everyone becomes extremely vigilant all of a sudden. Sasha's request was unanimously approved. Sui translated in Sakura language, and the reporter from Little Sakura thought there was nothing wrong with it at first hearing. Wasn't it just the cost in terms of food and drink? His own side could be reimbursed at that time, and he agreed to do so at once. Not only that, Little Cherry Blossom's reporter was also very understanding and said that because Svi had taken on the role of guide and interpreter, his side would also give an extra portion of hard-earned money. Seeing that this Little Cherry Blossom reporter was so on the ball, naturally, everyone was happy to accept it. Next, the two parties joined forces and continued down the antique street. Soon, the Little Cherry Blossom reporter found some kind of extraordinary stall and asked Suyi to follow him along to take some shots. The group approached. Then I realized that the booth in front of me was selling used products. The young Sakura reporter picked up a bottle of aji soy sauce that was obviously partially used, with a shocked expression, and spoke in Sakura. The owner had a confused look on his face as Ski explained. "He's asking you, isn't this bottle of soy sauce used? Is that what people are buying?" The stall owner nodded, but also chatty, "Yes, and what do you mean by used?" "My bottle of soy sauce, look at the appearance of the color, completely 99 new, how can no one buy it?" Ski immediately translated the stall owner's explanation to Little Sakura's reporter. Little Sakura reporter's face was filled with incredulity after hearing that. At the same time, far away in the Sakura country, live from the studio of Obsidian Interviews with Dasha. A bloated cherry-blossomed hostess from Styling One is full of shock. Next to him, the other bald male host was also surprised with his mouth wide open in disbelief. The hostess was incredulous. Would anyone really need this used seasoning? The bald male host was equally confused. It's simply incomprehensible. I've long heard that the residents of the South Dien side of Dacia are all a bit crazy mentally, but I didn't realize it was true. Sakura's netizens also commented hotly in the pop-up section. "Coax more. Really? You've got to be kidding me. Can you really use this again? I'm really shocked by the people of Dacia. I've been shocked for 100 years. Ha 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 ha. What type of group is consuming these second-hand goods anyway?" Chapter 66. This is our local specialty called Wild Mushroom Hot Pot. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room frantically swiped the screen. This scene the Sakura Nation's ordinary people had never seen before. The worldview simply felt like it was going to be shattered. Sure enough, I told you that supplies are extremely scarce in Dacia. It's easy to see from this that there's a real lack of these products over there, unlike us in Neon, where the supermarkets are filled with a wide array of goods. I didn't realize that the living standards of the masses in the Great Summer Kingdom are still so backward now, and to be honest, I really feel sad for them. Sakura Nation's netizens are in hot water. Over here, the Love Shack's livestream is buzzing with activity. I'm really about to die laughing at this street. There was the uncle who sold 2 pieces of 1 coin to the Cherry Blossom people, and now there's an even more bombastic being who can use used soy sauce to keep selling it. Ha! Nice one. There's definitely something about this stall. Used soy sauce? That's quite a bomb in the bombing world. Quickly let me see what else is good here. Instantly anticipate up is how fat for. Antique Street Live. The Little Cherry Blossom reporter put down the bottle of used flavor extreme with emotion. With a sweep of his eyes, that was when an item that the Byakugan Sakura felt was Byakugan enough appeared in his field of vision once more. The Sakura reporter pointed to the item, and the camera following him shifted over there with it. The footage shows a set of QQ lingerie that clearly shows signs of use, along with the corresponding matching sexy stockings, being placed in an individual lingerie box. The corner of the eyes of the little Sakura reporter were jumping wildly, pointing at the box of QQ underwear and saying in Sakura language, "Cokes more really? Are you kidding? Can this dress also be sold twice? It's obviously worn. Is this really okay? How many meters?" On the side, the follow-up cameraman of Sisters and Brothers in Love subconsciously landed the camera on the same place, but after the cameraman saw what it was, he immediately prompted the backstage guide, "Hurry up and hit the code. I was careless just now." Except for Su-yi, the other members of the love group's expressions at this time are as wonderful as they can be. "This stuff is also for sale. Nice guy. Damn, I straight call good guys." Suya's hand was placed on his mouth and he coughed lightly, quickly helping to translate. "Boss, he asked you if that set of clothes was worn. How can I sell it?" The stall owner said with a slight nod as he clouded his head. "That's right, my ex-wife didn't want it last year, it's only been worn once and it's still 99 new, so if he wants it, a bite of 35 will do it." As is, C translated the boss's words to the little cherry blossom reporter. The Sakura reporter was dumbfounded. 99% new? Ex-wife? Ha? In the studio of Lunar Yao interview with Daxia. The faces of the hostesses were simply wonderful. On the same person's face, you can see a mixture of stunned, intrigued, evil laughter, incomprehensible, and so on. The bald male host next to him exclaimed, "Good man. I'm a bien state, after watching it I don't even think it's enough bien state, this boss is simply a business guru." The netizens of Sakura Nation similarly blew up. "You've got to be kidding me. You can't sell this kind of product on the street. Why is boss so open about it? Ha? Ah. I don't understand it, but I'm blown away. Who said that people in Daxia are especially conservative? Who said that? What's with the sudden urge to shop? Everyone in Daxia is a business genius. Aren't you afraid of catching foot odor or something?" To be honest, this shopping is really an experience I will never forget. This place in South Dien is simply too sago. By this time, the two hosts and the audience on stage in the studio of the program Munyao Interviews Daxia were completely tensed. "Hostess, Toho Koen really does know us, and knowing that we all want to see it, let's expect him to bring this thing back to Neon without any problems." Male host, "Honestly, I'm starting to get more and more curious about what other exaggerations I'll meet next. I've noticed that the further south the city is in the Great Summer Country, the more unique the people's mental state becomes." After that, as night fell and it became officially dark, the hosts of today's lunar interview with Daxia program were going to call it a day. Out of courtesy, Su-yi took the initiative to invite the host to dine with them. Hearing that they were going to eat authentic southern Yunnan cuisine, the little cherry blossom reporter politely said a few words and followed the members of the love group to the reserved restaurant box together. Sitting in the booth, the Sakura reporter politely asked if the restaurant was available for filming and if the other members of the love group were allowed to be in the shot, and after permission was granted, the camera was pointed at the table in front of them. At this time, the restaurant staff pushed a food cart into the box, and familiarly began to set up the pot, put down the bottom of the pot of thick soup, and then arranged a variety of oddly shaped mushroom ingredients in order. "Saw these oddly shaped mushroom-like treats?" the little Sakura reporter inquired with a fresh face. "Are these things local specialties? Can you describe what the ingredients are?" Sui nodded and translated the words of the little Sakura reporter to the restaurant staff. The staff listened and explained. "Yes, this is our local specialty called wild mushroom hot pot. You can only get it in this season. Chapter 67. In order to prevent the food from being stolen, this operation is too slippery." The staff of the restaurant saw that there were also foreigners from Kozakura among the guests, so they began to explain in detail. "Our hot pot uses local run-of-the-mill chicken as the ingredient for the soup base, and we add 30 types of mushrooms to the stew, including fresh shiitake, enoki mushrooms, yellow silk mushrooms, brush handle mushrooms, Bigfoot mushrooms, chicken wire mushrooms, chicken longitudinal mushrooms, porcini mushrooms, triple discernment mushrooms, and bamboo fungus." After explaining a bit about the ingredient raw material aspect, the staff put away the dishes in the box in front of everyone. Then took out a timed alarm clock and placed it on the desktop, admonishing the little cherry blossom reporter in particular. "This gentleman, please never have to try the food until the timer has cleared. Thank you for your cooperation." Now, it wasn't just the little cherry blossom reporter who was very curious. The group of love group members next to them were also tasting this local specialty for the first time, with the same curious expression on their faces. C translated the staff's words in full to the little cherry blossom reporter. The reporter scratched his head in confusion as he listened. Mumble D? Why is there a 30-minute wait when the food is in front of you? Not only the little cherry blossom reporter, but the two hosts and the audience on stage in the studio of Manhwa interviews Dasha were equally curious. Because this interview assignment was chosen randomly, and because Sakura herself didn't know much about the landmass sovereign, a lot of people were talking about it for a while. Does this really make sense? What strange pre-dinner etiquette? Is it such a hassle for the men's side of the Dasha country to eat? Compared to spending a lot of time waiting just to have a bite of this strange mushroom, I prefer nori-wrapped rice. It's simple, quick, and Dasha is such a pain in the ass. The two hosts were also full of confused comments. The hostess said, "I've been to the northern city of Dasha, Lushuan, and there doesn't seem to be any such pre-dinner etiquette preoccupations there, but I've heard that the southern cities of Dasha place a great deal of importance on this aspect of clan and ethical generations, so it seems that they really do have a great deal of difference between the north and the south." The bald male host nodded. "Perhaps we can interpret it this way, this is a mystical ritual. Most likely, the people of South Dian are very much believers in the legendary witchcraft culture." The studio floor of Moon Obsidian Interviews Dasha was abuzz with talk. The Sakura viewers watching the livestream were equally curious. To be honest, the specialty food of this place doesn't seem to be as high-end as I thought it would be. Other than looking a bit strange, it feels like very ordinary food. I'm afraid there's nothing to eat. Using a whole chicken as a soup base just to stew those mushrooms? What a strange way to eat. Isn't chicken better than those mushrooms? This kind of food is really troublesome to eat, and it looks so bland, it's totally unappetizing, right? Tatsuo-san, why don't you tell me the price of the food at this table? I don't think it'll be expensive, but I'm afraid this kind of environment will charge a hefty service fee, right? The pop-up section of the program Moon Obsidian Interviews Dasha is filled with curiosity and confusion everywhere, and people just can't understand why it has to be so complicated to eat something. And the viewers of Little Sakura are not the only ones who have this doubt. A group of celebrity observers in the studio of the Sisters and Brothers in Love also looked at the scene with curiosity. "Hee Joan, this is the first time I've seen a restaurant like this, it's very special. Hey. Meng Fei, I ate wild mushroom hot pot once. To be honest, the flavor is really very fresh. It is completely different from the feeling of eating seafood. How can I describe it? As if I am eating mountain products that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Maybe this feeling." Ginkgo asked, "I've never had it, but I've heard it's risky to eat this stuff?" Meng Fei nodded, "Yes, and I'll answer Mr. Yu's query just now. By the way, this restaurant should be one of the more formal wild mushroom hot pot restaurants in the area, so he'll take care of the tableware, like the one I ate at before. He doesn't care." Bai Meng Yan sniffed and asked with a faced the question that many viewers in the studio and on the pop-up. Unexpectedly, the restaurant worker just glanced at him lightly. "We don't believe you." Sai translated as is to the little cherry blossom reporter. Sakura reporter, Nani? Not only him, but the members of the love group who were also waiting for the meal to start next to him were equally dumbfounded. "No, I'm just having dinner, and we're talking about trust issues?" The live broadcast of Lunar Obsidian Interviews Dasha. The whole room burst into laughter. The hostess said incredulously, "Really, isn't it just a hot pot? Why would he say something like that?" Male host, Psycho. Totally never thought that Toho Koen would receive such a reply. Hostess, totally incomprehensible, okay? Is this pot of mushrooms really that good when restaurants are not only taking away utensils but timing them to prevent diners from stealing food? The show popped up and the audience exploded. "I'm really going to die laughing at this. I don't believe you guys. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Me too. This restaurant is really unique, and it's a slick operation to keep the food from being stolen. I can't understand it, but I'm blown away." Multi-Touch sang, "Boss, please don't worry, we will keep our promise and won't eat in advance. Boss, no, I don't trust you guys. Ha ha ha." They were attentive enough to prevent the food from being stolen. I'd like to know now why this restaurant doesn't let diners taste it. Why? Chapter 68. The boss of this restaurant is simply too conscientious. It's not just the viewers of the Moonstruck Interviews Dasha program who are curious about this. Many viewers of the live broadcast of Sisters and Brothers in Love were equally very confused. Especially a lot of northern viewers. "I really can't understand. It's okay to have to eat even if it's poisoned. Why is the hot pot still so tightly guarded even after it's been put up? We're just saying that we can't do this meal, so can we skip it? Ha ha ha, is this true? Then I'm going to start booking my flights, for no other reason than I want to know if this wild mushroom hot pot is a must-try." Customer, "I don't steal food." Shopkeeper, "I don't believe you." Ha ha ha, it just kills me with laughter. Speaking of which, Mouse-chan is just as slippery. How did he find out about this restaurant? You guys, that little cherry blossom reporter is still not convinced, huh? Live box. Hearing the restaurant staff actually say that they didn't believe him, the little cherry blossom reporter immediately intended to argue. However, the staff simply ignored him and left directly after doing their own thing. It's not often that a little cherry blossom reporter is outright ignored. Plus the final bill for the meal was still on his side. Therefore, seeing the back of the staff leaving, Sakura reporter is very dissatisfied and immediately want to find the restaurant manager to come to. The Sakura reporter, who was also depressed, finished recounting what had just happened and then questioned why the restaurant had such a service attitude. Sakura reporter, please tell me, why does your restaurant take away the utensils completely even though the diners object? I can't understand it. Isn't food served up for everyone to eat? Reporter Little Cherry Blossom pointed at the hot pot on the table in front of her. Look for yourself, it's obvious that the pot has been open for a long time, but your staff hasn't shown up until now, so are you just going to keep letting us wait like this? At that, the restaurant manager glanced at the timer on the table, the last 2 minutes of 30 minutes to go. Though he could well argue that the cutlery wouldn't appear until the timer went off. However, considering that there was still a live broadcast beside this Little Cherry Blossom reporter, the manager thought about it and said in a different way that was more easily understood. Excuse me, sir, is this your first time in our restaurant? The little Sakura reporter nodded. So what? Don't you want new guests? The manager shook his head and immediately dismissed it. Of course not, we'd love to have a new guest willing to come and try the food in our store. Sakura reporter, so why make diners just wait with their eyes open? Does that make sense? The manager patiently explained, sir, here's the deal. Because all of our ingredients are pure wild mushrooms, many of which are inherently toxic, the toxicity in the ingredients can't be eliminated cleanly without cooking them at high temperatures for a sufficient period of time. Also, I must explain to you why the dishes were taken away. Because our ingredients taste so fresh, many customers will unconsciously want to try them when they smell this flavor, which can result in diners being poisoned as a result after eating them, and in serious cases, even needing to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Although the hospital is just 500 meters away from the restaurant, the toxin invasion of the human body may take place at different times depending on the body type, and in case you show signs of poisoning a few hours after you have eaten it, the first aid may miss the best time at that time. Therefore, in order to ensure your health, we have to supervise the whole process of your meal, as well as standardize your eating habits. Sai translated the manager's words to the Little Cherry Blossom reporter one by one. Nani? After hearing this explanation from the manager, the Little Cherry Blossom reporter instantly froze. What kind of operation is this? This pot of food is poisoned and you're serving it to me? Do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? No, are you guys serious? The audience in the live broadcast room of the Little Sakura program also froze at the words. Just then, the timer ran out and the restaurant staff showed up at the box right on time and then started distributing the bowls. After handing out the utensils, the staff surprisingly pulled a professional medical test tube out of the food truck. Then rather expertly, he took out another rubber tip dropper and sucked up a small amount of the hot pot soup base from the box table. The series of operations of sampling and numbering were completed on the spot before saying to the group, you can now officially start to taste our special wild mushroom hot pot. During your consumption, if you feel any abnormalities in your body, such as abdominal pain, dizziness, hallucinations, etc., please contact us at the first time or call the emergency number XXXX. Enjoy your meal. After the Little Cherry Blossom reporter listened to Suya's translation, the whole person seemed to be petrified, his pupils were seismic and his face was full of dismay. Hey! Is there really no problem with this dish? Are you sure this is really edible? The live stream of the Sakura program also flooded with countless pop-ups at the first moment. The Little Cherry Blossoms who were watching the live broadcast of the program were all in a state of disbelief. If anything, before, they were outraged and uncomprehending of the waiter's such impolite behavior. Now, then, they just feel thankful that the restaurant didn't kill them. The pop-up screen has already exploded. The original Munyao interview with Dasha program live room online number is only 100,000 out. At this time, I do not know who leaked the wind. The live room instantly influx of 300,000 plus online number. This amount, put in the middle of a small volume of small cherry blossom country variety programs, the data is already very scary. Countless Sakura users have weighed in. I'm sorry. I spoke too loudly just now, so please forgive me. 90-degree bow. I'd like to retract my earlier statement that the service in this restaurant is really very good. So we're saying, after this meal, can we go see Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi-sama? Laughs. The boss of this restaurant is simply too conscientious. He has considered all possibilities and is really thinking about the safety of the diners, I'm crying my eyes out. Tatsu-san, I'm sorry, but I don't dare to eat it, so you can taste the hellish food of this restaurant instead of me. Chapter 69, a test report included in the bill? What a niche term. At the same time, the viewers on the side of Sisters and Brothers in Love were also feeling a wave of three-dimensional impacts from the Southern Yunnan specialties. The viewers in the live broadcast room were about to stare out of their eyes at this point. For the first time inside a table of food, I felt that death turned out to be so close to me. When this table is set before me, I don't even need to fight, I'll confess immediately. At first, I didn't think there was anything wrong, but when the manager said the sentence, "The hospital is 500 meters next to their house," I suddenly felt a chill down my back. Seriously, I thought about the manager maybe apologizing to Sakura, maybe still feeling impatient like that staff member just now, but I damn well didn't really think about it. Big brother, it turns out that your family's food is poisonous. Ha ha ha. Look at the expression on that little cherry blossom's face. Just now when he was theorizing with the manager he was arrogant and acted as if he was God, now he's a whole lot of coy and docile, meek as a little sheep. Ha. Laughs really hard. Before I learned that the food was poisoned, I said, "Boss, what are you guys doing eating?" Me after learning that the food is poisonous, "Boss, I'm sorry, I spoke a bit loudly just now, please forgive me." Ha ha ha. I am a local netizen. In fact, this little cherry blossom reporter has absolutely no need to worry. Our side of the hospital's food poisoning department is absolutely the first in the country. The risk of being directly poisoned to death is really not very high. At most, it is to spend tens of thousands of dollars to do a full set of first aid. Sincere expression. Originally, this netizen did not voice out "okay," this pop-up. The live room is even more full of pop-ups. Awesome. The people were eaten in the afternoon, the food samples were mailed in the afternoon, and the hospital emergency room was sent in on the same day. The main one is efficient and quick, right? Seriously, why can't I hold my breath when I hear this news? Is your food poisoning unit the most specialized in the country because you have more case samples than you can use every year? Ha ha ha. See, this is called professionalism. It's hard to ton, it's really hard to ton, it's too upside down. I also say a word, although the official year after year to advise people not to eat, but cannot help but there are always people who want to try the poison. The main is a you advise you. I continue to eat my, every year there are related cases, so the hospital can be so professional. But I still want to advise you not to try it easily, unless the restaurant you eat has a qualified qualification related to toxicology research and cooperation, such as the mouse in this one. Po ha ha ha. I was able to hold it together, but when I saw the upstairs, I couldn't stop laughing. It was the first time I learned that a restaurant's selling point was that we were certified to conduct toxicity studies. That's great. I'm literally on the verge of laughing into a big portion. Ha 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 ha. Customer, boss, what is the selling point of your restaurant? Oh boss, our family has a deep partnership with the local specialized hospital. Smile. Ha 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 ha. The live broadcast of Moon Obsidian interviews Dasha. The countless small cherry blossom eaters that had already flooded in at this point. These little cherry blossoms say they've never seen such local specialties and are simply shocked for a whole year. Plus, Sakura's side of the family likes to have an inexplicable nickname for something or someone magical. Something like Hexagonal Warrior or Imperial Destroyer Dragon or Imperial Megacranium or whatever. This was also the time when a nickname began to circulate in the livestream, Hell's Meal. The nickname was immediately recognized by everyone. Since hell food disguised over means you'll go to the king of the underworld after eating it, the nickname couldn't be more appropriate. For a while, all of the netizens on Sakura's side tacitly stopped talking about the previous questioning, and instead talked together about something like hell cuisine. Everyone was hot and heavy, and the heat quickly shot up to number 1 in hot variety. It attracted more onlookers. What people just didn't realize was that Sakura wasn't the only one watching the program. Sukiakari interviews Dasha, many of the local Ryuko were watching it as well. The live show footage and pop-ups were recorded and saved on video by many local stay-at-home kids and then posted on platforms like Tubes and Sharks and Breaking Bad. In the box, a meal that made the young Sakura reporter tremble with fear, although the taste of the food was indeed very fresh, somewhat similar to the feeling he had when he ate sashimi seafood in Sakura country. But this is gambling with life. May I ask who does not panic when he sees that food on the table has to be sampled and sent to the hospital for composition tests? Warily and easily finished experiencing a meal, little cherry blossom reporter is still a little less assured. saw Suyi and his party get up and intend to go back to the hotel to rest. Little Cherry Blossom pulled Suyi. "Little brother Mouse, are you really going to leave like this? Don't you want to wait a little longer?" Suyi was puzzled and asked, "What's the point of staying? The meal is already finished." Sakura reporter, in case there is a reaction to poisoning later, staying should allow you to be sent to the hospital for treatment in a more timely manner without fear for your life, right? Upon hearing this, the few people around them thought about it and felt that this little Sakura reporter's words seemed to make quite a bit of sense. A number of Sakura's netizens over at the show's livestream also praised the witty idea. "Duo Touch-san is really smart. Hey, I also think it's the safest way. It seems like this is really a safer option. In case you have a toxic reaction after going back to rest, it should be troublesome if you don't get first aid, right?" At this point, this side of the box scene. Sasha chimed in, "Mouse, I think there's still some truth to what he's saying." Yi Xiaomei scratched his head, originally not nervous, but the result was that this small life is good reporter made me also a little nervous seeing that everyone seems to be a little apprehensive. Suyi helplessly said, "It's fine, rest for the night, we should do whatever we want tomorrow morning, it's just a meal, what are you guys afraid of?" Little Cherry Blossom reporter silently spat out, "Are the hearts of Dashia's people so big? They say the Polar Bear Nation is a fighting nation, it feels like these guys are the real fighting nation, right? So bashful." Seeing that everyone is still a bit hesitant, Suyi had to say, "It's really fine, the bill has been sent to my cell phone in a text message, what are you guys still worried about?" Reporter Sakura, "The bill? Does the bill have anything to do with the ingredients in this meal?" Others were puzzled. "The bill? What does it have to do with the bill?" Suyi had to unlock his cell phone and pull up the bill text messages for everyone to view together. "Don't you know? The bill contains the cost of food sample testing. Look, they're home. In addition to the paper bill, there is also an electronic bill that contains the food sample test report, which has clearly shown the conclusion of this test sample of the various components of the safety. All, ha?" The live broadcast room went crazy with laughter. Po ha ha ha. Who in their right mind would give a hospital report on the ingredients in their food? Good lord. The restaurant is a real pro. Look at that. A meal with a test report included in the bill? What a niche term. If this operation is placed in the blasted realm, it's quite a blasted existence. Chapter 70 Isabel. A Johnny 9.15 points. After a busy day, the members of the love group, who had just returned to their hotel room, were no longer interested in chatting about anything themselves. After some simple washing up, each of them rested, and there was no talk for the night. On the other hand, Sakura reporter's side of the story continues to be busy. Even though the camera lenses have been turned off, the program Munyao interviews Dashia is considered done for the day. But Little Cherry Blossom's reporter, Duo Touch, was still reporting to his leader at this time. "President, hi. Wash emas. Yes, I hear you." Little Cherry Blossom reporter also did not expect that this interview program would explode in their Cherry Blossom Nation heat. It even alarmed the leader of their TV station to call personally to inquire. The leadership's instructions were clear, and it was determined not to miss this opportunity to skyrocket the show's popularity. Asked the Little Cherry Blossom reporter to touch more to keep up with the hotspots, at the same time continue to hire that big summer country translation little brother. He is now in the Cherry Blossom country, is very popular with the netizens, and this little brother's program effect is simply so good that it is explosive. Right now in Sakura Nation, even though it's late at night after 4 a.m., there are still a lot of people leaving comments below the show, buzzing about what was filmed yesterday. The leaders of the TV station immediately realized keenly that this interview had accidentally discovered a treasure contestant, and as long as they kept up with this little brother, I'm afraid that the program's popularity would still be able to raise a wave of heat on a wide scale within the Cherry Blossom country. It even has hopes of breaking into the top 3 spots on the variety show charts. You have to know that the top 3 positions on the current variety charts in Sakura country are all old-school neat variety shows that have been on the air for several years, and the status of these variety shows within country has been hard. Sui twitched his eyebrows as he straightened his attire and grooming. He was just being polite yesterday, but he didn't expect this little Cherry Blossom to take it seriously and haunt them. Originally, today everyone was planning to just buy a bus ticket to leave the capital side of South Dian province and go straight to the living hut that the program had arranged in Erpu. Just continue to lie flat beautifully for a few days and wait for the show to schedule your trip after that. I didn't realize that this little cherry blossom was going to follow them. Follow them for what? The nature of our programs is different, and the crews aren't even of the same nationality. There's no way to make a linkage, okay? Suyi considered for a moment, or first asked the director Yen Min's side of the opinion. Phone call over, talk about this matter. I thought Yen Min, this old boy, will give any constructive advice. Unexpectedly, he came straight to the point. Since the program is unscripted, you can make your own decision on this matter. Yen Min then talked about the spectacle of yesterday's live broadcast. Even he hadn't expected that more than 30 million viewers had flocked online to watch the live broadcast of Sisters and Brothers in Love before and after yesterday. Everyone was very happy with the livestream. Several show-related phrases have already shot up the Hot 100. Not only that, but there are netizens from the outside who have uploaded live recordings and related cutscenes from Moonstruck interviews with Daxia inside. Now not only many people within Daxia have fallen in love with Sisters and Brothers in Love, a hand-in-hand emotional life variety show, even on the side of Little Cherry Blossom, there are many netizens who have asked for their TV station to be able to pick up the broadcasting rights for the show. Simply put, it meant that Sui and the others had a small fire in Kozakura as well. In the face of such a situation, director Yen Min is naturally very happy. And it's not just him who is happy about it. I have heard that several leaders have now been informed of this matter and are now targeting studies. Therefore, this time Yen Min directly gave the decision to Su Yi and the few of them, letting them decide on their own what exactly to do next. Instead of setting tasks to go and making people complete them, this unscripted content instantly had a very good effect. This is also a characteristic of Yen Min's shooting program all along. He does not go after the stability of the program. Instead, what he prefers to pursue is authenticity. After all, a scripted show may be great to watch, but it's never as good as the classic scene that might be born out of a completely authentic presentation. Yen Min understands what the essence of a variety show really is: uncertainty. Compared to the artificial saccharine that is presented to the audience after the guests follow a script and a variety show is filmed for 2 days and finally edited into an hour or so of careful design. Yen Min knows better that what the audience wants is natural honey. And that, too, is something he seeks. Yen Min finished expressing himself. Suyi nodded, indicating that he knew. By this time, the members of the love group were getting up one by one. Everyone had experienced everything from the excitement of the previous morning to the heartbreak of feeling pitched against the wall, and yesterday's busyness had left the three girls completely unmotivated. At this point, even Sasha has begun to swing a little bit, today even lazy to put on makeup, directly face out of the camera, looks pudgy. You can imagine the day before the show team to give everyone tormented how hard it is. On the pop-ups, a number of viewers laughed at the sight of Sasha in this pose now. Haha, I feel like she's acting like I don't want to go to work after I get up every morning. This show is too real. Sasha's base is a bit good. Hey, even without makeup, this face value can score 6.5 points, right? Incidentally, this score is referenced to the offline scoring criteria. At this standard, the 18-year-old Lu Tianxian also scored only 7.5 points. Kaoru Vika. Hone 9.25 points. Lin Zisha 9.35 points. Zhong Xiantong 9.0 points. Christiana Yeri 9.45 points. Toilette Brother USB Drive in 9.1 out of 10. Jennifer Connolly 9.35 points. Isabel Ajani 9.15 points. Monica Bellucci 9.6 points. Chapter 71. Isn't this their neon country specialty? The members of the love group converge. Start discussing what to eat this morning? Suyi told everyone that Xiao Sakura downstairs was still planning to follow the shooting for a day and asked the crowd for their opinions. Master Elong, since even the director is okay with it, I'm okay with it. Empty Duke, the director and Master One Lamp are fine with it, so am I. Sasha, the director, Master One Lamp, and Mr. Empty are fine with it, so I don't have a problem with it. Sophie, the director, One Light, Emptiness and Sasha are fine with it, so I can be okay with it. Yi Xiaomei, I have an opinion. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Yi Xiaomei. Sasha said. Stay in formation, ahoy. The others looked at the expressions and meant the same thing. Yi Xiaomei helplessly rolled her eyes. Some small thing, you OCDs just don't care, okay? Then she saw Sui. It's not a big problem to let that little Sakura continue to follow us for a day, but the few of us discussed this morning that we're going to go shopping together, and we can't let him take the lead. We have to speak for ourselves. The three girls were intent on making up for being screwed over so badly by the program the day before, and were determined to make it up to themselves by doing whatever they wanted all day. So, they planned to wander around the neighborhood and eat and hang out. Suyi nodded, this is no problem. He also didn't feel the need to go along with Sakura's filming of the program, so everyone could just do whatever they wanted. But just then, a system beep suddenly sounded in Suya's head. You have a new mystery assignment. Mission, to bring 1 billion little shocks to the people of Sakura country. Complete the mission to get a mystery gift box. Note, the higher the degree of completion, the higher the level of the mystery gift box will be. Mission? Suyi didn't expect to trigger a quest at this time, but he did remember the odd reward the system gave him last time, a motorized suitcase. Now that he saw this mystery reward, Suyi couldn't help but associate it with that blind box reward. It's a bit hard to know what to say about this uncertain reward. Just on second thought, it's still the same thing. What kind of child cries? Before leaving, the girl's side said, then it's going to be hard for you boys to stay with us for the rest of the day, but don't worry, we'll be sure to bring you gifts and souvenirs. Master One Lamp and Duke Emptiness waved their hands. Alright then, thank you very much, have a good time. The girl's figures quickly disappeared, and on the boys' side, little Cherry Blossom reporter Duo Touch learned that he had disrupted the filming plans of the members of the love group today, and could not help but feel a little self-conscious, expressing his apologies to everyone repeatedly. Whether it was out of sincerity or whatever, it was kinda comfortable for everyone to see him nodding his head. The three of them were already more afraid of accompanying girls on shopping trips anyway, so it was actually not bad for each of them to play their own game at this point. And isn't it nice to have a little Sakura over here to take care of the whole cash out, a ready-made cash machine? The cameraman from Tsukiokari Interviews Dasha reminds reporter Sakura that today's interview program is officially on the air. The little Sakura reporter also began some formulaic opening remarks, first greeting the Sakura Nation studio, then greeting the netizens of Sakura Nation, and then introducing in turn the three local guests of Dasha who were responsible for being the guides of their program today. After the introductions were made, the little Cherry Blossom reporter began to ask Spi what her plans were for today. Sakura Nation Program Studio. Sakura netizens watching the program are also discussing it. And because of yesterday's exciting program content, not long after today's broadcast started, the program's live broadcast room was flooded with more than 100,000 Sakura online viewers. There are also many times more pop-ups than ever before. People in Dasha are simply too far ahead of their time mentally. Even though it's been a night, I still can't stop thinking about it until now. Those guys over there were so much fun, huh? I'm really looking forward to the content of today's interview with Tatsuo-san, and I suggest that we can interview some locals, and I feel that we may discover something new. I watched the recording of yesterday's program, and to be honest, I really didn't feel much, although I was shocked that they ate poisonous mushrooms, but it was actually similar to eating puffer fish. I'm afraid there won't be much more content to read today, so let's all retreat and go watch the new episode of the whole show, which I hear will have Yua Mikami as a guest. Many viewers on the pop-ups over at Sakura Nation were skeptical that there would be much more to see next. Because the interview program is live in real time, the format predisposes viewers to a little patience. Not like those old niche shows that perennially dominate the top 3 on the variety charts in Sakura Nation. The program is taped in installments, and each broadcast is a sight to behold. But while the unfavorable comments made some of them slip away early, there were a lot of Sakura netizens left behind with yesterday's show's highlights. At this time, on the program's live screen, Suya's reply came. Mr. Reporter, there is another local specialty in South Dien called dumping belt. I don't know if you've heard of it before? After Sui finished, he explained the word dump belt. It means videotape. I heard Suyi say that what he planned to bring himself to feel today was a local videotape of South Dien. The little Cherry Blossom reporter Multitouch had a slightly confused expression for a while. Videotape, this kind of thing Sakura home country streets and alleys can be seen everywhere. The Guajia also than Dasha earlier than the popularity of some years this can be what to see? Is it hard to believe that? Is one of those videotapes that has a very one-dimensional set, a very one-dimensional cast, a very one-dimensional plot, but is often 2.5 hours long? Isn't that their neon country specialty? Chapter 72, is it really possible to find it here? Sakura Nation, in the studio of the program Lunar Yao interviews Dasha. The hostess, who also had a very puzzled expression, subconsciously opened her mouth. Videotape? That kind of stuff should have been phased out a long time ago, right? And what kind of specialty is this? The male host, on the other hand, was rubbing his hands in anticipation. Is it a videotape like I imagined? No. Isn't Dasha very sensitive about adult topics? That kind of videotape should be contraband, right? There were few viewers who thought the same way as the male presenter. The live stream pop-ups were equally hot at this point. Videotape? Masaka Murphy. This local guide is so handsome. You're new upstairs, aren't you? As a veteran viewer, I need to remind you to please refrain from such rude behavior as screen licking. Not. Hey. Are you guys getting off topic? I've always said that the remote areas of the country are lagging behind in development, right? What era is this, and they're still using videotapes? We're all using smartphones now. I'm not going to watch it. I feel like today's live broadcast is totally meaningless. Hey, might as well interview some local passersby. Go. I'll stay and look forward to it. All the other variety shows are weekly and I feel like it's a little more fun to watch it live. The netizens of Sakura Nation have mixed attitudes. And at this time, the shooting site heard what Suyi was planning to lead himself in today. Sakura reporter multi-touch after watching his side of the program pop up. A few moments of hesitation couldn't help but arise as well. After all, the leader's account he will. Pretty girl, please ask, is there a park nearby where super hung old tits or old herdsmen sing their mountain songs to each other? Suyi originally had a high external face value, belonging to the type of sunny and cheerful big boy. Girls don't naturally feel much distance when they see him. Together with his local dialect, this passerby girl instantly understood what Ski meant. You wanna see a dump tape? Suyi nodded. The girl then smiled kindly. I'll take you there then, it's not far, it's right next door at Sueshan Park. Suyi immediately expressed his gratitude and asked the beauty to wait for herself for a while, returning over to explain to this little cherry blossom reporter. Hearing that it wasn't too far away, the little cherry blossom reporter couldn't afford to keep vetoing it. Somewhat reluctantly, he followed along and comforted the Sakura Nation netizens in his program's live feed in the process. Please settle down, we might as well go over there with this mouseboy and find out what the hell a videotape that can be called a local specialty is. On the other side of the room, in the studio of Sisters in Love, several members of the Celebrity Watchdog group were discussing similar topics. Because the members of the Love group were divided into two groups, the girls had already headed to a nearby well-known tourist attraction to hit the spot by now. At this point the scene switches to the boys' side, and finds that Sui is going to lead the group and that little cherry blossom reporter to explore a local feature called videotape in Nandian. Everyone is inevitably a little curious at this point. Heejun looked at Meng Fei. Mr. Meng Fei, I remember earlier you said that you had been to South Dien to film a lifestyle program. Do you know the flinging belt that little mouse brother was talking about? The other members of the observation mission also cast their eyes on Mr. Meng Fei's side at the first opportunity. Previously, Mr. Meng Fei was very professional with his trivia editions about the wild mushroom hot pot, and I'm sure he'll be able to satisfy everyone's curiosity this time around as well. This time, however, Meng Fei shook his head, indicating that he wasn't really sure. Everyone in the Observer Corps can understand that, after all, even if they've been there, they can't know the place like the back of their hand. By this time, the show was live and there was curious discussion on the pop-ups. Videotape? I didn't realize that something so ancient would still have a market by now. Ha. South Dien is really a magical place, there are talents everywhere here. I didn't realize that this kind of old antique-like product can still be a specialty over here. Po ha. I'm a local and I'm so going to laugh my ass off. I can't believe Mouse is going to take that little day to see the dump tape. Ha. Ha? What's so funny about that? No dude, you're damn well going to explain to us what the hell this thing is. Hurry up to say, originally I'm not ing curious, see the pop-up area someone now say, I'm really ing curious now. I am also South Dian's, how to say it, this thing is more difficult to comment. Like people are really like, but also interesting, but the general public is very difficult to like, do not like is not like, I said so, upstairs can understand it? Do you want to see what you're talking about? How is this to be understood? It's no different than having two trees in front of my house, one a date palm and the other also a date palm. At this time, with the local beauty leading the way, Suyi brought little cherry blossom reporter and quickly arrived at the place to be found. It's a lakeside park with a beautiful setting, and since it's the weekend, many parents take their kids out for an outing. Seeing such an environment, the little cherry blossom reporter looked left and right, and the confused expression on her face increased. Aren't you looking for the videotape? Shouldn't that kind of thing be placed inside the screening room? Come to the park to find it? Is it really possible to find it here? The little cherry blossom reporter's head was full of questions. Chapter 73. The name of the song is, People Are Getting Old and Their Pimples Are Shrinking. He wasn't the only one with a head full of questions. The two hosts and the audience present in the studio of Sakura Nation's Lunar Yao interviews Dacia felt equally incomprehensible. The very distinctive hostess saw the park scene in the picture and couldn't help but say, "Aren't we going to get the videotape? Shouldn't it be in the screening room?" The male host was also finding it a bit hard to understand, looking for a videotape in a park? The live streaming pop-up section was going to quit watching and go find some other variety show for something a little more entertaining. At this point, seeing the program's interviewers being led to a park by locals, many of them paused for a moment when they were about to cross their fingers to exit. It was this same moment that everyone soon saw a scene that they couldn't take their eyes off of. On the live feed, the interviewer was led to a more isolated area of the park with multiple touches. As the camera pans around the scrubby vegetation in front of us, we can see a group of local residents gathered around, men and women of all ages, and even a few grandpas leading their grandchildren along this way. You can clearly hear the voices coming from the scene in the earpiece, and it feels as if the people in this area are singing. As the reporter approached with more touches, the group soon saw the site of the regional center. In the center of the crowd, there happened to be two pairs of men and women with microphones singing in duet at this time. Seeing this scene, little cherry blossom reporter stopped and listened for a moment, feeling that she didn't quite understand, so she looked at Suyi and asked, "Excuse me, are they singing? Singing what?" Suyi nodded and translated the content of the lyrics to the little Sakura reporter. "Anata is the son of a girl from Gojeshi. What's the point of having a small, empty computer?" After hearing Suya's translation, the little Sakura reporter's eyes widened with disbelief. "Really? They sing this? What the hell?" At this moment, not only did the reporter from Little Cherry Blossom freeze, but in the program studio, the host also said in disbelief with a completely shocked expression, "Are you kidding? It's an H song they're duetting to." In the studio, the bald male host has been a whole taut, face filled with incomprehensible, wanna laugh but do not dare to laugh. At the same time, pop-ups of Sakura's words were displayed below the live broadcast of the program. I couldn't understand what the male-female duet in the picture. After listening to a live duet, he couldn't help but look at Suyi curiously and ask, "This stuff looks popular locally, huh?" Suyi nodded and explained, "Well, yes, this form of male-female duet is called singing mountain songs in South Dien, an interactive song in which men and women pour their hearts out to each other." The little Blossom reporter sniffed and couldn't help but interject. He felt like he had seen it all as well. Nice guy. Fortunately, the dialect of South Dien is difficult to understand in other cities, otherwise, Love Sisters and Brothers live room will be another banning crisis, he does not dare to guarantee. The little Cherry Blossom reporter also nodded frequently after hearing Suya's introduction. Barely sort of understand the blow-up featured here. It can't be helped, the times are changing, the market is changing, and many of the lyricists who rely on it to make a living are understandably doing so. Anyway, it is a kind of recreation and entertainment, and it can be seen from the fact that most of the onlookers are middle-aged and old, and the audience for the feature of singing songs is shrinking year by year. Just then, the little Cherry Blossom reporter multi-touch vision range do not know what suddenly found. After briefly talking to the audience in front of the camera about the issues behind the formation of this feature that are worth pondering. Taking the initiative, he invited Suyi to follow him there together. The two soon came aside, and in the shade of the park trees, a tablecloth was spread out on the lawn, and an older man manned his little stand. Stall above the things placed on the small Cherry Blossom reporter recognized, after all, the disc this kind of thing well, the world's packaging is basically similar. The Sakura reporter casually picked up a copy of the disc and, realizing that he couldn't read it, looked at the vendor and inquired, "Boss, may I ask what kind of movies you sell here?" After listening to Suya's translation, the stall owner said, "It's just a mountain song disc, do you want it? $10 for 3. The little Cherry Blossom reporter didn't immediately nod. Learning that these discs were the song discs sung by the two soulful men and women over there just now, he quickly found a series of song titles on the back, but he couldn't read them again, so he could only turn to Suyi for help. Curious, the little Cherry Blossom reporter pointed to the first song and asked, "What does it say? The name of the song? Can you help translate it?" Suyi nodded his head, his face was a bit lustful as he said, "These are indeed song titles, but here, for example, the song Married But No Way to Hee 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 has over 60 episodes?" Reporter Sakura froze for a moment, "Huh? Is this a song, or a serial?" Suyi shrugged, "You ask me? How would I know?" In the live broadcast room of Moon Obsidian interviews Dasha, at this time, one by one, these Sakura netizens were completely unable to control their desire to spit. One by one, they have sent pop-ups. I was already shocked enough when I saw the name of the song at first. But what I didn't expect was that a song could be written as a serial. Learned. It's amazing how much fun a song can be. I've got to hand it to them. Ha ha ha. I'm really totally clammed up. I feel like this song is just like those soap operas my mom watches. There's never-ending shots of the parents. A TV show can be over 200 episodes long. You don't say, you really don't say. I'm an international student. After coming to Sakura country, I even think that your serial dramas are really too short. On our side, shooting 800 episodes for a drama is totally basic operation. I have to come out and prove it. What I said upstairs is not true. My mom watched a Frog Island drama called Unforgettable or Unforgettable. I clearly remember seeing her watch it every day from elementary school until I graduated from my senior year of high school, and it's still on the air. Really? It's so exaggerated. Ha 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 ha. People are old and their OPs are shrinking. Ha 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 ha. Dasha people really. In a pop-up frenzy. In the backstage guide hall of Manhwa interviews Dasha, the TV station's leader saw that the online viewing data of the program at this moment had soared, even surpassing yesterday's, with more than 500,000 people currently watching, and his face was practically blossoming with smiles. You can tell that people are genuinely intrigued by the content of the program. At the same time, the leader of Sakura TV also noticed that many pop-ups were discussing that very interesting Dasha-chan. Looks like it's called a mouse? He was always very humorous, and many people were commenting on how much more interesting it was to watch him talk than to watch interviews. In particular, many times, this mouse boy from Dasha could often say one or two exploding stems, and with his proficiency in the Sakura language, some slang that only the people of the Sakura country could understand were also skillfully used by him. This leader of Sakura TV immediately realized that this could be a great opportunity, that this little brother was really very interesting, and that it would be very appropriate to invite him to be a guest in Sakura country. If they can invite him, along with the other members, to Sakura Nation to be a guest and participate in the recording of the show, I think they will be able to gain a lot of interesting content and make the viewers enjoy their show even more. After all, the numbers don't lie, and judging by the numbers from past shows, this one should be setting a new record for the highest since the show started. With this aspect in mind, the leader of this little cherry blossom TV station immediately arranged for it to go down. Hirano, you tell Touche-san to leave each other's contact information with their program and explain that we'd like to have everyone link up again if we get the chance. Hi. A staff member immediately nodded his head. On the other side of the room, in the studio of Sisters in Love. Ever since the live feed on the mouse side of the screen went into the area of the park where the mountain songs were being sung, the big screen in the studio where the pop-ups interacted in real time never stopped, and it was always hotly debated at a high rate of roll. Ha ha ha. I'm practically laughing my ass off. Really, absolutely. Who can tell you that the South Dien side is really characterized by this? I understood the lyrics of that song just now. The abstract title alone has been shocking me all year. Nice one. What's even better, I didn't realize there was a big drama behind it. That's too much to say. People here play with abstraction as easy as drinking water. The 18 monsters of Southern Yunnan yellow butterfly sold by the pound. Ha ha ha. Just waiting upstairs, I knew it. It feels like after this program has aired, as a person outside of South Dien, there is absolutely no way to go explain to others in the future. Feeling this place, Mouse-chan, who is the innate abstract sacred body, has become all frowny. I used to think it was kind of embarrassing to talk about being a fan of Mouse, but now I usually don't. Not me, who is Mouse? I don't even know him. Yeah. Now I don't even claim to know the mouse, mostly because I can't afford to lose that one. Ha ha ha. Other people's fans can't wait to anoint their own brother to everyone. We mouse girls, in reality, won't even admit a little bit that I know this guy. The buzz on the pop-ups was constant. The crowd of celebrity observers in the studio was a bit more awkward. Because the mouse's side of the trip today is just a little hard to judge. No. There's no way to say this. But I don't know why. Obviously he has already hinted to the guide with his eyes several times, telling the camera to switch to the other side and not to continue to stay on the boy's side. But the guide acted as if he didn't even see it. Unable to do so, Hee-jeong could only look hard and say, "So dump tape is this dump tape?" Ha. Meng Fei also wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is the first time I've ever felt overwhelmed inside a program and had absolutely no idea what I was supposed to say. Mengfei, yes, our daxia is huge, the land is vast, right? Ha ha. Chapter 75. Congratulations to the host for completing the mysterious quest and bringing a billion little shocks to the little cherry blossoms. In the live broadcast room, seeing the members of the Star Observer group at this time, each one, is this Tadako drifting? How dare you give yourself intensity now? Just as he was thinking this, a new alert from the system rang out. Because this mysterious reward is very generous, it cannot be reasonably delivered to the host within the Great Xia, please understand. Suyi slightly raised his eyebrows. The new system tip sounded a bit of a statement. The inability to reasonably pitch into the dacha territory makes it easy to daydream. Could it be something non-compliant? Suya's curiosity had been tickled a billion points. Granted, this system of his own, which occasionally doles out rewards that are a bit generic, is still relatively powerful overall. Looking at it that way, maybe the reward might actually be a bit special for this one, not suitable for the show or not able to appear in front of most people. If so, it seems necessary to take the time to buy a plane ticket to Little Cherry Blossom to receive this mysterious gift. Although there was a little bit of itching in his heart like a cat scratching, but since there was no way to get this mysterious reward right away, Suyi could only hold down his excitement for the time being. The day was fast approaching evening. During this period, the Little Cherry Blossom reporter also gained a lot of quality interviews and was very satisfied with today's shooting. Seeing dusk, live from the morning, 10 hours a day down, who cannot stand, small cherry blossom reporter is also after the leadership agreed to end today's live. This time, he didn't continue to pester Suyi, and everyone would go their separate ways tomorrow. Still, in the evening, reporter Sakura invited everyone from the love group to have dinner with her. Today's dish was less thrilling. Still, many of the specialties were staggering to watch Sakura frequently. Because on the table, there is more than one food made with flowers. Scrambled eggs with pea flowers. Eggs with canary flower. Stir-fried bacon with pear blossoms. Bitter thorn flower. Kernel blossom. Aloe flower. Seeing the various plants on this table, the reporter from Little Cherry Blossom Weekly asked, I don't think these things need to be sampled and sent for testing, do they? After getting an affirmative answer, this is when you pick a dish to start trying. A meal was finished, and the Little Cherry Blossom reporter duly explained the purpose of her visit. After saying out the idea of the TV station leaders on their side wanting to do a little linkage with sisters and brothers in love, while leaving each other's contact information, saying that in the future when they are free, please make sure to visit Sakura country as a guest, they settled the bill and left. The members of the love group also quickly returned to the hotel, packed up their bags and prepared to leave while the night was still young. After all, it had already stayed a day longer than originally planned due to an accident. We all feel embarrassed if we continue to take a night off. There's a new love group member waiting for them. Departing at night, the group left by taxi and therefore did not continue the broadcast. Although the live stream is temporarily closed. But viewers are buzzing about a scene they've seen over the past 2 days. It's really opened the door to a new world for me. I'll have to go to South Dien to experience it myself when I have the chance in the future. The world has finally epilepticized into something I can't understand. I walk around now feeling out of place in the world. Brothers, it's okay for the live broadcast to be shut down, so everyone rushed to rush the Moon Obsidian interview program that the netizens carried over. Haha, I'm just going to die of laughter from those people at Little Sakura. I was just looking at it, and the people at Kozakura are pretty damn talented to nickname the wild mushroom hot pot Hell's Meal. Haha. I can't stop laughing. Now so many netizens on Sakura's side are saying VE been fooled B. Why the media reports from various countries saying that we're not conservative here at all, haha. I also watched it. The people over at Little Cherry Blossom are saying that they hope the show can go to their country to film an installment. They have a lot they want to show as well. Laughing my ass off. Going to Little Cherry Blossom to see what? A movie? In South Dien, you can even see ground stalls selling $1 coins, and the key is to sell 2 and have people buy them. Ha ha ha. The bottle of soy sauce that hadn't been used up yet, I really had to be laughed out of the room, and the key stall owner said in all seriousness that his bottle of soy sauce was 99% new, used original flavor. Also ing ex-wives, I usually don't admire a person that much, but that boss is different, the wall does not even hold up, must also serve him. Ha ha ha. The pop-up discussion went on. And soon the related topic moved to social media platforms such as the Bib. The Bib is also a relevant hot topic. Hashtag Nan Dien Ghost Market. Hashtag Hotel 500 meters from the hospital. Hashtag Massive Series, Married but Can't Hey 60 unfinished episodes. At the same time, somewhere in Urpu, in a small town surrounded by beautiful mountains and hills. 2 male and female guests carrying suitcases and taking over the keys to check in after being guided by the show's team were a bit dumbfounded to see the empty room. Didn't we agree that the other members would arrive at the new living cabin today? Where are they? The female guest has a blank expression. The male guest was similarly puzzled and scratched his head. It was unclear why the other members didn't arrive before them, but the two couldn't just sit around, so after a brief discussion, they decided that it would be better to get their hands dirty and clean up the house first. Maybe, the others were just delayed a little bit and would be there in a little while. Chapter 76, Would you believe me if I told you that we're stuck with elephants? Time passed and came to the early morning of the next day. In the living hut, KK had gone downstairs to prepare today's portion of breakfast. Here downstairs in the kitchen from time to time blasting sound, originally still asleep and the T-Egg thought this is the earthquake to come, instantly woke up from the dream, hurriedly dressed downstairs. Going downstairs in a 100-meter sprint and seeing Kai Kai's grimy face, T-Egg froze for a moment. What are you doing? Kai Kai scratched his head a little embarrassed. I heard from the program that the other members are already into the outskirts of ERP and will be arriving soon, so I'm going to prepare some breakfast for them. But I seem to have misjudged my cooking skills, but don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem, I'll be done in no time. Seeing Kai Kai's serious face, T-Egg blinked his pretty almond eyes and didn't want to discourage him, but suggested nonetheless. I think for safety reasons, why don't you just not do it, and we can all go out to eat together first when everyone gets here, or maybe, of course, the others have already gotten their food ahead of time. Kai Kai thought it made some sense when he heard it. There was a near gas explosion in the kitchen just now, and for safety reasons, one really should be more careful. And so the suggestion of the member nicknamed T-Egg was gladly accepted. KK agreed and then turned around and said that she would go back and clean up the kitchen first. T-Egg sniffed and quickly waved his hand. Don't, or I'll do it. Early in the morning you were busy for so long, surely also hard. You first go upstairs to wash your face to clean up a little bit, the rest I'll take care of it on the line. With that said, T-Egg gestured that Kai Kai could look in the mirror to see how he now looked as if he had just run out of a mine. Kai Kai looked through the mirror and scratched his head in some embarrassment when he saw how gray he was at the moment. Then, I'll go upstairs, and I may have to trouble you afterward. T-Egg waved his hand, signaling that it was fine and not to be concerned. KK's figure quickly disappeared into the first floor of the living cabin, and with some tears and laughter, T-Egg briefly coiled up her long hair before finding a new pink apron and beginning to clean up the mess. In the kitchen, there was a mess everywhere, with some black, unidentified substance splattered everywhere. It looks a bit like a fried eggshell? This scene fell in the eyes of the members of the Star Observation Mission in the studio, and also quickly set off a discussion. There is naturally a lot of anticipation for the upcoming new addition to Sisters and Brothers in Love. Yesterday, because it was quite late, the two were just a flash in the pan on the air. So although everyone was more curious about what the new members would look like, the program picture ended in the evening due to time constraints. Early this morning, members of the Star Watch team arrived at the studio to watch the live broadcast in real time. Seeing this seemingly cozy scene, Hee-jeong revealed an expression of an ant's smile and said, "It feels so sweet between these two new members, it seems like we're finally returning to normalcy with this show, huh?" Meng-Fei followed and nodded. Yes, Kai Kai looks to be the kind of boy who has been very knowledgeable and well-behaved since he was a child, well-mannered, and his appearance looks very handsome, and his temperament feels a little bit like the kind of calmness and composure that has been honed by a long time in a high position. Speaking of which, everyone looked at Ms. Huang Ying, as she had just raised her hand slightly when Meng-Fei was chatting about Kai Kai. "Hee-jeong, is there something Mr. Huang wants to say?" Huang Ying nodded and said, "Here I have a profile information about the two new members, and I should say, Mr. Meng-Fei is really particularly professional in reading people. The information shows that Kai Kai is 27 years old, and under his name, he has a multi-million-dollar market value esports and entertainment company, a multi-million-dollar market value financial and investment bank, as well as 2 different companies in other fields." Hear the scoop from Ms. Oriole. All the members of the Observer Corps looked a little surprised. Meng-Fei, this new member is really powerful. To be able to take his career so far at such a young age, it's no wonder I feel that he has that air of a higher power in him that he can't hide at all. Meng Yan, on the other hand, was a bit curious. What about the other one? I feel that Miss T-Egg's figure is really especially good, and her height is also at the top level within the girls, like a model? Yellowing nodded. Well, my profile here has slightly less of a profile on T-Egg, but she does have a career as a model. Lee Dunho was curious at this point and asked, that means these two aren't siblings, and the relationship of this new guest is staggered? Teacher Jean Xing hurriedly said, you child, don't say it explicitly right away, so that the two of them will have much less mystery. Lee Dunho quickly stopped his mouth in embarrassment. The members of the Observer Corps will smile. The scene shifted to KK and T-Eggs briefly finishing their breakfast after washing up. It was just the two of them in the large living cottage, and for a while the atmosphere was a little somber. The time went on until 10 a.m., and the two men sat silently on the living room couch, exchanging only occasional words in a very awkward atmosphere. Finally, KK was a bit unable to resist finding a member of the show's staff to ask about it. How come the others still haven't come? The program staff was not quite sure what was going on, and after conveying the question to the director, they were given instructions. That, the director said, why don't you contact the other members yourselves? With a confused look on his face, Kai got the contact information of the other members. Many viewers in the live room were also wondering. Strange, why hasn't the other side been on all morning today, what the hell? Are they preparing a surprise for the new members? But why isn't it on air? Kneeling down and begging the show to hurry up and start airing. I want to see the goddess Sophie, I can't help it. Is there something wrong with the live streaming equipment? As the viewers were puzzled, the live screen quickly switched to a split screen. Finally, the figures of the 6 love group members on the other side appeared on the live feed. Just from the background, it looks like everyone is still on the road. And it looks like it should be on a section of forest road, as only a single lane in both directions can be seen, indicating that the road is not wide. On one side was a ridge with dense forests, and on the other side seemed to be a cliff, because behind everyone, a series of vehicles lined up waiting to go up the hill were parked on the side of the road. Many Big Brother drivers get off and pass by, and one expression is also very confused. What's going on here? Looks like a traffic jam, can't you see the rows of cars all waiting to pass behind the mouse? Don't talk about it, okay? Brother, you also do not look at this environment, clearly is a small road into the mountains, this road cannot still traffic jams cannot be? Between the crowd murmurs. Split screen live feed in. The screen on this side of the living cabin, KK sits in the living room and quickly picks up the phone. After introducing himself, Kai said, getting straight to the point. How long will it probably take you guys to get here? It's good for us to prepare in advance. In the earpiece, Suya's voice soon came. That, we don't know exactly, would you believe me if I said, we're blocking an elephant here? KK? T-Egg? We've all encountered traffic jams. You mean elephants? What the hell? Chapter 77, are you kidding? Big Brother, you guys are not going to a zoo. Hearing the silence on the other side of the phone, Suyi and the others, who were standing on the side of the road waiting, were helpless. Suyi, I know you won't believe it, let's do it this way, let's open a video chat. After that, the phone hung up and switched to dialing the video. In the live broadcast room, the viewers at this time saw a line of love group members standing by the side of the road in the split-screen live broadcast image on Suya's side, waiting somewhat bored. Really? This is the first time I've heard of such an operation. Are you kidding? Brother, you're not going to a zoo. Just as the audience was filled with confusion. The live broadcast camera on Suya's side turned, and the image was cast forward. The audience saw that these cars Suyi and his crew were lined up very close to the front, quietly parked on the side of the road. Across the street, a few hundred meters away, there were also a large number of vehicles lined up and parked on the side of the road. The center of the road is empty for a distance of about a few hundred meters. A dozen or so uncle hats were directing traffic, some with trumpets in their hands, others with very long whipcords to wave. And just on the side that Suyi and their camera just didn't shoot, 2 uncle hats were lying on the roof of a Chinese bus, and were setting up a big sniper to calibrate. With this battle, the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Good man. No, is that so outrageous? The big snipes are out. Is this a traffic jam? Outrageous, ah. Such an outrageous thing can even be met by Mouse and the others, should I say they are lucky or? New guy asks questions if he doesn't know what he's doing. What is this? A drill? It's nothing, just a traffic jam, no need to make a fuss. You're telling me that the traffic jam even brought in the SWAT team? The pop-ups were hotly debated, but just then, a high-pitched whistling sound pierced through the dense forest and also reached the ears of the crowd who were watching the live broadcast. It's the whale of the largest mammal on land by far, the Yazoo elephant. It is said that the call can spread over dozens of kilometers, causing all small animals in the vicinity to retreat. Immediately following this, the spectators saw the hat uncles, who had just been directing traffic, immediately spread out and formed two lines, running to the crowds of people who had stopped and waited on either side of the hill. Run, don't look. All of you, do not sit in the cars, get out of the cars and leave immediately, all of you back up to a safe distance, hurry up, the herd is coming. The hat uncles commanded, and soon most of the people got out of their cars at once and backed away. But not far from Suyi, next to them in an SUV, there is a female driver is not willing to get off, but also said to stay in the car is certainly more secure than running. Get out of the car now. Uncle Hat banged on the car window and gave the order. The woman driver, however, remained unimpressed. By this time, Suyi and the others had already backed up to a kilometer away, and the camera was no longer able to capture a clear view of the section where the elephant herd was infested. Luckily, the crew had a spare drone, which immediately lifted off, and the live feed soon showed an incredibly tall elephant looming in the forest on one side of the road from an overhead view. Immediately afterward, the picture soon shows the first wild elephant tentatively coming out of the mountains, which is supposed to be the leader of the whole herd. Is it that big? It's a bit outrageous. Oh, from the live footage on their side of the mouse, it feels like it's about the same height as the bus. At this time, Suyi was also holding up his cell phone, playing video communication with his new partner. Seeing the camera start to show land giants like elephants, Kai and T-Egg's expressions couldn't have been more wonderful. Good lord, I can't really blame everyone for being late, it did jam the elephant. The two certainly didn't blame the other members of the group, and although they weren't able to be there, it was quite an interesting experience to witness a wild elephant family migration through the lens. Both sides greeted and recognized each other while keeping an eye on the elephant herd ahead. Just then, the leader of the herd, who had been the first to come out of the dense forest, stopped in the middle of the highway and looked from side to side. There didn't seem to be any immediate intention to travel this stretch of highway. At this time, the female driver who did not listen to the advice saw the elephant appeared, a surprised face, cheeky shouting, and took out a cell phone as intended to film. Uncle Hat, who was next to him, quickly discouraged again, don't shout, now is the time when the herd is most alert, especially the leader of the herd, the alpha female, who has the mission of defending the baby elephants, and the consequences of stimulating her at this time will be very serious. The female driver waved her hand dismissively and said, it's okay, I'm still so far away from them. Uncle Hat's expression had begun to harden. At this point, the female elephant standing in the middle of the highway once again let out a whistling call that resounded all around. At the sound of his voice, the herd, which had been about to line up in order to walk to the highway, all stopped in their tracks. The baby elephant was also shielded behind the elephant. The alpha female elephant's huge, bushel-like ears wiggled as she turned her head in the direction of the female driver. Uncle Hat saw this and immediately said it was bad. This was the alpha warning the humans to stay away. They had to leave immediately or the alpha female elephant was likely to decide that this was ignoring its warnings and act aggressively. As expected, the next moment, there was another high-pitched whine. Immediately afterward, the alpha female elephant that had appeared first ran towards the side of the SUV where the female driver was. Each step seemed to shake the ground, causing the eyelids of the surrounding hat uncles to flutter wildly. Good thing they usually have more contact with the elephant herd, this time immediately made the most calm behavior. To run. There's no time to keep stalling. Uncle Hat pulls the door right open and forcefully drags the female driver out of the car, dragging her with him. Get off me. The female driver looked disgruntled. Uncle Hat was helpless, it's too late if you don't run. You think they are the kind in the zoo. Wild elephants are very aggressive and territorial, and now that people feel offended, it's too late to run. As luck would have it, Uncle Hat had just finished his explanation and ran off with this female driver for over 100 meters. That alpha female elephant then darted to the side of the SUV, and with a single kick, the entire front hood of the vehicle instantly dented, emitting a loud cracking sound. At this time, Suyi, who was not far away from the onlookers, realized what big meant. No wonder it is called a land beast, good guy, along with the elephant ran to the side of the road next to those cars, only to realize that in front of the real wild elephants, nearly 2 meters high off-road vehicle is like a toy car. It felt like this female elephant leader in front of him was at least 4 meters tall. It was simply exaggerated to no end. Fortunately, Uncle Hat did his duty and forced this female driver to pull out, otherwise if she is still in the car now, the female elephant leader's foot down, it is estimated that this female driver is also the same as her car. It's gone from dirt bike to go-kart. My car. The female driver was beyond distraught. Uncle Hat pulled her back. Now if you dare to go over there and anger the elephants again, not only your car, but everyone's car will suffer. But the female driver wanted to say something else. Next to him, a big man with a cross-faced, bare-shouldered face frowned and said, "If it's because of you that my car is also trampled by elephants, think of the consequences yourself." Seeing this bare-chested man with a frightening expression, the female driver shrunk her neck and didn't dare to continue complaining about anything. Continuing to wait for some time, the leader of the herd should be feeling that the surrounding area is safe, and at this time once again let out a whistling call, and the other elephants that previously stayed in the dense forest came out in turn at this time. The herd slowly passes through the highway with the baby elephant protected in the center. The alpha female elephant, on the other hand, had been standing in the middle of the road looking around alertly. It waited until all the pack members had passed before it disappeared last into the dense forest on the other side.